Futures back to the upside here this morning as we get going into what is now 11 and a half trading days left in 2025. What a year it's been. Back and forth for the past couple of days, back and forth for the past couple of weeks. An absolute deluge of economic data to come over the next couple of days. We'll get 3 separate CPI readings. We'll get 2 different NFP prints as we continue to work through this backlog of jobs data and inflation-related data going back to the government shutdown. That's how things are setting up right now, back to the downside a little bit here at 8 o'clock, but still holding above where we ended the day on Friday. Absolute sell-off right from the word go on Friday. We went out on the lows ahead of what could be an interesting read on the overall market this week with this data coming up. Does it even matter at this point? We'll go back to September, we'll get October, we'll get November as well. On the inflation side of things, we haven't had a real reading on inflation since that September print, if you can believe that. So we'll talk about that coming up. Lots of individual movers as well. If you have a Roomba, you may no longer be able to get it fixed outside of secondary markets. IRBT filing for Chapter 11 down to $1. What is it? $1.37 right now. It's bouncing back above $1. Was below initially this morning in the pre-market, but we are back above. Went out on Friday around $4.50, so no more Roombas if anyone was in the market going into the holidays for a Roomba. Not going to be happening at this point. Interesting couple of stories around Tesla this morning as well, including a big payday for their board, $3 billion plus being collected by their board, going back to that investor meeting and what has transpired ever since. SpaceX with the new valuation. We have a couple of earnings reports coming up, nothing major this week, but all eyes back on AI. I was just reading a positive note on Nvidia this morning, back to the upside a little bit. To start things off this morning, actually trying to lead the market here a little bit, market downside. There's Nvidia testing that 177.60 area that came into play midday on Friday. Positive note on Nvidia, basically saying 2026 is going to mirror what has happened in 2025 as far as the demand is concerned. Some of the other AI-related names popping up on that as well. Brand new week, guys. Again, 11 and a half days left in this year. Pretty crazy to think about it. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I mean, it is crazy. Christmas is coming around the corner. Not that much time left. Trading days left. Worth noting, though, if you're looking at the futures, we got witching this week. So triple witching on Friday, so you want to roll over to your January contract if you haven't done so already. Expecting probably a lot of window dressing at the end of the week, but we also have some earnings this week with Micron. So we'll look forward to that. They should be a big mover, but man, iRobot. Like, it's so unfortunate. Like, it was like the group was just running. You were all systems go on the robotics things, and yeah, now they're talking Chapter 11. It is making a bit of a dead cat bounce, let's just say. So a lot of volume here for iRobot. Actually up pretty significantly. It was actually about 75 cents and almost doubled. So it is quite on the move to the upside for now, but a down move there for iRobot, unfortunately. Yeah, not looking too good for them. And I'll tell you this much, I'm happy because Superman was in the building yesterday with my Buffalo Bills. And Josh Allen did.
I see in the second half you were telling them, or the first half you were saying blow the whole team up. I thought I saw in our chat.
I wasn't saying blow the whole team.
I thought I said in the chat. I thought I saw something in our fantasy chat there.
No, I was just mad at how badly outcoached we were in the first half. Poor. Like all I simply say every single time is it's great that he's Superman and we do this in the second half every time, but you cannot do this. It doesn't work that way. You can't go down 21 points all the time. Like, you can't be under the 8 ball every single game and then just expect Josh Allen to save you every single time. It's not a winning strategy in the playoffs. It's fantastic that they're pulling it off, but I mean, you can't do this every single week. And I place the blame on the coaching, but it is what it is. I haven't liked Brady in a long time. That being said, too many injuries.
Too many injuries, man. Yeah, we lost Parsons, and then they lost. Mahomes' season was done.
The season was over anyway.
Yeah, it's funny because both Brady and Mahomes tore their ACLs in their 9th season after going for 3 straight Super Bowls. So you can't make you can't make that stuff up. But yeah, they'll be back stronger than ever. I think Kelsey will probably retire. Anyways, the curse of Taylor Swift, I guess. Yeah, iRobot, I had them down at 60 when it first was released, 61 cents. as the bottom there for IRBT. So it's up double since declaring bankruptcy. Off of its lows, of course, but $1.33 here. That's not going to be good. Palantir today as well. Palantir down all week. We talked about, Brendan mentioned, what a hit that was on the week for many of these names. The market went out, apparently, I guess. I didn't even look on lows, as Brendan mentioned. Palantir battled back. So we'll wait to see a new contract a little bit there in France. That's going through. There's some unfortunate incidents over the weekend. We hope everybody is okay with that. But, national defense starting to get picked up. And then Tesla off the, $3 billion in payments made out. $465. Wow. Tesla's starting to work out as well. This could be, that next. I mean, it's already here. So Tesla right at highs right now. Just looking to see about that 480. Let me see the exact high that we have on Tesla over the week. It's all-time highs. I have 480. So we're a little bit away from here. Here it is on the chart. 488. 488.50. Tesla. So we'll see. I don't know. This seems like we didn't really get there, but it might have been like one little wick there back. Actually, a year ago, almost today. So this is the high is the 18th of December. So we had gone through all of this all year, only to make it, we're not there yet, but in a couple of days we could be. That's the 12th month, 18th day. So right there, we're almost there back on Tesla. So apparently some robo taxis, Model Ys being driven around there. So we'll see if that helps spark it up. And then, Ubers are the downside. But yeah, pretty good. What was it, a busy week? I saw my parents yesterday. We went out for breakfast, so that was really nice. We had back-to-back early hockey games. That was good. Which was nice. But yeah, 89,600 for Bitcoin. We'll see what that.
ETH is the one that's strong today.
Ethereum. Yeah, I saw XRP in some of our notes there off the. Yeah, what is ETHA doing?
It's ETH. Like ETH is actually up. Like ETHA is up 2%, but ETH itself is at like 31.4, while we're under 90,000 for Bitcoin. So it's like you're gapping higher over here on ETH. Okay, obviously Friday was a pretty nasty day wasn't a good day for either. But IBIT to the downside. But XRP going to be maybe more in play. ETH going to be in play. I think the metals are back in play. Copper price is up. Silver back to the highs, back to the upside after a little bit of a. Well, what didn't have a rough day on Friday? Like you sound like a broken record. Gapping higher or trying to recover after a rough Friday seems like pretty much every stock out there. But yeah, it's weird. Bitcoin, not languishing is not the right word, but just a little relative weakness is. Maybe people are more interested in the ETH this week. I think that puts BMNR will probably be in play a little bit more. Usually you'd think that, but look at that. Like they're near the lows. So if it's one of those things where if I were to see like ETH start to push higher and maybe break back out, doesn't look like it's happening right now. Maybe you get some catch-up trade with BMNR, but the treasury plays don't always work the way you want them to. No problem.
Yeah, Friday was really a bloodbath more just for the NASDAQ. I think the Dow wound up actually on Friday, and there was a lot of strength in many spaces, but not in many spaces, but in a few stocks, but a few spaces. On one of them is the financials. JP Morgan there again, taking out all-time highs today, it looks like. For JP Morgan. Citigroup might open up near all-time highs as well. So some of these bank stocks starting to kick as well. 322.25 is the all-time high for JP Morgan, and that's coming into 320.50 right now. They were left basically, not left for dead, but they had a couple monster moves recently back into 3 bills and now up to 320 again. So yeah, some strength definitely hitting this market. We haven't even talked about Nvidia or anything like that. They're up at 1%. We had Broadcom on a bad day on Friday, of course, AVGO down 11%. This is part of what we were talking about there as this tech sector got beat up. Broadcom, Oracle as well leading the way on the data center worry. So there's lots to, hey, what's up, Randy? Lots to worry about today. Oh, and we had Rivian dancing around last week as well. They made it close, up to $19 again, and then back down. But look at Rivian's on the daily chart, man, Randy. It's starting to get going here again as they announce LiDAR sensors. They talk about their FSD model. I forget what it's called, Autonomy One or something. That's starting to kick again. And look at this, Randy. We're almost, this goes all the way back to July. of 24.
I know.
So it's been a while, but it's nice to see it's finally back upside right now. And all of these lows, Randy, you're getting a little less deep. So you're starting to not fall down as much. Exactly, higher lows. Thank you, Randy. But yeah, lots of snow. I just talked to my wife. It was snowing right now at our house.
Already?
It's not snowing here in downtown. Oh, it is now downtown? Okay, so there you go. So I live like 25 minutes west of here. It was snowing when I got here, but now it's snowing here.
Tis the season.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's more just like it's -8, 9. It's cold overnight. Woke up on Saturday morning or something. It was -19.
Yeah, that was not fun at all.
That was a little.
I was gonna go for a run, and I'm like, nah, I think we'll be working out indoors today.
Yeah,
like,
probably
I'm not.
a good idea.
Like I love going for
ice
a run,
ice baby.
But no, that's too much.
Oh my God!
Oh snap!
Bring this huge smorgasbord every time.
Okay, thanks, Randy.
Wow, these guys aren't messing around. Ever since we complained about the peanut butter and jam and all that kind of stuff, now it's just protein and eggs and brief away for the morning. But he'll be
You're
here.
happy with the breakfast, right, Brendan? Look at this.
I don't think Brendan doesn't eat too much. Do you get some of the breakfast or not really, Brendo? I don't see it too much at all.
Crazy. I go to the gym in the morning, so I typically do like a shake when I'm done, and then that's it. But I mean, just that smell is just.
It's like
come
ridiculous. We got a second plate.
Yeah, we'll get another plate and divide that up there. Randy is doing this. So like, me and Neil aren't dating or anything here. We're not sharing plates over here, Randy.
Ooh, let's eat
as we go. But blessed day, says Adam James. He's 95 in blue skies.
Yeah, that'll work.
But where are you at? Where are you at?
Yeah, you're supposed to tell us where you're at, Adam.
Maybe you're in Austin. I don't know. What's 95 these days? Hawaii?
Not
Do we have
a lot
any?
of 95.
Brendan, we ever get any viewers from Hawaii? You ever see any viewers from Hawaii?
Do a meet up there.
Top of my head, it's typically East and West Coast, New York, Florida, and then California. But
Paraguay.
I haven't heard.
Okay. All right, well, we got, what's up, Adam? Yeah, we should have, I don't know why I immediately thought about United States, but yeah, there it is, Paraguay.
Okay.
Paraguay in United States bracket, I believe, for the World Cup. That should be a good. Portugal, it's 2 a.m. in Hawaii.
Well, that would explain why we don't get any viewers from Hawaii.
Well, not really. I mean, we had Nimit was in Singapore. The guy was watching us 24/7. Adam over there in England, London. Yeah.
That's a little more challenging.
Pakistan, there we go. California.
This guy says it feels like 8 degrees in Montana.
I'm tuning in from Mars
that's
myself
more like,
over here.
That's how we roll.
Much love from Colorado. Yo, what's up, Colorado? Where's Colorado at?
Ooh.
Oh, I don't have my stream deck going. Oh, man. We got Weed Batman there coming up.
After the Broncos handle business.
Oh, last night? Yeah, Broncos.
What?
Thanks, there you go. He must have heard what we were saying there. Yeah, so there it is, man. Weed Batman. Colorado. Chicago's cold. You know, it's really cold in the whole East Coast and everything, as well as then obviously the Northwest there, Chicago, kicking as well. Yeah, look, 89.6 right here. I don't know. So the only thing I wrote down so far really was Palantir. Like, I really like that new contract talk, and there's the move down, here's the move back up. Let's see if Palantir can hold. I actually wrote down 180. Yeah, we're going to divide that all up. We actually wrote down 180 for Palantir. iRobot's interesting, honestly. Like, now that it's back above $1, we've seen many. Oh, wow, it was just $1.35. Now it's $1.15. We've seen many of these names, man, come and go. But I think it's going to be interesting. You know, if they sell enough of these iRobots, this is the thing. Would you rather have them go bankrupt, or would you not rather have now Amazon come in and make a bid? You know, I mean, Lena Khan's gone now. I just feel that, you know, for all the employees there, I don't know if Amazon would still even be interested. I don't know if they pivoted away and maybe taken over another company or starting to develop it themselves. But, you know, it's one thing to take this company over at $20, $30. It's another thing to take them over at $2. I would say watch out for iRobot. I feel like there could be some plays there because a former name that's, you know, was an interested buyout candidate and actually had something done. So if you're an iRobot shareholder, today can't be really nice, man, because just that fall from grace for IRBT. And obviously it got going there on the robotics talk. But yeah, today looks like they're going to file, or they did, and now it's going to the downside. So you've got to be careful for iRobot there. And I think it'll be interesting to see what happens at $1 and then glued to the ground for a possible buyout, I would think anyways, or at least possibility there for iRobot. They have enough of these things kicking around. Wouldn't be surprised if that happens, but I don't know.
Surprisingly, it gets to this point.
Might not have to buy them out.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it gets to this point and no one even thought to. Like, do you think you'd have a little something there? I'm just trying to check the news on this MNTS, Momentous, because they're down significantly as well. Oh, yeah. See, it's never a good thing. They're announcing a reverse split here for MNTS, which will be effective on the 17th. So that should be Wednesday, which probably means the 16th is the last day this will be a penny. Well, I shouldn't say the last day it'll be a penny stock, because oftentimes these reverse split and then sometimes come back. But it's a weird one. A 1 for 17.85 reverse split. Why don't you just do a 1 for 20? I don't like it's. That
Get them yeah, because the price is going to change, right?
What's the point of doing 17.85? 1 for 17.85 for MNTS. That's the news here, and the reason why it's going to be down. But yeah, I suppose to each down. That's a bit of a weird one, to be honest with you. I haven't really seen that before. No, I think like iRobot's 100% going to be in play. Can't forget about Tesla. But from Friday, remember we got that Oracle news. Right? Like in the middle of the day, you get this, and they're refuting that they're going to have to delay any of their build-outs, but delaying by a year some of their OpenAI build-outs. And look, the stock and the market took another leg lower, but Oracle recovered more than the move from when the news came out, but we're gap back down lower. So the market's still punishing some of these AI names, Oracle in particular. We saw Broadcom, as you already mentioned there, Sean. And Oracle, not looking very good. This chart is still about as ugly as it was on Friday, despite that little half V-shaped recovery. And I saw someone in the chat that says the bacon isn't crisp enough. I actually like it. I think
they're right. I know you like it a little less crisp.
Right. Like,
thing is, I had one of these sausages. They're also cold.
Yeah, I like it. I like it this way. The sausages are cold. Well, I mean, it's been sitting. Yeah, it is cold.
Right here on my chat, I asked about what are you guys trading today? We have long Tesla, says Chris Blackman, short Uber. Let's win big today as always with Tesla, and this is a pretty good thing here from 5. It must be an AI thing here. Morning, homie. Remember, even the sun takes breaks behind the clouds. That's nice. Time to break your empire. Time to build your empire or break it. Right there. So yeah, thanks for all the shout outs there. Join me and let me know what you guys are trading as well. I'll put that in the chat right now. But yeah, watching out for iRobot, and here we go. Brendan, you don't have a Roomba, do you?
I do not now, however.
Okay.
But that's, I mean, that was a massively popular product at one point, just absolutely massively popular. And I have 2 different neighbors I know that have them currently. So it's kind of out of nowhere, guys, no?
Do we have the Roomba or we have the other thing? What is the other one called? I'm going to ask her. But I think, to your point,
it did come out of nowhere. I don't recall hearing anybody say anything about bankruptcy last week.
Well, I mean, the stock wasn't lying. I mean, this looked like, yes, we do. Okay, good. So there we have one. So I see it. I just didn't know if it was a Roomba per se. But yeah, I mean, it was before all that robot talk. I mean, we were down here to $1.30 anyways. So I don't know. That doesn't mean necessarily they were going bankrupt. But yeah, it has not been a good ride for them. And I guess this is sort of where we were, $38, $40. Like this only goes back to 23 here in December of 23. This is January. We were $37, $38. I don't know exactly when that whole buyout rumor started, but this was $100. Look at this, $96. This is. There's no splits involved here. I'm just sort of zooming back with all of this. So this might have been maybe part of the rumors. I don't know, 2021. I guess that could have been COVID. Everybody at home. The Roomba's going crazy, I guess. Then there's the fall back into $32, and then we start to bounce a little bit, and we'll zoom back over here, and then down to $1 before that sort of craziness happened that we've seen. With this whole robotic push now, and now obviously all the way back underneath again. So
it's crazy.
$180 3 years ago.
It was in 2022.
Oh boy.
When Amazon.
Oh yeah. Okay. So there you go. Yeah.
Like it's a full 3 years ago that they wanted to buy. And this chart's not even going back that far. If I put it to a weekly. Kind of weird on P8. You just go to 7 days to make it a weekly, but whatever. You could have just had a weekly call. If you go back, it's somewhere in here. There it is. Yeah, that would it would. I'm going to make the assumption it's this spike right here in 2022 because you can see it very distinctly. $61 is what they were going to pay.
Oh, okay.
Like this is one of those. So yeah, that worked out really poorly for iRobot shareholders, blocking that potential deal. You could have had $61 in August of 2022. I mean, it probably would have taken some time to close. and that worked out horribly. But hey, I mean, what can you do? Like, ultimately, this is what the regulators are there for, not necessarily to make it better for you shareholders out there. Like, that's not their concern. Their concern is like antitrust and monopolies, and I guess Amazon would have been too powerful if they bought these guys, right?
Yeah, they would have taken.
Oh my goodness!
You don't want Amazon taking over the home cleaning business, right there. But
doesn't even.
Yeah, so Tesla again.
Your concerns.
Yeah, Tesla's rocking again, still up that 1.5. So from negative story over to some positive stories right now. Canadian CPI numbers are out, but that doesn't really matter. Yeah, and then Broadcom. So I don't know. These are the names that we're looking at. It's been a pretty good weekend. Brendan, what were you up to this? Oh, we'll go to Joe first, and we'll talk about to Brendan what his weekend was like. All right, Joe, what was your weekend like? Joe over there. I know you've got some important things coming up, but how was the weekend?
It was great, man. Nice, relaxing. Played with a dog, played some catch outside, and hit the gym a couple of times. Other than that, it wasn't too bad, man. It wasn't too bad. We're not going to complain. All right, guys, let's get right into this. We're going to take a look at some of the options activity from Friday. Yes, that's correct, Friday. So Rivian at the top of the list here, guys. I mean, putting in a nice session, as we just mentioned. I know Sean and Neil were talking about this not too long ago, but at that $20 strike price, guys, we have the open interest sitting around 30,800 contracts. That is going to be expiring this Friday with substantial volume. As Neil was mentioning as well, too, we were talking about the 19th expiration cycle for quite some time. Yes, that is going to be triple witching. Volume around 50,400 at that $20 level, guys. Now, as for Netflix, a couple tough sessions last week. At that $95 strike price, we're sitting around 14,500 contracts with volume around 6,800. And then silver also putting in substantial options volume, guys. A selling session, but then somewhat of a rebound in the latter half of the Friday session. Open interest 27,000 with volume around 16,500. At that $60 strike price, I have my eyes on silver this morning as it's rebounded and pretty much recovered the majority of Friday's losses. I think that's important to note. And then as for the call of the day, guys, I'm going to actually pull this up here because I want to get a better look at this chart here, the options contract that is. I think it's really important to know. This is what we're going to see. We'll go over all the data here, but this is essentially a gamma squeeze, and I thought it was really cool bringing it up because we can see it in actual live price action here. Well, not live, but you understand what I'm saying. So, all right, guys, MSOS open interest around 37,600, volume around 29,900. Once again, $5 strike price. But you can see for a cheap name, you're having a lofty spread there, guys. Pretty wide delta. Expensive because it is an ITM contract. Gamma exposure, relatively cool. Gamma always going to be greatest at the money, so this is slightly in the money. But look at the at the money implied volatility, 222.6%. That is a lot, guys. So you're going to be paying a substantial premium. But this is what a gamma squeeze looks like, essentially. Sorry, the chart's black. So for some reason, it modified a lot of things. But you have a contract that at one point is worth $1.99 and goes down to worth $2. Not much whatsoever. And then sure enough, on Friday's session, you have this massive squeeze. So if you're looking at options contracts and want to see what a gamma squeeze essentially looks like, there's a prime example right here in MSOS. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, we talked about, Rivian was on that board as well there. So I'm talking about there with Carvana and whatnot. I like the Rivian story, man. I think it is, anything that when you get a car company that's talking less about, the making of cars and more about like what's going to be included and new hype sort of features and trying to get part of that whole FSD and robotic thing. I think Rivian continues to work out there. And now that it's at or near its highs, I really like the look there on Rivian. And then, yeah, Netflix. It's hovering around this, like the bottom's been 93, the top's been like this 96, 97 area. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening today with Netflix. I don't know if there's enough in it for me, but I like this kind of 97, 30-ish break. Like if you can sort of say, okay, well, that was with all the news and all the sort of controversy that came with the Paramount extra bid there. And I know it's a little quiet right now on that, but this 97 break longer, I like that. So 97.30, I think, a break long there on Netflix as well. I think that can work its way back to the upside as WBD still hovering, WBD hovering around $30. So there you go. We'll have to wait to see if this wants to kick too much higher than that. So this is that perfect example again. I don't think Warner Brothers is going to get iRobotted or anything. But like to Neil's point, if you're in a share of iRobot and it gets offered for $61, and you think it's a decent buyout price, maybe you just take the cash. Like right here on Warner Brothers. If you're long this stock and you're a little bit uncertain of this deal, if it gets done or whatever. Now, I don't think Warner Brothers goes down. There's multiple bidders here. This is not a one-trick pony or anything. But, you know, if the top is going to be 30, well, you're at 30 right now. So maybe you don't want to hold on to your shares, risking potentially either a worse deal coming through or Paramount pulls or something. And then this thing goes back down to $27, $28. So just make sure that you understand sort of the risk associated with all this. And here's Warner Brothers right at its peak right now. And we just talked about iRobot. So I think it's kind of one of the same. But there's Warner Brothers right now up to $30.
Yeah, and it's doing great for everybody that's holding on to it. What was interesting is, you know, obviously Joe talked about MSOS there and some of the cannabis names. You might be getting better percentage moves out of a couple of other ones. Like I was just watching Tilray. But worth having a look at what happened on Friday during the midday. That was program buying off of 510 on MSOS. So I think if you just, like I'm going to think about VWAP here pretty simply. If I start to see this bouncing off VWAP like it did a couple of times, maybe just join it that way because very, very distinct. And you can always, to me, like when you see this kind of a very controlled 45-degree angle chart for such a long period of time, it generally indicates buying. If I see something like that again, you want to be a joiner there on MSOS or any of the cannabis names, really. Let's head back up to the desk. I think we have an update.
A couple minutes ago here until 8:30, we are going to get a couple of data points at 8:30, but I wanted to run through everything that's coming up here over the next couple of days because, like I said, it's just a long, long, long list. First off, however, just seeing Google's testing a mobile real estate ad unit that could connect directly to live MLS listings through partner Come Home. That could include full details, filters, and request a tour button that would route buyers directly to agents. So that's kind of cool. Google, again, testing connection with MLS and real estate listings that would send, I guess, listings in your area or your preferences directly to you. Let's have a look at this, though, real quick. Sean mentioned we get Canadian inflation data this morning coming up at 8:30, 2.9 expected, or 2.9 was the prior. 2.9 also expected. That's going to be coming out here in 2 minutes. And then a couple of Fed speakers to be aware of today. Mirren at 9:30, and then Fed's Williams coming up at 10:30. That's about it for today. But that's when we really get into it because coming up tomorrow, ADP and weekly employment change, that's a weekly number. But then we get October and November non-farm payrolls data tomorrow at 8:30. We get October retail sales data at 8:30, and then down here, you're going to see we get also November non-farm payrolls data as well down here, along with manufacturing payrolls, government payrolls, average weekly wages coming up tomorrow at 8:30. So long, long list of data coming tomorrow at 8:30, and then Thursday we'll get CPI as well. So 3 different CPI prints to come. If you fast forward to Thursday, more Fed speak on Wednesday, and then let me just go down here real quick. So November, there it is, core inflation for November coming up on Thursday morning at 8:30. Stick around for that because that's the first real inflation data point that we've had in quite some time that could be relevant to the overall market, and a whole bunch of Fed speakers to go along with that to commentate on what is going to come. I'll bring you this Canadian number, guys. As you mentioned, not a huge deal for the overall market, but we always like to know what inflation is doing around here. We have Michael Noss coming up as well. He's thinking breakouts. So we'll set up that here.
Christmas spirit I see in the back, so we'll can't wait to see and get him on as well. Yeah, look, I was wondering about like, is this next, and maybe, I don't know, well, Michael's always talking about different things, of course, different topics, but yeah, maybe it's going to be the 493, and I talked about that heading into, well, at the end of last week. I said that I didn't expect tech to perform. The Nasdaq's been up 20+% each of the last 3 years. So I just don't know if right now, we talked about different XLF, IWM, some of these other indexes, and of course XLF's an ETF for the banks, but you know, some of these other areas are starting to work, right? And we've mentioned the Caterpillars of the world, the industrial is starting to work out as well. Some of the transports like FedEx is starting to work, you know, get back to the upside here. We went through financials, maybe Berkshire could be something with a lot of their cash and where their holdings are diversified, not all into tech. There's FedEx, like look what FedEx has been doing here. Kind of just under the radar a little bit, I think, for many people not looking over here. And it's looking to take out some levels, FedEx trying to get over that $300 mark. So, you know, nice little run in some of these spots. You've seen MasterCard, Visa, some of those names starting to go upside there as well. I just heard Canada, I didn't see. No, Empire State Manufacturing numbers came out as well. Brendan has the numbers. Let's go over.
2 versus 2.2 on the Canadian CPI there.
Eggs have been strong as well, but I just think there's going to be a little bit of a switch away from some of the tech names, and but I still think we go on and on here into the end of the year, and we'll see if the Nasdaq can get back to all-time highs.
Well, travel's trying to go right now. If you look at a buddy of mine's on a cruise this week, and I know lots of people have been. It's been since COVID. Everyone's spending, or lots of people are spending more on experiences as opposed to things. So that means concerts and travel. If you look specifically, though, like CCL, just as an example, last week you had a big ramp. I mean, NCLH moved as well, but you had a big ramp on Thursday, and then a consolidative day after that. So you're getting that 50 period. An obvious trend is sort of breaking here from the highs. This is a stock that's very much going to be in play, just from a technical standpoint. And whether it's them or, as I said, NCLH, like Norwegian, is going to look not exactly the same, but somewhat similar. Big ramp up. I like CCL better because you can obviously. Oh, that's not even my chart. That's FDX. Was that always? Okay, now I don't even know if you guys were seeing CCL as I was talking about it. You might not have been. So NCLH, which I don't like as much as CCL, see what's going on here? A little bit of a pullback that's not holding, just not as strong of a chart. But CCL, Carnival, clean break of trend, clear consolidation over the 50-period moving average. You got a nice bull flag on the 15-minute chart as well. So this should be in play this week. It's not a breakout of the highs, per se. But it's still a bit of a breakout that is going to be in play with some relative strength in the space. So let's go talk to Michael and see what he likes breaking out.
Interesting note here, guys. Elon Musk and Tesla reportedly testing now full driverless Tesla robotaxis in Austin with no occupants in the car at all after an X video popped out on the weekend, apparently. So he said they were coming, and I guess we're starting to see the first evidence of that. As we said, let's bring in Michael Noss here, get a look at the overall market as we head into what is going to be the last full week, really, of trading here. Michael Noss, good to see you. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
Feeling a little like we're just hanging out around the top here if you zoom out on the chart. I love the first chart that you brought here, and I wanted to just kind of zoom in on that a little bit because I think a lot of people, especially younger traders or people who are fresh to the market, they see this move down, and then they see where we are now, and they think, oh, well, crap, I missed it again. But you're going to talk a little bit about a way that if you're in that camp and feel like, you know, there was a pullback, great opportunity on the way back down to load up a little bit. Now we're right back to the highs. Some people may feel like, I missed it. How do we actually play that?
Yeah, and I love the chat that was going on with Neil and Sean there about other places in the market, because the reason I picked, and this is the S&P 500, the reason I picked this, and you can look at the IWM or the RSP, is that there are areas of the market that do feel a little overdone, especially if you zoom out for multiple years. Sean talked about the 20%, 3 years in a row of 20% for the Nasdaq. But if you're looking here at the S&P 500, then yeah, we haven't really quite broken out again yet. We haven't hit those all-time highs. And the IWM just broke out a couple weeks ago from its 2021 high. So there's an argument to be made that in some areas of the market, especially small caps and some of the lesser known large caps, industrials and financials and things like that, that we're just getting started. So if this AI thing is going to benefit the rest of the world, we may start to see that, and you may start to see these sectors continue to go. But for this kind of short-term chart, the reason I kind of drew this the way I did is because I think probably everybody in chat there and everyone watching has read enough of a technical analysis tech book to identify a bull flag. And they're not generally as clean as they are in the textbooks, because you grab the best example to put in. But I'm looking at this as a little bit of a bull flag. We closed on Friday kind of right where we were like 2.5 weeks ago. So we had this big push up off the lows. We hit the prior highs, and then we've done nothing since then, which to me is perfectly bullish and normal price action. You expect to have some churn into that overhead demand. But what I'm doing personally is I'm preparing for what if we get the next move. And the beauty, and I think the reason that everybody loves a gold bull flag, is because the rules come fairly simple here, right? We are in an uptrend. We are pausing in an uptrend. So if we are going to bet that the uptrend continues, then we simply want to buy things that are breaking out if they break out. And if we roll over here and we break 680 and we start to go down into the 650s again, then we don't even have to worry about placing a trade, because we're waiting for that breakout to occur. So the next chart I just have, again, is the equity curve for this particular strategy, which the reason I want to bring the equity curve is because I want to really hammer in that this strategy is wrong about 52% of the time. So the win rate on the symbols I'm going to give you here, if they trigger over this length of time, which is 25 years of backtested and thousands of trades, is only 48-ish%. So you will be wrong more often than you're right. That's why people, I think, get frustrated trading breakouts. However, you can see over time, managing risk correctly with this particular system, you end up making money. There's multiple year periods where you don't, and the equity curve just shops sideways. But the trading breakouts reminds me of an old saying that I used to love from one of my trading mentors, who's just always used to say, trading's about staying alive until you get lucky. And that's what doing these breakouts feel like, is that you're managing risk very, very tightly. You're getting, paper cut after paper cut. Every now and then you get a little bit of lucky and you get something that just kind of, you buy it and you go and it rips. And that's what makes this low win rate strategy profitable in the long run, is that every now and then you're just going to hit something that does great. So for this particular strategy, again, just the rule set, we're just looking to buy breakouts into new highs out of these flags. Very tight stop loss at the bottom of the flag. And then we are looking to hold for a week. So roughly 5 trading days is about the optimal trade time here. I like time stops, which is something we can go over as opposed to profit targets or anything, because it gives you that opportunity to kind of get lucky. So first one is DDL, which is Ding Dong. It says Cayman, but I looked into it. This is actually one of those, it's a Chinese company, but it is actually in the Cayman Islands because that's the way it says. And you can see the little bull flag here up on the chart. So we have a nice push from about 150 to $3. So it pretty much doubled off its lows. And then 5 days or so are sideways action, which is what we're looking for in this strategy. So if it breaks 210, we're interested. We're wrong under $2, and then again about 1 week a hold there. Next is DXGX. That's a hard one to say. This is a more kind of established company. This is a U.S. company. The gap up that you're seeing here when I drew in this flag was off of earnings. I personally like that because it means that there's some fundamental people out here that actually look at the earnings and read them and know these numbers who liked it. So it gapped up on earnings and kind of ran all day. And then we've been inside that candle. So above 94, we're interested in getting involved. Below 90, we are wrong or early, which is the same thing. So we got to get out. Last but not least is FET. And this is probably the most bull flag of the bunch. There wasn't, you didn't have to really squint to see this one, because ever since this little breakout that we had in December, we have just between about 34 and 36 have just been bopping back and forth the whole time, haven't really moved one way or another. So a nice clean break above 36, we're interested, and then again, we're wrong under 34. And the idea here is that when we see the market set up in a certain way, and in which case right now it looks like a potential bull flag, we just want to find the right system and find the right strategy to trade that if we're right. And if the market rolls over here, Brendan was saying there's a bunch of Fed people talking, they could just completely tank us, and then probably none of these things will trigger, and we don't have a trade, and we just sit in cash.
How could you go wrong, Michael Noss, with something called Ding Dong, first of all? I mean, regardless of
Still don't know what they do.
Regardless of the technicals, I think that's a great idea. The setup here, let's get a little nitty gritty, because we always get questions after the fact when it comes to some of these ideas. Specifically, is it a close we want to see above, a high? I think a lot of people, and just in general, I think a lot of people can make the mistake when it comes to these types of ideas of just getting way too detail oriented and saying, was it a 15-minute close or a 10-minute close or a daily close, or is it above 94 or just passing 94, or, and then, and you can just drive yourself crazy with the details overall.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons I really wanted to hammer on the low win rate, because I think one of the superpowers of backtesting, and especially backtesting 25 years, is I don't fool myself in anymore to think that every trade I'm going to make makes money, because this, there's the original back test of this had 50,000 trades in it. Now it has like 20 or 30,000 trades in it. So I know that across that massive amount of data, I'll be wrong half the time. So, to answer the question, when you're running a back test and you're running a back test for that long a period of time, you're doing it all programmatically, you don't really have the ability to kind of really nitpick and fine tune entries. So assuming what we're doing is the same as the back test, is the second it breaks that price, we're getting involved, right? The back test, assuming you just have a stop loss or a stop limit out there, and you're just getting filled at that price as it goes through, and then taking the stop loss if it does. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with a little discretion. Like if you like a ding dong, but maybe you don't trust it too much, and you want to watch it on a 30-minute chart or so to see if it holds, that's fine. But you got to imagine what you're trading is that by waiting, you're trading confirmation for potentially the best price, because it could just break and rip. And if you're okay with that, I think that's totally fine.
And I think it emphasizes the importance of understanding your time frame, understanding the type of trade, understanding the principle and the idea before you actually start hitting buttons on the keyboard or clicking a mouse. Is this, I know one of the questions we also get all the time is this something that can translate into a 5-minute time frame, a 3-minute time frame, 2-minute, et cetera?
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think you could do it on weekly charts. You could do it on all kinds of charts. But the premise is pretty simple. You're looking for a strong move in one direction, the market to rest for a short period of time, and a breakout to continue. You see it all the time on really small cap and micro cap stocks. But, you're probably going to get the same issue when you're trading in the direction of the trend and you're trading a breakout that, everybody is looking at. You're going to get a lot of fake outs. And for me, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with knowing when I hit the button, there's a better than 50-50 chance I'll lose. Some people are not. So like you're talking about, understanding the setup, I think is perfect, and that you have to kind of sit there and do that. And maybe I'll bring some more intraday setups to see if I can find some that meet this criteria. But yeah, you're going to be wrong more often than you're right. But if you're okay with that and you're disciplined enough to manage risk, I think over the long run, you'll be fine.
And then last question, I swear, if we look at all of this, macro type stuff that's coming up this week with, 3 different CPI prints, we get a couple of different non-farm prints that are backlogged. How much weight do you put towards the overall narrative when looking at a strategy like this?
Less than 0. For me, every bit of news I learn about the market is against my will. It's important to understand, like, if there's a big Fed number coming, I think it's important to understand that it is coming. And maybe if you're worried about that volatility, that the only thing you can really do is kind of lower risk. I have no idea what any of these. It seems like one Fed guy comes out and tanks the market, and then the other Fed guy comes out and rips the market, and it's impossible to predict which one. But I think knowing that these numbers or knowing these talk speakers are coming allow you to manage risk very well. So if you are someone who is very risk averse, you just know that there are people out there that could move the market one way or another in a significant direction, and you lower your size, and then you can continue to trade. And then if you look and there's nothing in your way as opposed to economic numbers, then maybe it's you size up a little bit more, but you take the same setups, in my opinion, regardless.
Understand the rules and the time frame you're working on, bottom line, depending on the idea as always. Great stuff. Michael Noss, we'll see you again on Friday.
Thank you. See you Friday.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Neil, I remember your request, and we're going to do that right now. We're going to start with the downgrades, mixing things up a little bit, so we end it with a positive note. All right, guys. Yes, last week Sean requested Bitcoin. You requested we start with the downgrades first, so we're going to do that. All right, guys. At the top of the list, we have ARM. Yes, that's correct. Down 3.62%, guys. Going from a neutral to a sell by Goldman Sachs, lowering that price target to $120. Now, as for Norwegian Cruise Lines, we're down 0.6% in the pre-market. Price target being lowered to $20. Also, the rating being at a hold as well, too, guys. So Texas Instruments going from a buy to a sell by Goldman Sachs, lowering that price target to $156. You're down almost 3% here in the morning. And Service Now going from sector weight to underweight, price target being lowered to $775 by KeyCorp. You're down 5 1/8. And as for some of the upgrades, guys, a lot of the hotel chains getting that upgrade, but we're going to start it off with Micron by Wedbush, getting that price target to 2.4%. We're 2.4% positive in the pre-market, with a price target being raised to $300. Also a rating of outperform, guys. Hershey's chocolate right here, Morgan Stanley price target $211. Going from a mixed rating to an overweight, you're up 1 orders in the pre-market session. Now, as for Las Vegas Sands, guys, 3% positive in the pre-market, price target being raised to $80. And then we have Marriott as well, too, going from a $288 price target to a $345 price target.
There we go. Ended on a positive note. So instead of looking at that ARM downgrade, well, the travel names we'd already talked about, but Micron, 3% on basically just this upgrade. And looking pretty solid. SNVK is also up as well, if you're looking at some of the other memory names. But, Micron, maybe look, if 248 can hold, this is a 15-minute chart, right? It's been a pretty decent level here. If this can hold over the open, I think a bit of a gap fill is in play for this. So it's making some move to the upside, 3%, almost 3% up. I like this 248 hold off the open. Tesla apparently just just broke out the highs as well. Gonna go some dip buy hunting. But as far as the upgrades and downgrades, I'm gonna be more interested in that Micron. And all morning I was like, why is ARM down 3%? I didn't see a specific news story, but I guess ARM just down because of that downgrade. Start with the positive, go to the negative. This is one you got to wait for. It's about to lose. We'll see. I mean, it's above 125 still, but that's a pretty major support going all the way back to June. So you lose that, and anything in the 80 to 100 range is an auto buy for myself. But it's still got some support down here in ARM. Like Micron much better, though, today.
Yeah, I want to go, we always obviously talk about tech names, and I just want to say like Las Vegas Sands, right? I mean, it's been on a run, that is for sure. LVS, you can look at Wynn as well, as many of these names continue to tick a little bit higher. So I just, we sort of looked at different sectors that were popping off. I talked a little bit about the financials. We went over and talked a bit about travel and whatnot. It looks like now that I see Wynn as opposed to LVS, it looks like LVS is the one right now that's working. So I wonder if there's going to be a catch-up trade here with Wynn Resorts. But wow, Las Vegas Sands there on China. I mean, they have a little bit more exposure with Macau, obviously there in China, than does Wynn. So here's LVS. I mean, they're both huge, but it's Las Vegas Sands right now that seems to be the better operator in getting higher right now. So we had Marriott on the upgrade and LVS. So, travel sector seems to be going quite well now. And I guess, Las Vegas is a funny thing. No one really wants to travel there in the summertime. It's just too warm. And right now, it looks like it's prime time travel space. So we watch out to see if LVS continues to go higher. As I like the space. I wonder if this is getting a little heated. You know, I always look at stock and say, how far away from the 200 period moving average are you? And right now, that's $50. You're up to 67. We don't get that far away, and when we do, sometimes we correct back into the mean. So I still like the stock. I like the space, and I think this is an interesting spot to look at. Wondering about LVS versus Win. Something to be considered as well. Then CZR, Caesars Entertainment Group would be another name to look at. You can look at MGM and all that in this space. And I have to do a little bit of work to find out which one's the winners and losers over here, because LVS going Oppo here to Caesars for sure. And then MGM, is that not a stock? Oops, my chart just screwed up there because I hit backspace. Yeah, MGM. I thought it was. Yeah, I was always wondering if these things get bought out, but there's MGM as well. Let's just have a quick little look and we'll throw it back over to Brendan. Again, this is just a Vegas. There should be an ETF called like LVSH, Las Vegas Holdings. That's too much similar to LVS, but hotels in Vegas or something like that.
Should be SLOT.
A slot. Yeah, that's a good one.
That
yeah,
should be the casino.
Yeah, that's a good one too. That could be. You could have DraftKings, all these kind of different gambling things in there as well. That would be a good one too. Yeah, or BRKPT, bankrupt if you go to Vegas and you don't win. But anyways, there it goes, MGM. So yeah, I think LVS, if you're going to play any of them there, just based on relative strength in the spot. So I just put the sticky note out, just finalizing it before I send it out. I got iRobot on there. So this is going to be down at $1 soon. We'll see what happens there. We'll talk about this. Obviously, it will be on our watch list as well. That's out right now. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. You can easily go in there right here today. I'm going to show it to you in a second. Get our link in description. It's right here, man. This is the watch list. It has absolutely everything you need to know in here that you possibly could want to know. We have the expected numbers coming through, right? We have what's moving in the pre-market, what sort of earnings are expected, then just a bunch of stories. Nvidia, Palantir, iRobot, ServiceNow, Tesla, Radio Pharma, Theranostics Limited. Obviously, you guys know all about that one. Crypto stocks. So,
it's moving.
You know, yeah, there's lots of stuff to go on here. It's completely free. Grab our watch list, link in description there. Sign up for it, delivered to your inbox every single day. And then, honestly, to become a member, it's $5 a month. We always get those coming through. We really appreciate that. And again, you'll get some morning notes there. Sharif not in today. And then you'll also get the emojis. But yeah, check it out right there. Hit the like and the subscribe. And then right now, how many people do we have watching? Let me just find out what our percentage is right now. Jerry's percentages. We have over close to 4,000 watching. And this just tells you that 22% of you are not subscribed. So you always see Neil and I just looking at top left or top right, depending on where our chat is. We check this out all the time. So if you tag us at, I think Brendan's in here sometimes, at Brendan, there's at Joe, I'm at Sean, he's at Neil. We all have our TTV handles and all that kind of stuff. So go in there, check it out. And I think I just realized, no, I'm logged in as Sean. Okay, good. You know, hit us up and let us know. And the only way to be part of the chat is to be a subscriber. So get in there. It's completely free. Hit the little bell there on your YouTube page, whether or not you're on mobile or not. We need to get you part of subscribe. So, all right, let's go back over and see what Brendan's up to over there at the Lonely Desk.
I was just looking through these ETFs, guys. There is two. BET is one, BETZ, and then this one as well, BJK. But neither have really good volume at this point. So, but yeah, BETZ has DraftKings and those types of names in it as well. So we can have a look at those. A couple other things to consider here. I saw a note on Joby this morning. It wasn't really doing anything, but a positive note from a couple of analysts on Joby, the flying taxi company, basically saying they completed all of the testing that they wanted to do in 2025 successfully, completed all the license acquisitions they wanted to do in 2025 successfully. Next step, taking this thing to the actual market and getting rides actually happening. So Joby back to the upside. There's also Archer Aviation, of course, we can look at that. Berkshire, there's a couple people mentioning Berkshire, BRKB. Not really doing anything here this morning, but what we've known for quite some time, official now, that the transition will occur coming up here for the CEO side of things. Anyways, Greg Abel going to take over officially right at $500, guys. Nice couple of weeks here for Berkshire. Back to the upside. Not a lot of volume behind that either. A couple other things moving around as well. There was Coke on a interesting story regarding a coffee brand that they have that they were trying to sell, haven't had success selling, and now they just might keep entirely. And Johnson & Johnson, there was more stories regarding the talc. They're still going through the courts with some of these talc cases and finding solutions for those. So Johnson & Johnson moving around here as well. But BRKB, one that everyone obviously knows of because of Warren Buffett, but right back to $500, absolutely key level here as we make this CEO transition. There was an interesting note I was reading, not last weekend, but the weekend before. I forget where it was. Bloomberg might have been. Talking a little bit about whether or not this company will transition into something a little more common when it comes to maybe a dividend, maybe talk about a split to get more retail involved, something that Warren Buffett has said absolutely not. If you can't afford to trade my stock, don't trade my stock, and look at options that way to increase exposure to this. But I don't know, what are you guys' thoughts here as we make this transition? Finally, well known, obviously, but here it is.
You know, I guess it makes some sense to see, to expect that you could see some actual real changes in Berkshire in terms of how they normally operate. It'd be weird for them to go the route of splits and dividends, but I guess that's, you know what, I don't complain is the wrong word, but oftentimes I'll say all the time, it's like, why would you not want to split? I mean, it's never a bad thing to have a few more eyeballs on there, more action. Berkshire's never been a company that's wanted necessarily all of that crazy retail action for whatever reasons, mostly because of Warren Buffett just didn't care for it. But it couldn't be a bad thing, I don't think, for some momentum. That being said, like the stock it's in a nice boring range. Oddly enough, like nice little channel up. You're not going to trade it. I think this is a place that, at least for now, you're still looking like you can go to it for a little security. Because of the cash, you figure we get a pullback. The idea is that they'll have a bunch of cash that they can put in the right spots. But I don't have the same feels as I did about it before. I got to be real with you. And a lot of times that comes down to when you have such a singular presence at the head of any business, you want to give it some time to see how things shake out. See if you still feel the same way about it after the fact. I want to be able to give them benefit of the doubt. I still have some in my account, but I'm not really much of a buyer. But J&J, on the other hand, we just kind of brush past that story. Hello, J&J. I mean, this is on fire. This is breaking out. So, like, if you look, and we've been talking about this, you know, healthcare. A lot of healthcare names have been doing pretty well. A lot of defensive names, sometimes in rotation, do pretty well. But J&J has been going. You can't necessarily call this a day trade stock either. It's done almost no volume. But in terms of a holder, this one looks pretty good. They still got their divvy for sure. So yeah, J&J looks a little more exciting to me right now than Berkshire, obviously.
Yeah, look, I started putting some money into Berkshire when Brendo and we all had that podcast maybe, I don't know, it feels like maybe it was 3 or 4 years ago now. I have to look up to see how long ago that was. But yeah, obviously the news of no more Warren Buffett there, you know, one of the greatest, obviously, you know, investors and stories of this market. And it's just, it still is like a nice little upside trend here, right? I mean, if you're going to look at, you know, and say, well, we're not near that 540, I just think that's an opportunity to buy. You know, there's no way the Buffett family and all that is going to leave this in unable, his name is Abel, but hands there. This is why I need a dare around here. To leave, you know, this huge company, $1 trillion, right, in unabated hands. So you know, I like the move higher. We talked about a rotation into different names, and I think Berkshire does. Marissa started messaging me, and I got sidetracked, so it's my bad. But I wanted to find out like what percentage the holdings are. But we still knew that there's Bank of America, Coke, big names involved in there, and you know, Apple's still their biggest stock. So you know, you're getting exposure with all of these names as well. So I like Berkshire. I do think they should give a dividend, but they don't, so that's fine. Just keeps getting reinvested in the stock. And remember, like, capital gains are taxed at a different rate anyways than dividends, and maybe more favorable depending on what your tax situation is. So Berkshire does have advantages and disadvantages to it, and I just think do your own little study there. And I think what Brendan and Neil were talking about with the split, so be it, honestly. I mean, it's just a name. There are so many, and I actually agree with Warren or whoever was mentioning this kind of stuff, is that you don't need to trade everything under the sun. If it's not for you, buy it and hold it. There's probably, like, I think you can get Berkshire in Canada as well. BRK.BCC. I don't know. I think there is. We might not have it in here, but here it is. Berkshire Hathaway Canada. Yeah.
Yeah, we have.
So this is it. So I was looking, it was the first one that showed up. Normally it's .cc, but this is again, like an ETF that's been derived back down into Canadian dollars. So this is $36. So it looks like it's been divided by 20 or so Canadian dollar wise. And this is just another way to get exposure to it if you had Canadian funds, brk.to. So there are other ways of getting involved in Berkshire where you're not paying the huge fee there, the huge dollar per share. And then we also talk about too, like if you're at Wealthsimple or Robinhood or IBKR, and I don't want to speak too much about the different brokers, but you can also trade half shares or whatever, quarter shares of many different names. So I would say get involved on that side of things. And I think Berkshire is a buy down here, especially as we just had Michael Noss. I was talking about diversification as well, away from some of the tech names. So I don't think there's anything wrong with Berkshire. And then here we go, the best keep getting better. Apparently Nvidia right now. I just saw something show up on our little chat there. They're releasing some sort of a new, there it is, debuts new Nemotron family of open models. So I don't know exactly what this means, but here we go right here. Just more things happening. Well, it's not going to be a story that's, okay, it is maybe going to be a story that moves the stock a little bit right here, but 3 times output, I don't know what all this stuff means, but Nemotron right now taking over. I am Nemotron.
It sounds like a Decepticon.
Yeah, so anyways, right there, open models in nano, super, and ultra sizes. Here it goes, man, agentic AI applications. So there's the buzzwords kicking here for Nvidia. So there it goes, man, bye-bye Nemotron. It is now the world of Nemotron. And we'll see what happens with that, but there you go, another move up there. But all right, Brendan, Nemotron. As soon as you thought you heard it all, you're hearing more right now, Nemotron. So it is, I don't know what Mike Peter Ryder's talking about there, like clockwork, but I think to the point of all these big companies, this is why I think it's important that you always do hold some kind of the biggest of all of the different sectors, because they keep on innovating, and although they're getting hit down like a name like Oracle, at some point the boat and the ship gets righted, and you just trying to stay in the best companies for as long as you can, and as long as it matches your sort of risk tolerance, I think Nvidia is going to be a winner and bouncing off some of these lows. All right, let's go back. Yeah, Brendo, what do you think about all this?
In nano, super, and ultra sizes, whatever that means. So strap in. Whoever's creating these names is getting very, very creative, though. I mean, maybe not in, what was it? Meta, I guess it was, we were talking about last week with avocado. That was a bit of a fail, I think. But anyways, if you haven't done so yet, grab the watch list, absolutely free. Link is below in the description. Top link will get you to the sign up page. Has everything on it you need to know every single morning before we come on at 8 o'clock. It's FREE free. Conveniently, Nvidia, top of that list. We'll touch on what we need to know here this morning as far as Nvidia is concerned. There's a number of analysts reiterating positive positions, increasing price targets today. As I was mentioning, I was reading that article going back to last week suggesting that 2026 just going to mirror essentially the demand side of things as far as AI is concerned in 2025, although we might see the next layer come into play instead of the actual build out, the infrastructure build out, we get the actual applications, what we're actually going to be using AI for. One of those, a lot of people I've heard really, really big on is the healthcare side of things and possibly pharmaceuticals even. So Nvidia back to the upside to start things off here and debuting, if you're just joining, Nemotron. I love that name.
I mean, yeah, why not? Although I'm not crapping on the avocado name from Meta. I got no issues there. I love avocado. It's delicious. and they're fantastic. It looks like we might be breaking away here on Nvidia. What's interesting is this is almost the same setup as Micron, and I just kind of like Micron on that upgrade because I don't know if Nvidia had strong enough news. I'm like, yeah, I'll go with Micron because it's a little bit stronger on the daily chart. But that's the same. This is the same pattern. We have the morning and afternoon resistance. Well, it's not really. I call it the afternoon resistance because that's late morning right in here where we try to pop back this 178. So I think you play over under at that 178. You had some consolidation and a breakout on Thursday through 178. Like, see what happened when it was able to consolidate lower and then break out, and then on Friday consolidate the exact same level and couldn't break out. So you know this is a key price at 78. The only issue with Nvidia is it's still lazily downward trending on the daily. So it's maybe not the one that I like for that long. I look over and I see like Micron doing a similar pattern, but a much better looking daily chart. So with one, I just want to see it hold over 248 for sure. Micron at the open, it's kind of struggling to do so now. But with Nvidia, are we really past the overall trend just because we got like a little bit of spike on news? Not if I don't see buyers over the 178. So yeah, it's over VWAP. That's a good thing. Yeah, we've given some, or we've also pushed back from some of the sell-off or half of the sell-off from Friday. That's also a good thing. But if I don't see buyers over 178, then to me, it's a very muted win right now. Even though you're up 1.5% on Nvidia, unless we start holding that over the open, I'm not going to be excited there.
Yeah, so I had Palantir, Tesla, iRobot. So we're going to go through our watch list right here today as well. I have not Nvidia on there, but it doesn't matter. I'm still going to be talking about it. There's Palantir, Tesla, iRobot, and JP Morgan making the sticky note today. Go check that out on X right now. I can put the link in the description very soon. But I understand what Neil's saying there about the momentum and that sort of the trend is down, right? I mean, the fact that it's up 1.4% makes me think long today for sure. But I'm not sure about these current prices. Like whoopsies, unfixed. Down here in these bottom wicks into 170, I don't think we get to there today unless this market really wants to turn itself around. And I didn't really look at the TQs yet. It's kind of tough to look at the NASDAQ first thing on a Monday. I'm not sure where the momentum is going to be in the whole NASDAQ together overall. Our futures, by the way, I'm going to change this. Right now our connection to the NASDAQ is down to the CME. Sorry, yeah, thank God, not the NASDAQ. So, yeah, but this is what I was trying to get at was the NASDAQ right now is up 0.69 and starting to get going now again. Thank God it's not 0.67. But if that, he scared me there. He was Randy. Hey, Randy, how's it going over there? Oh, yeah, you better believe it. He said cold, by the way. Yeah, so NASDAQ up 0.69, which is nice. Start trying to fade back out just a little bit here. We'll talk about our futures situation in a minute, that it's down right now. But, yeah, NVIDIA pulling back. So I was just going to say, like, the NASDAQ's up 0.68, NVIDIA's up. So I think you got to play the good feels here. The only thing is like, when you sort of zoom out, that 175, like, we've had some pretty negative days coming into this. And I just don't know what sort of news story we're looking for. This Nemotron, I don't think that that's going to be anything really. It's a nice little pickup right now. We still worry about China and, you know, the risk of these tariffs and the 25% tax that apparently you can pay to now get into the country. It's kind of like a little $5 million visa to get or $5 million to get your Visa card now. I think if you can sell anything in China, I think this name eventually winds up working. It's just right now it's in its slowdown period, and this is really where I just last bought it. So I think there's a lot of bag holders if we break underneath 170, and then the panic starts to set in a little bit. So for me, Nvidia is just a little too uncertain for me to hop into right now. Honestly, I'm not convinced of a direction. It would be AMD would be if I was looking short. Feeling like AMD is the right one because at least here we have this 220 where it seems like we're fading off of that. And now it's been a couple days in a row where you've had some downside action into there. And at the same time, you're stuck in a little bit of a channel between 220 and 200. So I think AMD can eventually win this whole thing. You have to don't forget about the software stack that's involved with NVIDIA. It's harder to sometimes switch over from one into the other. But with all that being said, all we're going to do is look at ranges. The momentum really is in Broadcom. And the thing is, this is a 300. Do we have Broadcom on there? No, we do not. Okay, good. So Broadcom's obviously a $400, was a $400 name, and just continues to have this this trajectory here in the pre-market. So a little bit of a worry. They have a beat on the top and bottom line last week, but doesn't stop it from going lower. So I would think Broadcom right here, if there's some kind of a rally in the chip space, look to see if Broadcom gets back up into this area between 360 to 363. Like, we just dropped off at 360 right now, so that might not be the short area. But to start it at VWAP at 361 and then use 363 as your route, I think you'll be okay there. So I would rather short this space right now with Broadcom. And then the entire sector, SMH, I think was flattish today. No, up 1.21%, so there you go. So it's Nvidia really carrying the day here. And didn't we see Intel? I always have to look over there to make sure it's not on the list as well. I know we're getting a little long in the tooth here.
They're possibly making a purchase.
Right, so I saw this morning that Intel was the strongest of all the chip names. So this is something that's interesting to me as well, with backed by U.S. government here. Nvidia has a $5 billion stake in Intel, and now they're looking to deploy some of that money. I'm not sure who they're trying to buy or what that is all about, but with this new influx maybe of cash, looking to disperse it around a little bit, we could see Intel down here. This is a 1-minute chart, that's 38, where the 200 period moving average is. That's somewhat interesting to me. So yeah, we'll look at 38 on Intel if it does dip down right into there.
Well, it's a private company.
Oh.
It's a Samba Nova. They're like an AI chip startup, but they're a private company. And it's not that big. It looks like, and apparently they're close. $1.6 billion deal. It's not a huge price tag there for Intel. And anytime you're talking about acquisition and then the stock is moving up, that's generally the market telling you they like it. The stock that always has news, it seems like, maybe not every single day, but at least once a week, Palantir's got a contract.
Yeah, at least once a week for sure. Here's the daily look right now, back to 184.5, 185, kind of right at the top of this range. Once again, that's come into play for the past couple of months here, if you missed it. Renewing a 3-year renewal with the DGSI, which is France's intelligence agency. So again, this is an ongoing contract. They're just re-upping it for another few years. So ho-hum, another contract, guys. This move higher, though, continuing for Palantir.
I mean, I have it written down as my number one trade idea today. I was hoping for a move back in, and this is what I want to show everybody about Palantir. Like, this was what started off on Friday, then it finally kicked back over, made it like almost a complete V-shaped recovery, and then held at the close half decently considering the market went for a little bit of a move down. This is what Palantir did on Thursday, straight to the downside. This is what Palantir did. We had a nice move up on Wednesday, but then it fell right back into the lows before basing out. So every day around 10 o'clock, it seems like we have a little bit of a base. This took until 11. This kept on going. So you know what? At the end of the day, when you're looking at this as a chart right here, it still looks like it has nice upside trajectory, but inside of all of these days are very violent dips. Okay, and this dip right here, this is the 50-period moving average. That's at 179.50 right now. So that's where I'm looking long. I wrote down 180, just thinking that if we do dip down into those areas, the last few days, as I just mentioned, we've gotten pretty violent moves off the open. So I don't even think this would be that violent to get back into here, into 180, 181, maybe 182. Let's just wait to see what Palantir winds up doing. But hey, look, man, a deal with France. Unfortunately, we saw some unfortunate incidences over the weekend. There one in Australia, and not that that's had anything to do with national defense or anything like that, but it puts in mind sort of the fact that the governments maybe need to spend a little bit of money. Watch out for immigration. Palantir is huge in immigration as well as these defense contracts, and then just sign that one over there here with France as well. So a lot of people may not trade Palantir because of the war inferences that they do have and all that kind of stuff, but it's the foundry. They do have a lot of commercial businesses as well. So I just looked today, Palantir cruising with the futures. Would like to see it up a little bit more than where it is right now, but on any weakness today, let it base out, and I think Palantir can be an absolute monster today. And you got to play it off some level. So 180 is what I'm going to try. If it does come back in, good for it. It's not the stock I want to blow out the top. That name is too lower than where we are right now.
Well, the way I'm going to look for Palantir is there was a trade to VWAP on Friday that worked out, and it's when it does that same kind of thing Sean's talking about. Like if you get the trend down early on Palantir, just let it break the trend. And if it sets up, and it did set up a quite distinct trend line, and then this is where it broke the trend line right about noon, and then look at the shot up to VWAP. So Palantir I like for some trend breaks, but I'll let it do its own thing off of the open and then make something distinct for a reversion trade on Palantir. It just seems like when it breaks a downtrend, you're good to go as a day trade.
There's somebody,
Curtis.
yeah, I just put this up
Curtis
here.
Cribs, Shkreli blew up his account, so I guess this is my new daily watching winking face. Oh, that's...
You should be, I just put this up here,
Hey,
Curtis,
guys.
because, you know, you should have been here from the first place, but we do appreciate you coming here now. And that's the thing, right? We talked about this Shkreli guy. Some people are just here for views. We've been here from day one, man. We've been here since 2020, and you know we have over 550,000 subscribers. We have over 10,000 viewers even right now. So we want to thank everybody for watching and keep this show going, man. It's sure sometimes we have some things to discuss here on the show, but this is completely free. Again, and right now 6,000 watching, 600 likes. So thank you so much for all of that. Keep hitting the like button as more and more viewers will trickle in. We do, at our peak between 10 to 12,000. So those of you that are watching us, thank you so much for coming through again. And remember, we are live now at 8 a.m. So you can get the sticky note as well. I'll put that up there. Neil has his notes out. This is a completely free watch list that we're going through every single day as well. Joey Options gives his plays earlier. We have the upgrades. We have the downgrades. We have Shreef's morning note when he's here. He'll be in later on. And just lots of things happening over here at Trader TV Live. So make sure that you just keep on going right there.
Keep on keeping on.
Yeah, keep on keeping on right there. Thank you, Aura Alpha. We love that. Head, Sean? Okay, well, thank you. I like my head is okay as well there right now. Wish it was a little more furry.
Joe had the fresh fade going on.
Oh, last week?
Yeah. No, today.
Oh, I know. He's got it.
But then he's
robbing a bank right
inside.
now. Show Joe's bank robber look right here. There it is. What's up? What's going on, Joe? Right there. Where's the balaclava, my guy over there?
It is cold.
Right. Oh, you know what? He looks like that guy from Home Alone. You know, the guy's wearing the hat there, burns the top, and he has like a big hole there. I cannot believe I was watching Home Alone 2 yesterday. The thing is like, I know it's just funny to talk, like we always say this, but like you can't survive any of those traps that this guy lays out for you. Like you're not getting hit in the head by a bowling ball.
Concussions.
Someone drops a bowling ball 20 feet on your head.
The brick.
Just any of those things.
He throws a brick to the head.
Oh yeah.
3 stories higher. You're dead.
Yeah. No, man.
That's it. It's over. Movie is done. It's over. But that's
look,
the fun thing about movies.
We're 40-year-old dudes.
Over.
I know I may look like 30, but we're 40-year-old dudes. The thing is, if I fall down normal stairs, I'm breaking something. Probably a hip. I don't know what I'm breaking. These guys are falling down ice-clad, like the stair. And boom, they're nailing their head against the door. Man.
Yeah, but you can't have the... Yeah, I mean...
Anyway, shout out to...
Obviously, it's a little bit absurd.
To Home Alone.
A little bit.
But yeah, that's true. Yeah, the bad guys were built different back then. Yeah, they could go through all of that. That house has been for sale, Brendan, a couple times there in Chicago. Yeah, they keep on showing it like now and then pictures I saw. Maybe it was just for sale recently, but that home a little too big for me. And then plus I'd be so scared to be home alone.
Okay, first of all, that was the biggest thing in the 80s. They probably still do it now in TV, but if in the 80s and 90s, straight up, we'll get to service now in a second. In the 80s and 90s, just look at the houses that people lived in these movies. Like, what did Kevin's family do for a living? First of all, like, look at that house. Are you crazy? Like, look at Parenthood with, like, what's his name, with Steve Martin?
Yeah.
Like, that house is ridiculous. And there's always, and they're all like, oh my goodness, we're strapped for money and stressed about this and that. Meanwhile, they live in a house that looks like it should be like a movie star up in that bad boy. But anyways, that's how they get you to want things. So you watch these things, it's like the same thing with like Friends, right? Like they're supposed to be struggling in their 20s, and they have some kick-ass apartment in New York. It doesn't even make any sense. Let's go talk about ServiceNow, which, well, it's not going well for them.
Yeah, day lows, in fact, right now coming into play. I mean, this is a huge $800+ stock, but still a couple things to note on this. Hey, there's a cool camera over there. ServiceNow shares trading lower after KeyBank downgrades to underweight. And then there's this as well. ServiceNow nearing a $7 billion deal for Armis, which is a cybersecurity company, according to Bloomberg. So those two things combined has this thing down big time here this morning, guys.
Yeah, watch out if this loses 800. I think you might, look, usually for this, if you're getting the bump down, because of a simple acquisition or something like that. I tend to think you want to give it a few days to settle down. The problem here for ServiceNow, it was already trending down in the first place. So maybe even see if it will break 800 in the next few days. Let it try to settle in the 7s somewhere. But it's that 3-day rule, down 5%. If it wasn't for the fact that like the volume is pretty bad on this, so it doesn't do a lot of volume, probably play it for. I mean, most people would probably trade it with options, but give it a couple of days to be able to react to this news. We said the same thing for Netflix whenever you have an acquisition or any kind of a deal. I'd feel the same way here. You don't want to pick it up on day one, even if it looks like support at $800. Let that settle for a couple of days here for ServiceNow. Not the strongest name in the sector either.
Yeah, I like ServiceNow, but yeah, I mean, you could find different names. Always watch out. We talked about the downdraft in Netflix. That's happening because they're looking to acquire and give up a little bit. For me, you know, we saw a good example of that with Palo Alto. Had a move down there on earnings right here where they announced that they were an acquirer, and then it took a couple days before it started to get going back up to the upside. Marvell has the same situation. That's not it there. Marvell has the same situation happening with it right now, but Marvell's tied up in the whole data center situation, but they bought Celestial AI, so that's another situation where they were up near $100, and we were able to get out of some up here at 100. It came up here way too many times for us to not get out. But yeah, they made an acquisition on their earnings as well, and they popped on earnings and then had faded back in over the last couple of days on something similar to what's happening there to PanW and ServiceNow. And there was a couple other recent buys, and you know, the biggest example, we don't have Netflix on there, but I think Netflix is another situation where you look to maybe buy the dip, especially if you do some work on the streaming space, right? These guys are winning in the streaming space. It doesn't look like that if you think about when they started talking about Warner Brothers. So I think Netflix is another one of those examples here where an acquiring company getting hit to the downside that probably doesn't need to be. These companies often know what they're doing. So I would say Frank Slootman and so on here with ServiceNow, they know what they're doing. So any sort of a move down here, I think you give it a couple days, and if you're able to get something near 800, which I believe you will, that's probably a buy there. But yeah, the stock is downside trending here anyways. With only 10 minutes to go, here we go, man. A name that I think we've all been waiting for to talk about. It's going to be a big one here. Tesla up 2%, moments away from all-time highs. I mean, if you're long the stock, what does it matter if you're at 470 or 488? I mean, it's a huge move. We're percentage points away now from an all-time high. Let's go hear the story from Brendo.
Dan Ives, forever bull, saying not only $2 trillion, but there's a case in which we see $3 trillion by the end of 2026, because why not? Here is the second one on the right-hand side of things. Tesla's board members raking in over $3 billion in stock awards despite 2021 pay freeze, according to a report that's just in the last 12 months. So Tesla's board doing quite well. But yeah, Danny Ives saying, not only $2 trillion, guys, we could see $3 trillion by the end of next year for Tesla.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's obviously been bullish for a very long time, and that's nice. But don't forget the robotaxi story out there in Austin. You see them, people saw them over the weekends out there, because that's automation's where everyone's starting to think now, automation and robotics, which we've always been saying. So look, it's a local breakout into the high. So like your high's in here at about 480. You've had a few wicks up there before, and you can get nitpicky about, you know, like where that resistance might be up at that top, 79, 78, 81, like whatever it might be. I think that's kind of your target area for the week. Dips all the way into prior high. Like when we sat down this morning and was sort of looking at levels, it was at 64. So I was thinking, okay, should respect it back into 56 or even this 59. But I got to look at this high here on the 15 at about 60, 61. So somewhere in there is where we're looking for the dip buy on Tesla. Like, let it settle down. You've already seen resistance at the 470 level. So if it holds VWAP, great. I don't mind a VWAP hold, but I find early on that doesn't really mean anything. It means more a little bit later. So I'm looking for pullbacks into prior highs here for a continuation play on Tesla. And it's worth, you know, keeping up here. That correlation that was almost dead on between Tesla and Rivian on Friday doesn't exist today. So if I were to see Tesla roll over, like Rivian's not going up when Tesla's going up. So if I were to see Tesla roll over and start to look weak, Rivian might not be a bad place to go over in sympathy, because it was actually arguably stronger on Friday, and today not so much.
All right, here we go, man. Let's just go bang right here, because it is going to be trade number 2, right at that level, 460, right there. Robo taxis. I think that's a great catalyst. It's what we're talking about. It's what we want to hear. We want to hear about these Model Ys rolling around there unmanned. That's what we're hearing. That's what we want to hear. So that's good, man. All-time highs 488. Do we see it this week? I say yes. So we'll wait to see on Friday where this name goes. You could even see 480 today. So you can see that off open, $12. That's a sneeze for Tesla. So we'll see what winds up happening there today. It looks like the momentum is right in this name. We know that this is like a cult stock, right? It's the original cult stock pretty much. Tesla's minted more millionaires than anybody else. I mean, I could check that against Nvidia. I don't know how I would. But 466. I wrote down 460. It's basically where we closed there on Friday. So just trying to think about if we do fade back into this. And this has been a mover, right? I mean, when stocks open up, it's 2 straight absolute down days in the name, followed by, kind of revenge trading to the long here for Tesla near the end of the day. So it's really matured up throughout the days, right? But it's gotten hit like it stole something a couple times here. On Friday, we did have, it looks like, I must be wrong on this one, a nice bump up there, and then the hit back down in, and that got to 463. So maybe that's an area right there that we can look at to dip by if it does come through again. But it's just, there's always violent plays, in this market. And right there, we do get now the imbalances. So anyways, I'm waiting, long story short, 460, therefore Tesla. I'm not bidding right now on that name, but we'll see. CGC, another win today, it looks like, for the cannabis space as we wait for more decisions on classification and more people talking about that. We'll see that going upside. My play is TCNNF, is that what it is? Yeah, TrueLeave. So I own this in Canada. It's been the multi-state operator that I've owned the whole way through. And thankfully, I mean, this is now my largest cannabis holding. It obviously never was in the first place. Those other stocks that have gotten killed, but this is another one, TrueLeave, and you see here you go, straight to the upside. So sell cannabis a lot of different than producing it. So this name continues to rock. I mean, this was $3 or $4, and this is what I mean. They're not like, oh my God, these things are unbelievable. They're just getting back to some of these levels again, but there it is, $3 basement there. We did have Jeff Mendel on last week a couple times, and talking about more names. Well, here's TCNFF over in the OTC market. So, but yeah, that's about it. I don't see. Oh, there's Tesla. So Tesla does get hit with a small sell. It looks like sells and buys kind of switching up right here. There's Uber. I mean, this is another story. Uber getting involved with Waymo and everything. I'm not sure what this all means for Uber. We got a downgrade or something last week where a guy was like, this is not great news. So Uber did make a move all the way back up to the 50 period. We'll wait to see if they can hold on to this $80 bottom here as well for Uber. So I think there's two big plays in all of this, Tesla and Uber. And then, of course, with Waymo, you have Google and you have Zook or whatever with Amazon. And there's so many different names to look at in this space. But for me, Tesla looks like it wants to go, man. Optimus, FSD, it's all about AI. It's all about that race. And then we have SpaceX coming through, too, pretty soon, hopefully, on the IPO front. So I don't know what that means for Tesla shareholders, but I wonder if Tesla...
More distraction, possibly?
I think Tesla... I think a lot of people that love Tesla are the same traders that would probably want to get into SpaceX. So I do wonder if there's going to be some sell-off maybe in Tesla shares as people raise capital to get involved with SpaceX. So that would be a talk for me there once that winds up happening. But all right, 2 minutes left, Brendan. We got crypto. Let's hit the story, and then we'll look at some stocks and get ready to open this market up.
Yeah, a little bit of move down right now, guys, for crypto. We're back to session lows for IBIT. A lot of analysts pointing to the simple fact that we've had a bit of a consolidation week or week and a half. Doesn't mean volatility has completely left the building after the move down from all-time highs. So tread carefully seemed to be the theme overall, but we are starting to leak here right now for BTC. Side story, MicroStrategy, Michael Saylor picking up another measly 10,000 Bitcoin, around 92,000 average price, putting his average price overall now towards the upper end of that 74,000 10,000 area, which if you zoom out a little bit on a weekly chart or daily, is just below that prior swing level or prior support level, major pivot anyways, for strategy guys picking up another 10,000 Bitcoin last week.
That's what they do. So a bit of a spike there and a small imbalance by Nvidia to the buy side. But IBIT 51.5. Want to look short. There was the same trade in the afternoon on Friday, kind of a triple resistance after the big dump in the morning, and then you go back on a Thursday with support, so support to resistance. You got relative weakness in Bitcoin right now. It's under the 90,000, and even when it breaks 90,000, it couldn't break too far away. It got about to like 91 and change. You got ETH strong, you got XRP relatively strong, but IBIT looks like a fade to me. So if we get to 51.5, that's where I want to play it. If not, I can look at the support, which is at 51. But if we get a push up, which we are getting right now in the market, I'm going to be waiting to fade here on Bitcoin. The only other name that we didn't talk about, another day, another gap up for silver. Might break, look, it might break another all-time high today. But before it does that, I'm looking back to 57. That was kind of the morning range resistance level, and on Thursday it was support. So yeah, that's back on my mind as well. As we got about 30 seconds to go, as I said, there was a small buy and balance on Nvidia that just spiked a little bit, and Tesla, of course, needs nothing. Didn't need any imbalance to go to the upside. Actually, was a small sell on Tesla, and then spiked up anyways.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Tesla trade as well right now. That high was just 470.51. We'll see if we can take that out very soon here, and then get ready if it does break back down below 470. Maybe we'll get out of that. Yeah,
that bell brought to you by Origenics, by the way.
Oh, let's go
To then, as the market is now open. And to almost no fanfare on Tesla, as it just goes to the downside almost immediately.
Yeah, downside down to 468, now 470. So here we go, man. It's starting to get going here as the traders are now back in. So we are now long right here on Tesla. Oops. In and what? We got in and out there. Okay, that sucks. We should have had that long, and I guess my trigger hit both sides. I had a stop order. I don't know what happened there, but we got long at 470.50. Damn it. Look where, oh shit, shoot. Look where this thing is going right now. That's a big winner for us, but oh man, that really sucks. I have no idea what we wound up doing there. We wound up taking $1 on it, but it should have been way higher, as there goes Tesla up through 474. We'll go 1 for 1 on that winner, but we did get out early and we did not mean to. So let's see if we get back in on a little bit of a dip down here for Tesla, but so far so good. We got long at 470. Out at almost 472, back into the long again. Here goes Tesla. I did say we didn't even get to talk about this. It was the last note. We talked about it early, but I wanted iRobot on a halt. So so it just did. So right there goes iRobot. Let's take advantage of Tesla as it just went up and down. So we're gonna have to wait for that. iRobot right now waiting to come through now.
But by the way, iRobot's halted up. Instantly halted up. The theoretical auction price is down significantly.
Holy
shit. It's halted at 132, but you got a 110 tap. This could open 15 to 20% lower here on iRobot, unfortunately.
We just had a huge elevation right now in Tesla. Missed the trade? No. We got it first. We had a keystroke error. We got out for $1.50, Neil. We got right back in. Now we're $4 in the money on Tesla. There's a reason why we write these things down on the note there. These are trade ideas, guys. And there goes Tesla right now, cruising to the upside. Now $3 in the money and going higher is Tesla, man. This is why we write these things down on the note, man. We write down Palantir. We write down Tesla long. We focus on one of them, and there goes Tesla right now. Now $5 in the money on this reload. Initially, we had it at 470, but there it goes right now. Huge move upside for Tesla. We still got half of our reload on. Let's get something out at 477.20. There it is. Now it's $6 in the money right there. So boom, nice huge move upside there for Tesla, man. We've got that trade and we've got it good, man. I hope it was understood that we were going to go long on Tesla there early. A banger to start the day.
Yeah, great look, and I'm glad you got it. I mean, Tesla came nowhere near any levels to the downside, but Micron is starting to break out. By the way, the tap on iRobot's now $1. It's going to open 30% lower at this moment. Remember, Chapter 11 is the story. They're going chapter 11 on iRobot, unfortunately. So Micron is breaking out. You are holding above like 248. So I'm going to jump into the long if we get a pullback into 48. iRobot was on my plan to be trading it off of the open. So it's supposed to be a 5-minute hold. It'll be open in about 2 minutes. It might be at exactly $1 when it opens up. So just be careful with that one. Because it's only $1, it is going to be able to halt rather quickly, like 10%. Is not a lot of movement on iRobot. So every 10 pennies, potentially, if it happens fast, this stock could easily halt. But about 2 minutes to go until we get to that one. Bitcoin, unfortunately, not really doing much of anything. I wanted to short a pop. The market's coming down. Bitcoin is very slowly trying to go higher. Oops, there we go. Oh, no, never mind. It actually went right to the downside. So breaking lower is Bitcoin. Let's see if we can't get some VWAP there. Yeah, but iRobot's going to be on my mind when that opens back up in about 1 minute or so. Don't know if we'll be able to get the fade. That halt was rather quick. I'm not even sure it should have halted, to be honest.
Oh yeah, maybe was it news pending? We haven't even really
No,
checked
well,
it.
Actually, you're right. I didn't check. You should always check. I thought it moved maybe like 11 pennies. Where is my halt page? There it is. No, it is. It's a limit up.
Okay.
So it's a volatility halt. It was just I didn't think it was going to go into the halt that fast.
No, interesting games being played all over the damn place. But I'm not here to play no games. There it goes, man. Monster move there, upside for Tesla. So yeah, we'll just continue to sort of sing the praises here of this name. My best out is 478. We just take another little piece here. So, the only thing that we are doing is getting lighter on the name. There's no doubt about that as we start to piece a little bit off. I mean, look what the NASDAQ's doing, right? The NASDAQ is getting crushed right now, actually, to the downside pretty aggressively as well. So Tesla making that move all the way back up. So Neil's logging into Micron. I'm just logging into Tesla right now. We can have a look maybe at Palantir and see what's going on there. Again, the number one long, we could have had Palantir breaking through the pre-market as well. We did choose Tesla, and I'm happy with that choice for now, but just waiting to see if this market can battle back. So let's go over and check out Neil, but I'm just going to wait on Tesla. I said 480 could happen today, so let's wait to see if 480 does, man. Right now, we're long $6 in the money here on Tesla.
Yeah, Micron broke it. It got to 50s. I was actually over open on iRobot. I'll get to iRobot in a quick little second. It got up to about 50s, but I was looking for a break of 50 to get out higher. Wasn't really looking for $1. I was trying to risk it a little bit more than that. But Micron's starting to head back into the downside. If we can close on a 15 above 248 or even just close another time above 248, we'll go back over to Micron. But iRobot is now open. Actually open at about $1.20 or so. Can't do much about the scaling here, guys. I'll just zoom in as much as I can. But underneath that volume-weighted average price. So I think if I'm looking for a fade, it's got to fail the volume-weighted average price. Otherwise, this could end up just being a clean breakout into the 160 level. 160 is the level that I like, and VWAP is the area that I want to play off of. That and that alone is iRobot doing tons of volume. Just watch out for it to halt, though. That's the only issue. It was open at 120. If on one candle it goes above 133, then you could easily go into another uphalt there. If it uphalts a second time, I think you want the long. First time, not so much.
All right. I was waiting at 479.50s, and the highest we got to was 479, basically flat, 479.10. So we're going to sit there at 479 now, see if we could take $7 right on this. And this is our part 2 of this trade as it just continues. There it is, continues to work. Now we'll wait for 79.50, see if we can get that. But there goes Tesla once and out. That was actually a mistake, but that's okay, because where we got out, we actually get right back in as well on a dip down and a buy up opportunity there for TSLA. It actually looks like iRobot is trying to halt. Oh, I just missed it. IRBT, I tried to get that bid right there on iRobot, halting now to the upside. This is the actual trade that I wanted. We put a bid out, but it was just literally, as soon as I put the bid out, it froze. So we do not have the long now in iRobot, but honestly, man, we've hit our 2 times our goal here on our first trade with Tesla, and we're waiting at 179.50. We were just like, oh, maybe it gets to 480 today, and I called 480 last week. Looks like I'm 1 day away. Here it comes right now. We just get out at 479.50. Here comes 480 right now, and a monster break for Tesla. Go hot, bye-bye. it didn't even look at that 480. I was going to say there's millions of shares there. It went right through it, got up to 480.44, and now it's ripping even higher right now. There goes Tesla. Could we have all-time highs incoming right now? It looks like we may have that opportunity today. 488 and change. There it goes. Congratulations. Thanks for believing in me as a trader and in this name, period. I know you guys probably have this one, but there goes Tesla right now to the upside and just really working those longs. So big time movement there on TSLA, and it's just straight upside fire right now. So again, we had Palantir long. We didn't have that one. We had iRobot. I see you're into that one. And then we had JP Morgan long, but that didn't, at 318. So we almost nailed that, man. That was down to 318.38. So good call there on JP Morgan. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, these are my early morning trade ideas. Tesla long, Palantir long, iRobot long. Watch out for the upside halt. Neil's got that, so that was good. I wasn't over there in time. And then JP Morgan long at 318. So that one does not, that was a great, that might be the best one. Well, the best one's Tesla, but this actually came into the level there, so we didn't have to do too much work except for read our sticky note. But Tesla fading a little bit. I'll take another route right here at 478. So right now, just so you guys know, we have about 15% left of this trade, and we're trying to do good holding on just for a little bit longer there, but there goes Tesla. And the market, though, right? Like
the market's actually heading to the downside. It's annoying because, like, as mentioned, as Sean mentioned earlier, every time I show you guys the market, I'm just going to have to pull up the cues for you because we don't have our connection to the CME right now for quotes. So look at, this is the cues heading lower and breaking low of the day as we continue to go down. iRobot, the thing about the halt band is like your chances of getting filled on it, like you have to be, like I was just on the level too, like I was watching this stock at the moment that it went to the halt band, so I just popped on the bid. But if you get there early, like in the first few seconds when it goes to the halt band, you have a better chance. So it's indicating a flat open. Last time was indicating opening down. Now it's indicating flat. I have a, you know what, I shouldn't put a limit order out yet. But I do have a stop under VWAP. So if it opens up and completely craters, I have a stop. Actually, it's not under VWAP. It's about 127. Because I want to make sure that I don't get caught in a down halt. I'm going to have them relatively tight. iBit, or Bitcoin, I should say, just got up to 50 or tested the 51 level. So trying to get that one underneath Friday's afternoon support levels. I want to be short. I was trying to add to it up there at 51, looking for the low of the day. Is Bitcoin, well, I mean, the market's headed down, as I said, and Bitcoin heading down with it, if you happen to be watching. Nvidia just took a hard right turn to the downside. It's also breaking lows and really starting to flush in here on Nvidia. 175 was Friday's bottom. Looks like we could get that right quick. So about 2 minutes to go until we get the iRobot open. Remember the story here, they filed for Chapter 11. On iRobot, and we've seen this story before where sometimes you get a dead cat bounce. Like once you filed for that, like it's like that's the last of the bad news until you get some kind of an update, right? Like you can get worse.
No, so right into here. Yeah, we're just kind of doing the same old thing here, and that is waiting for Tesla to get back up to 80s. If it does that, then we'll get a piece out as that's trying to come out, and just waiting for iRobot to open up. Still watching that Tesla going. We can have another look at Rivian real quick to see if there's anything going on over here. Right there with Rivian, of course, there's nothing going on the same way as Tesla, and there goes Tesla. Again, that's your $8. Here we go. Monster. Okay, so nothing else to say, but there goes that. CRML here, rare earth name, critical metals. I saw some sort of a story earlier with them about finding some kind of a different metal. I'll have to find out what that story is, as we don't have Adara here today. But all right, so we just touched out 480 and then fell back one more time on there. I'm gonna take out one more piece at 40s here if we can get it. All right, Tesla's coming back in right now pretty decently, so I don't really know. I mean, it was just at 481.50 back down. So we'll take another piece out now and just wait. Meta's upside as well, up 1% today. Market is down, so pay attention to Meta, where they are right now, because they're starting to make a move to the upside there, so that's getting a little aggressive as well. And iRobot is now open, and it looks like it's going lower, now higher, now Robot trying to figure itself out. There goes iRobot right now, 139.
Yeah, it just printed 144.
Yep, there it goes.
So starting to head to the upside. 160 was the level of resistance for myself, so I should have more out into 150, should be holding on to half into 150, and then if it gets to 160, I almost want to be all out of it here on iRobot. Should I had that story on critical metals and then iRobot opened up? It was drill results.
Yeah.
So I almost said iRobot again. Critical metals had drill results. We'll get those to you in just a quick little second. I'm going to move my stop here because I just reminded myself that, hey, I want to not be caught in a halt. I'm going to now throw it to break-even stop. I was just able to get it at 3/4 there. That's the initial pop-up. 160, I think, is resistance, and it's already resisting 150. So the whole price is 36. If it loses that, I'll just jump out and go for the scalp trade that we were able to get there. Thank you so much, Randy, for the refill. Well, we always have to have coffee. It's part of the routine. Not everybody has to, but I mean, I need my morning cup of joe, that's for sure. So let's see if we can hold on to that whole price at 136. If it loses it, jump out and look for the next opportunity, which might be the volume weighted average price there on iRobot. And what is it? CRML. That's what I was getting to. Critical metals here. They announced their final 2024 drill results, which obviously they must not like very much, as that's down 6%. And heading even lower as we speak. So yeah, some movers and shakers here following the markets to the downside, although nice bounce by Nvidia in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, for sure. And a good little bounce there in Tesla to the downside, which is why we've indicated a couple times there that we want to get out near that 480. So if this takes out 474, let's just get out of this one. And, you know, our stop was literally 470 break. So the fact that we got $8 when our break was $2, a good little 4-to-1 there. Not that I don't really necessarily play off those kind of ratios all the time. It's just a matter of works out. Okay, so there it is, man. Tesla right now, nice move there. We can have a quick look at Oracle. Oracle's dropped 15% the last 2 sessions. Here it goes again, now down another 3% today goes Oracle. Man, they are hitting Oracle and data center names. I'd expect Marvell to probably be downside as well. We can check out what Broadcom, we can check out what, well, up on the day, but still.
It was up when
heading lower right now, $84. Up on the day, which is nice, but I was waiting for 86 break on that one. Okay, that's Google, that's Marvell, sorry. Broadcom off of, again, a pretty disastrous week for Broadcom, getting worse right now for them. So shareholders that dip bought into Broadcom won't be too happy with that performance right there. But, you know, down another 2%, I think it's probably stomachable right there. Then here we go, man, Netflix down as well. So most of these names that were getting hit last week, sort of the saga continues with many of them, and there it goes right now for Netflix all the way to the downside as well, down to 94 and change. And it'd be a buy, right? I mean, at some point right there. But the NASDAQ continues to get hit there to the downside. We still don't have our futures working, so I'm going to change this over to SPY to see what's going on the S&P 500 index. That is flat. Well, they're both actually. The SPY and the NASDAQ are the same right now. It's been strange to see that, but both up 0.25% right now. So we'll see if that continues to work out right now as they diverge generally. But today it looks like they're going the same spot. We can check out what IWM is doing, as we know.
Apple's getting hit.
Yeah, Apple. Okay, that's probably why then. There's IWM downside there. So watch out now as some of these names coming back in, man. Tesla. So right now we have 5% left, so not overly worried about Tesla doing anything, but it is heading to the downside there, Tesla.
Yeah, we might be being led a little bit here by Apple, for at least from what I can tell. Apple down 1 1/3 already. That's heavy action to the downside on Apple. No story. We didn't really have these guys on the radar this morning, but if you go back to last week, okay, good. That's Thursday's low, 274 over here on Apple. We're heading very quickly into that support level. I'm not going to try and catch a falling knife. You know, there was no story that I was aware of for Apple. Not going to get into it blindly. I did jump out break even on iRobot, where I said I moved my stop to. Every time it makes a fresh high, I don't want to get caught in a halt, and it doesn't have to move much to halt. So, you know, I'm going to tighten things up on that stock, but it is still holding in the 140s. You were able to get up to 150 on that break to the upside. So Bitcoin, this is not iRobot, Bitcoin breaking 89,000 and just got to 88.9. So I'm looking at about 50, what is this level? 50 1/3 is my next, is the out that I want here on Bitcoin as we are heading lower on BTC. So not a lot of strength in here in the market. Tesla looks strong. Nvidia is technically up, but it doesn't look very strong either. It's AMD in chipland that looks good, everybody. So thank you for putting this in the chat. Everyone that typed in that AMD is breaking out and looking pretty strong, but I want to remind you, when you are typing symbols in the chat, and we want to get up on that visualizer, see Tesla up here, iRobot, hey, so we're looking at SPY, Nvidia, Tilray, we didn't look at the weed stocks, $ and whatever ticker. So if I type in $CGC, then at some point you're going to see CGC drop down. There it is. There's mine. It's not as big, but CGC just showed up.
And for now, Ramin, there is some exciting news out of Canada for sophisticated traders on the stream, of course. Beta Pro by Global X Canada is Canada's largest provider of levered, inverse, and inverse levered, that's a lot of leverage, ETFs, and has just launched 6 new triple, here it comes again, levered ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the TSX S&P 60. So get these guys a look over at Beta Pro. They are offering a special rebate, so go check these guys out, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until the end of the month. They are US-based focused strategies using currency hedging for potential more pure play performance. So if you're sophisticated and looking to get involved in the triple levered or levered game at all, go check them out right there, Global X by Beta Pro. We want to thank them for sponsoring our programming. So yeah, all right, so just waiting out. I'm gonna still wait to see if Tesla wants to go. I mean, this market is still doing what it's doing, and I'm here for it. So let's get a little higher right now on Tesla and see if we can start to kick just a little bit more in through those levels. Check out my good friend Palantir as well. What's up, Alex Karp and friends? You had something very, very similar happen to your stock to that of Palantir. It looks like you did have a little bit of a dip down right there into 185, but this almost looks pretty identical right there to Palantir's chart and Tesla's chart as you have that move higher and then the fade back in. We talk a lot about Nvidia, but we did look at Intel and worried about them buying that private company there and seeing if that would accrue for anything. Looks like no right now. Intel just making a downside play, so we'll have to wait to see if there's anything going on there. Bitcoin, good call on that short. I know you're out of it, but that was a good one there as IBIT and Bitcoin right now 86.8, so going a little bit lower there. And here goes IRBT. I don't know if you have to pay for shorts, but maybe this halts the other way. So we'll have to wait to see if this halts downside. So I wanted that first halt upside. We don't get it. Neil does.
They're cheap, but you
can get them. It works, the upside halt there. So that was a good one. We'll pat ourselves on the back there, and Neil had it, so that was good to watch that. But we'll wait to see what happens now with iRobot. But there it goes, man. My baby, and we say rockabye baby right now because this is what this has been, man. Tesla's been a great stock for me pretty much this whole year and pretty much forever. So we'll just continue to watch it. There it is, another out there at 480 as $8 coming in there. I don't know. Let's see. Can we get to all-time highs today? Yeah, we can at this point. And we had called this move. I bought Tesla down here a couple weeks ago. Well, whenever that AI news came, I bought ARKB, which is ARKB. This is the robot. Nope, it's ARKQ. Oh, I was confused that because robotics. This is the ETF that I bought for robotics. It's an ARC product, so maybe it's not that good. Have Rocket Lab. Their number one holding is Tesla, so we got a little longer there, and we bought some more Tesla on that news as well. So we'll do a little bit of a market recap in just a couple minutes, but right now it's Netflix downside. Looks like the banks were starting to head upside. We did have that good look on JP Morgan again at 318. We didn't take that long, but it does come into play down there. And then what about Disney, right? As 111. I like the 110 area for Disney. Man, that critical metals, by the way, I like it's getting hit pretty good right now, down 9%. Watch out for this one to possibly go SSR right here. CRML, another name that sort of got really excited there on, and I know that there's, I think you're into MP. I know you're not heavy into it yet, but I like MP. I mean, I like.
Oh, this is more or less where I have it.
Yeah. So I like all of these plays. Just a matter of, I guess, waiting for this story to continue to develop, right? So MP is a good one. USAR is another one. And then LAC, Lithium of Canada, right here, another name, Lithium America. That's, we know the government and many traders are involved within this.
Dude, the market's going to go red here.
I know, the market is going to go red here right now. So that's why, very important. Like, there's another out. I think you got to, if you're long, just pay attention to, what's happening in this market. You didn't even cover Apple, but I heard you say Apple.
No, there's no story. It's tanking. Someone in the chat was like, "Oh, it's when Lisa Jackson's leaving."
Who the hell is that?
No, that's one of the. It was an executive that was announced leaving last week. So that's not a news story. It is trying to bottom out, so you could be catching a bit of a bid here. A couple of things I just want to go over because one, silver was about to break the trend. So I'm looking at that downtrend, looking at VWAP. On Friday, it was a pretty decent trend break, but that was at about 1150. So I'm willing to be patient with this. If we continue to fall down, I'm not just going to jump in anywhere. The level I liked was 57. We're not there yet for any kind of a bounce. Obviously, Bitcoin just went right through that 50-30 target and heading even lower. So it gave you like a 1% move in here from the volume weighted average price down to 50-30 on IBIT. If we can bounce, I'll look to get back into it again. But everything seems to be heading into the downside. For everyone looking at iRobot, still doing a lot of volume. And I'll zoom it back in here so you can see. So I had the uphold, broke higher. I jumped out. It never broke 150. That was the best you were able to do there. It was essentially moved 10%, avoiding, I guess, the top of that halt band, and then coming back in. So hasn't gone to VWAP. Might be breaking this trend and heading back to the downside. I don't know if I want to long it. I paid for locates. I think that first dead cat bounce, it gave you the breakout of the halt price, and it never got to 160 to fade. So I'll be very patient looking for the next opportunity there. But it's silver that's on my mind for any kind of a trend break or bounce play. It's either break this trend or get to 557 on SLV. I know I keep saying silver. It's not spot silver. We're trading ETF here.
You see gold yet? Is that doing anything?
Well, I mean,
I'm in gold.
The thing is, I've liked silver almost regardless of what gold is doing because it's been the one that's breaking out on the daily. And as much as gold has the same chart right now, it hasn't been gold that's the better trade if you're looking in that space. It's generally been GDX, but look at GDX today. GDX today is the weakest of the bunch, and this
gold
was
is actually up.
Yeah, GDX is down after potentially failing this breakout here. 52-week breakout. I guess it would be an all-time high breakout on GDX. So there's some weakness in gold. I just like the trend in silver. Like silver up 2% here, so stronger than the other metals. And I'm just looking for that bit of a trend break. But if the market doesn't catch a bid soon, it might not matter for that long.
All right, here we go, guys. We almost have 10,000 viewers right now. Make sure you get in here, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Over 1,000 of you have hit the like button, but over 9,500 are watching. So let's get that going right now. We want to thank everybody for watching. And if you are a member or at least a subscriber, you get involved into our chat, which is where we're looking right now. Look, Matt says BTC, BTC. Rusty says BTC. The Jameson says, yo, what's up, pal? And says, look at pal over here. Yeah, Palladium. Yeah, good call on that one as well. All these metals starting to run. There goes Other Zinc. Let's go 10K. Let's go. He says copper, man. CopX. A good name to look out there. You can look at Freeport McMoran, FCX as well. But here's CopX. This has been a good one. This is the copper the copper miner ETF right there. And you can see that's been also on one, similar to silver, breaking out just recently of its all-time highs, I believe, in there around $64. We had Rahim Alani on talking about copper and some of the other precious metals as well. Not that copper is that precious. The idea behind copper, of course, is that it takes millions and millions of miles of copper to run through these data centers.
Yep.
So if you are, that's another big reason why I like Marvell and their photonics. They are revolutionizing that whole copper game and they'll never put copper out of business, but they're trying to make some moves there there are limitations with copper speed and bandwidth there as well. So watch out. I always like Marvell, but I am talking at my own book, so we'll move off of that. Okay, let's see what Palantir is doing. On any dip down, we know there's some names we want to buy. We want to buy the best. And we know that Palantir had a huge run early this AM, but now we've faded all the way back. And I opened up the account this morning, and I'm thinking about getting out of some of these tech names. I like the fact that the tech names were bouncing early, and it was giving me some hope that maybe we can get out of some stuff near that high side, including a little bit out of Marvell, but they're going the other way. And Palantir would not necessarily fit that because we unfortunately got out some at 175 last week, but was hoping that if this one got into the 190s, back near 200, that could be something. Just hearing Bitcoin in my ear, yeah.
Bitcoin just broke 88,000. I didn't think it was going to go that low this fast.
Yeah. if
I thought 89 was, I'm like, okay, we're going short to 89, and the 89 ends up not being support.
Nope.
If we lose 88 today, there's a gap under here. What is, okay, there we go. If we lose 88 today, there's a nice gap into 86, and it looks like maybe we're not done underneath this resistance level. Thank you, everybody who was like, draw this trend line on your chart, Neil, and don't only look at support and resistance. That prior trend line from 2023 is holding all on Bitcoin, is holding its resistance. And we're going to get a bit of a breakdown underneath 91, obviously, this week. So 88 is the level that's trying to hold as we speak right now. Might be doing a good job of it, but on this bounce, it's silver I'm looking at, not Bitcoin, because I was thinking short on Bitcoin today. But we could be breaking this trend line here on silver any second. That's one name at least I want to have to the long side. And I see a couple people in the chat asking about BBAI. Not enough to get on our...
Hey-o!
Hey, you got the mood lighting.
Now the club is here, baby. Now we're clubbing.
Well,
now we're
why
clubbing.
is BBAI...
well, they're all, I mean, the whole market.
Yeah,
all
everything.
these
Look,
names are
man, the
probably-
market's down.
Our lights
as far
are
as I
down.
know, no story here with BBAI.
Oh, man, I liked it better.
Bit of a flat bottom break. As our lights are just going on and off here.
I mean, I liked it so much better in the
I'll be honest
dark.
with you, I actually do like it when the lights are down a little bit here. It's just easier on the eyes, to be honest with you. But BBI just kind of following along with the market to the downside. Watch out if it goes 10% down, because just eyeballing it here, that would be right at this support level. If you see 10% on BBAI, that is almost exactly somewhere in about 575 or so. So 10% down, stock goes into SSR, which is like the uptick rule goes into effect. Sometimes it's a good bounce level.
Yeah.
575 on BBAI if it gets there. No story that I'm aware of, which, you know, if that's the case, it usually makes me like SSR bounce a little bit better if it's not down there for a particular reason. Yeah, silver not really breaking that downward trend yet. Yet being the key word. I can wait for it and be patient. iRobot no longer looking like the long it was earlier, though.
Hey, Clean. What's up, Chicago? I appreciate that, man. Such a riot. Tell that to my kids, of course. Dad, what are you doing again? All right, clear that trigger. Yeah, look, man, we have a good time all the time around here, and it's tough. I always say, like, you're not going to wipe the smile off my face, and it's just like we're putting up the trades, and they're really, really working out for us. So it's been a really good one. We just got some numbers coming through there. 39 as expected. I have no idea
Housing,
what housing. Okay,
no, it's
whatever. Neil's gonna look it up what it was there, but it doesn't matter because right now the market is getting clapped right now like hard back in
NEHAB
National
housing
Homes.
index.
Okay, housing
like,
index.
Yeah.
All right. Well. I don't know. It came out as expected is all I know. And there it is, man. The market right now getting worse and worse and worse. The beat down is on right now. And I mean, that's what we were talking about, greater fool theory right there. I mean, crypto, if there's no buyers, then you got to watch out. So you got to watch out. 89,000 to the downside right now, breaking through 88,000 goes Bitcoin. So again, something just to watch out for, as I know a lot of you are holding on to that one. We did get out of some Alibaba, as I see somebody in the chat talking a little bit about Alibaba there. Yeah, 151, good decision last week. Took out only a quarter of our trade, but and we took out basically what we bought at 160, but out of a quarter of our holdings of Alibaba at 160, that's down to 151. This could be a good spot also for Alibaba. We'll throw it back to Neil for a word.
Yeah, let's talk about something serious. You got millions of concussions out there, and there's no approved therapies, exactly zero. OGEN, which is OGEN on the NYSE, they're advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With that market reaching $8.9 potentially billion on the horizon, Oragenics is positioned for what is coming next. See what is ahead and book a meeting today. You can scan the QR code. Check the link in the description as well, as this movement to the downside certainly rocking just about everything. The Qs just went red for a brief second before tapering off a little bit here. Okay, well, you can't break the trend if we keep going to the downside, unfortunately, so forget about silver for a second. Apple is still bouncing. This is part of the reason I keep thinking that we're going to get a bounce. Look for the longs that I like, and I liked it in silver. Apple is all green in the last 15 minutes as it gets off the lows a little bit here. Let's double check some other Mag 7 names for you. Meta, Yikes, Bitcoin just lost 87.8. New fresh lows again on Bitcoin. Meta's holding the lows, so both Apple and Meta are starting to hold up a little bit better. Nvidia is making higher, Nvidia is making a potential higher low, and I just spotted this, so I'm gonna draw this for myself. This is just for me. So we've got a little bit of a downtrend on Nvidia, which is coinciding with the volume weighted average price. So it could easily break this downtrend, but it hasn't done it yet. That's for sure. Still heading lower is Nvidia. And then Intel was another one. That was the other chip name. They are closing in on an acquisition. You know what? It hasn't been announced officially, but they are closing in on an acquisition of Samba Nova, and the market punishing them like just about everything else.
Yeah, we actually have a new position right here, AMD. So we're going to go long now and see if there's some sort of a bottom opportunity here for advanced micro devices in this space. I don't know. This is obviously a risk here as we wait to see where AMD goes from here. It hasn't been a great trade to today so far. I mean, it started off pretty good. I'm just going to use 211.50 and just to see if there is a bottom incoming here for advanced micro devices. So give it to that low. We'll get some 212s, and this is a comfortable spot for me where we are right now, just waiting around to see what winds up happening. Now we have about a unit or so of this trade, a little bit lighter than we normally would have on advanced micro devices, but I'm comfortable with the amount of shares that we have right now. Let's see if it wants to work out for us. AMD trying to go 2 for 2 today, and here it goes, a little bit of a move higher. Let's get something out at 40 because that's kind of where we started this trade there, and that's only going to be 25 cents. But we'll get out at 10% if we can right there, as you know that shelf hasn't necessarily held today. So here it comes right back into 212 again, looking for really 213s, and that might be it. Our out is 211.50. So as we said, breaking the low of the day for me on AMD gets me out. And there, okay, we're right there at 230. Did we even get that fill? Wait a minute, 212. Oh no, I'm at 212.40, my bad. So there it is, yes, there we go, and that's it. Here we go, 2 for 2 right now, holding on. It's not big money or anything like that, but we'll just take 25 cents or so out of AMD, and my price is gonna change because remember, it goes first in, first out. So like right now, it basically shows me flat, and now we'll wait to see what winds up happening with advanced micro devices as it's upside. We had Tesla early. Oh, Tesla came out, it broke through the 50-period moving average just now. So a big time win for us on Tesla, man. It actually gave me what we needed today just to be enough of it. But here it comes, man. The move is continuously going lower right now with advanced micro devices. I'm going to get something out here in the teens if we can. That just cracked.
Really? Nvidia's breaking trend upside.
Upside, okay. So maybe I'm going to hold on to this. Here we go. Let's go AMD, man. Now starting to go upside. Let's go AMD. Let's see if we can get this one, man. Big position, not big position, but big potential here, I think, for advanced micro devices. Right back at high of the day for myself.
Yeah, so like I might have just mentioned that Nvidia is breaking trend. Silver is also breaking trend back into the upside. Here, I'll show you Nvidia first because more people are going to care about Nvidia. There's Nvidia absolutely screaming now to the upside and breaking the trend line. As that's going to get to the high of the day. I was on the silver chart when it was breaking trend, so I jumped into that one. But Nvidia, very similar. We can pull back in. The market is making a nice bounce, led by, okay, it definitely Nvidia, but no longer Apple. Really Apple, okay. Apple had been bouncing off the lows, but that's certainly not happening anymore. So chips are bouncing. Apple is not. The metals are starting to go. The NASDAQ is very slightly, and I'll show you guys the Qs. Still don't have any data on the NASDAQ. Oh, goodness. There's my 15. Like, you're still red, but you are with a bottoming tail wick here on the NQ, or the triple Qs, I should say. And we've just gone green, as you guys can see. Unfortunately, still don't have our quote for the futures. Is kind of frustrating because I'm used to looking over and looking at my futures chart, but my ES is not really moving. So NASDAQ trying to bounce pretty nicely in here. High of the day on Nvidia. I'm looking for the dip back into VWAP. I'll play the same thing here in silver. And for everybody that might be interested in that bankrupt name, or sorry, potentially going bankrupted name, iRobot's really calmed down. Same range all morning long. It's held VWAP. It's held that halt price originally. So if you actually held that halt breakout, it's gone very slightly against you and hasn't broken out the upside of the range. That might set it up for a 150 break, as now you have a double top at $1.48, $1.49 there on iRobot. Great volume, but it's now way too tight a range. I want it to do something, break higher or break under. Otherwise, I'm going to be done with this thing.
All right, well, I mean, you know, generally speaking, you guys know I'm trying to look for like high quality setups. I mean, I think everybody is, but we might have found one again. And here we go, man, back to back. We had, first of all, we had a $10 winner on Tesla, and now we'll see. I don't think we're going to get 10 on this one, but if we can get some AMD love breaking through this, 213 would be the first case. So I'm actually out of half right now. I'm waiting to get one more piece out right now in the 90s, and then we'll be out of half of our, out of half of advanced micro devices. I mean, we got the low of the day, essentially. It just broke. That little bottom wick scared me there. I probably should not have got anything out there. But then there's the whip right back up into 213 again. So now we'll be able to see where exactly we're going now with AMD. So just it's on my mind, and it's our next trade there. We did get stopped out at Tesla, which is fine. We said it was going to break through 274, so that's going to be the stop out there. Our focus, my focus right now, turns over to advanced micro devices. And, you know, I said this was going to be one that we'd like to short, but the short already happened there. So we'll play a little bit of a beefy move back up there to the upside, but you can see on the TSX, shout out to Toronto, on the Qs right over here, we've just stopped at 614 again. So we've just made, in the last 5 minutes, we've made a high in the 614 to 615 area. It doesn't look like the NASDAQ wants to continue too much higher. So again, take out half, right? Make a little bit of money there. Could wind up, well, we're still long at 212. I mean, you know, I'm going to get out another, let's get out of 3% more or so right here at 50s if we can. But if it falls back in, it falls back in. I mean, that's part of the market. Our stop is 211.50. We talk about making sure that you have the appropriate risk and you have the appropriate stops for your trade. So just in this one, getting a little more exciting here, I'm going to start to piece a little bit more out of AMD because it doesn't look like the battle back is happening here at all right now for the market. So we'll give it another breath, but it's not going to be for too long, man. We don't want to just completely give up what we've made by holding this all the way back in. So 211.50, we're going to get out now. It doesn't look like we're rebounding too much at all here in the market. In fact, we may put in new lows momentarily. So watch out now. Probably some more things happening than what we're looking at. So we'll go over the visualizer in a couple seconds. It's
there's a ARBIoT group is halted to the downside. Someone was asking me for the tap. I'm trying to find the news. I don't even see the news here. Oh, really? There is no
iRobot?
No, ARB. So there is no news story that I can find here, but it's halted down for the second time. It was a gapper this morning. The current theoretical auction price is $5.80, which is well underneath the low of the day, unfortunately. The cannabis names are starting to go a little bit here. So remember, it was supposed to be today. I mean, the story was that the administration could potentially sign an executive order to reschedule cannabis today. That has not happened as far as I know, but MSOS heading back into the upside. It was CGC that I liked for a bit of a trade. You could trade it overnight in Blue Ocean, but I'm not going to do that now. Just go. Definitely trying to hold VWAP here. So I'm looking for VWAP holds, pretty much the same thing in silver. If this can break the trend, the downtrend, which I think it already has, and then hold above VWAP, I'd go to the long. But just keep an eye on the overall group. Like if you're trading CGC, have a look at MSOS. You don't want one to start tanking and then you're catching a falling knife while the rest of the group is tanking and you're thinking CGC is a good long. So silver going to try to play it to the high of the day, looking for a reloaded VWAP, which I just realized I don't even have out. Well, throw that bid in here, just slightly underneath where it broke the trend. On high-ho silver. Seriously, Bitcoin? Bitcoin's IBIT's right back to the low of the day. This market, yeah, I mean, led to some extent by this breakdown in Bitcoin, it feels like to me, because it's much weaker than the Qs overall, and we're just cruising lower. It was big-time trend break, huge bottoming tail candle, which is usually pretty bullish, right? What does it do after that? Immediately sells off the 88,000 level. So there's no strength whatsoever in crypto, unfortunately. Got to look elsewhere.
Something I noticed about Bitcoin is there's a lot of people that talk about where they think Bitcoin's going, but I'm not sure people are sitting here actually buying these dips. And I think that we had Michael Saylor.
He is.
Yeah, he is, exactly. Yes. He bought 10,000 at 92 or something like that. And I just feel like there's a lot of talk about where Bitcoin's going.
Yeah, where's Tom Lee at?
Yeah, where's anybody at? They're trying to buy these dips. We can all hold it, but it's okay, how long is this thing going to go for to the downside, and maybe some buying spots at 74, 75?
I'm still sitting in the mid 70s because Like I've been semi-convinced that that's where we're heading technically, so I don't want to buy it anywhere else until I feel like it's done with that level. And it's not that, look, I want it to go up. I would love for Bitcoin to go up. But to me, you break a major trend line like this, and there's your next support level. If I was a shorter, then if I was someone that was shorting stuff, like you'd short it here, it never broke back above the trend line, you'd be looking to get down to the mid-70s. So why not? That's what I'm waiting for. Might not, I could be wrong about that. And we could end up like breaking back out, and the next thing you know, instead of buying 75s, like January, I'm buying like 95s. Sometimes that's the Bitcoin experience, that's for sure.
I'm going to buy a little bit of this dip down here in the market. The Fed's Myron is now speaking, so we'll have to wait to see if there's anything sparking any kind of a move here. The Nasdaq's at its lows. This is an opportunity where you can just play basically kind of, it's not risk-free. I mean, any trade you put in is a potential loss. But, you know, back into here, that's 52.40. That little bottom there, I got to move my phone over here, is 52.25. So, you know, you're playing right now a little bit, you know, on the low end of this. That's 52.25 downside there. So I'm going to give it to that 52.25 to see if we do exactly wind up breaking some of those levels there from last week. So I'm going to try to do that right now. So 52.25 or so potentially coming into play there on the TQs. Let's go long, which we are right now. We're long at 52. We're just long right here, so it's not you know, not the end of the world where we're at. We'll give it a little bit of room and see if we can make a move back. That rate there is 52.78, so we can see about getting that play. Right now, 52.78. Let's get out of a quarter of it. If it does get back up to there, that's a decent area, I think. Just sort of where we started our last little move. And we got to, if we're going to take risks, we're going long into a market that's been falling down. If we want to take risks, we want to get rewarded a bit. So we could scalp out. I mean, this is a scalper's market. Okay, let's take out 5% here for a dime. We always tend to do that. So we'll see if we get a 68. And then if we do come back in, let's get a little bit more long in the 40s and then hold that against 25. So right now, I do have a new position in the market. It's the TQQs, which of course is triple against the Nasdaq. So if the Nasdaq's down 0.15, you can see the Q's down 0.45. So that's how we're trading with these TQQs. Possible back and forth here, down near 611, 612. Fed speaking, they could speak positively. I have no idea. So let's just wait to see. We are back down into last week's kind of lows there from Thursday, Friday. So let's just see if we can wind up holding into that. It's actually, the 12th was Friday, right? 12th, 13th, 14th, the 15th. Yeah, so those are the lows from Friday. So we'll see if they wind up holding right now, kind of just teetering in and around. And I mean, Tesla's downside, AMD's continuously going as well. So some of these names that were high to begin with have fallen back in.
Mirren also said they would prefer an all-treasury balance sheet unless there is another crisis centered in the housing market. So talking a lot about the Fed's balance sheet here and really taking the market lower. Like Nvidia just lost a trend line as well, so stick a fork in that one, holding VWAP, unfortunately. As you can see, I'm not long that. I was so close to just sort of, we're going to close above green and we're going to punch that one long, and it's absolutely not happening. Apple continuing to head lower. Low of the day breaking here on Apple as it heads to the downside. I'm going to watch out because, while I don't think that's a bad thing for silver necessarily, I do want to make sure we hold on to this trend. That's for sure. So if this breaks trend, I'm going to jump out of it as well. But I feel like this shouldn't be, metal shouldn't be as bad here. Let's check out what's going on with gold. Gold's still downward trending. If this breaks that trend, I'm adding to silver. No questions asked. But with everything headed to the downside, and Bitcoin just another fresh low on Bitcoin. 87.3. Bitcoin continues to go lower. So gold almost breaking trend. I feel like that headline, or at least the talk from Mirren, should be at least positive for the metals, but it's not really manifesting itself yet. I think yet is the important part. What's volatility doing? UVXY
probably going
here.
Up quite nicely.
Yeah, I want to see it just to make sure that we're not. Oh yeah. Like it's starting to, anytime I see this happen, I know this is UVXY and not the VIX, but that's what we quote here, and we can actually trade this as well. Anytime I start to see it with like a parabolic top as it goes into a resistance, that's not exactly the moment that I want to be punching short stuff necessarily, because I'd like to see it settle down, consolidate, and then start going again. So seems like you're in a kind of a heavy candle to try to be picking up like some kind of a turn level here for the market.
All right, so right here, let's have a quick little broader look at this market while we go here. Good day here for some of the banking stocks. We talked about Visa would be a downside play, but in the financials, Berkshire going higher. Let's go market, man. We're long right here. The JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs nicely going as well, Morgan, Citigroup. So all of the banks really starting to go there today. Robinhood getting kicked in the face. We talked about that. Robinhood down 2.7%. Bitcoin also down 5% with Coinbase there down 5%. So Bitcoin and Coinbase going lower right now together, lockstep. You know, the big trade of the day obviously is going to be on Tesla today. That's going to be up 3.37%. We like the Tesla long. That is for sure coming through again. That's Tesla. Yeah, and then electronic technology, man. I mean, Nvidia, Apple, Broadcom continues lower today. Not great for them. Obviously, they're Micron ahead of earnings, which I didn't even know about. That's coming this week as well from Micron. So that should be interesting, up 1.5%. I would say sell that name almost immediately, but what do I know? Energy as well today getting hit. So I put a little bit of gas in the good old Volkswagen there, the Atlas over the weekend, but pretty cheap. I think about $1.20 a liter right now. We'll see what's going on. Yeah, I think maybe even under that. So there you go, 116 right now. So nice move there. So cheap energy around here these days. So that's nice to see. And Eli Lilly just continues, man. I know they had a little bit of a downdraft last week for Eli Lilly, but you could see, I'm trying to click on it and it's not opening. So we'll look at that chart in a minute. But AbbVie, Eli Lilly, J&J's at all-time highs. Merck's an interesting name. So is Bristol Myers, wherever that is. But right there, Pfizer 1.3%. As well. I don't know. I don't see Bristol on here, but yeah, Eli Lilly. Let's just have a quick little look as it's not loading up on TradingView. But LLY did kick out to about 1150 or so, I believe, was the high last week there, and yeah, right into there 1125 or so, and then it had 9 or so straight down days. We actually talked about that as that was happening, and yeah, man, it did happen, and now you get four days or so of upside momentum back for Eli Lilly. Look, we're holding on by like the skin of our teeth here with these futures. I have like 2 units. Generally speaking, we'll have 4 or 5 units on a trade that we really think very strongly about. This hasn't really started to go yet, so I'm just going to try to wait for this one. If it does give us some 30s, our stop is breaking through 20, so I'll take the 30 long if that's going to happen, but right now it's kind of like just down, down, down. There it is. So yeah, okay. Now we're in a problem right now. So we're getting closer to potentially getting stopped out here of the TQs, but here's a nice little move backside right now. So, all right, we'll take some out now. All right, good level here. Now, we did have 4 units down there, so we're gonna start to take some more out here as we're right back now to the high of the day. So for myself, P&L wise, not the market. If the market went, then oh boy, we'd have something right now, but let's take some out as this just sort of drifts a little bit higher. Look, I feel like I'm in a bit of trouble here, so we're gonna exit out as this starts to climb up. So here it comes. Now let's see if we can go. Good trade there. We'll pat ourselves on the back. A good old Barry Horowitz right there for that TQQ trade. We told you we're sitting at 52.30s. We get it. That gives us our 4 units, and it lights it up. So there it goes. Huge move back up for the TQQs.
Yeah, I think we're starting to break trend. It's almost as if something happened in the market that we wicked the bottom and then just came higher. But I'm looking at SoFi particularly. We tweeted about this morning. SoFi, and we'll talk a little bit about the chart in a second because we just broke trend on SoFi. So I'm long. There we go. That was weird. I just put like a midpoint in there. And it took a second to get filled. Well, it took a second for the message to come back that I was filled. So we're going to get out if we lose this $0.50 or just underneath that $0.50 on SoFi. But trend break all the way from the open. So looking for a VWAP retracement here, or I guess it'll be a VWAP bounce because it's going to the upside for SoFi. So I'm going to get some orders out. There is, yeah, nice bounce. Looking like it's finally happening in the market as we'll go to my left and take care of some business.
Yes, we will. And right now, we want to make sure that everyone understands BTCC right now. Yeah, Sharif, someone will get the door for you, my guy. Don't worry about that. BTCC, there are top 30 globally ranked exchange rate over there. They've never been hacked, and they have zero KYC if you're in the US, Canada, and into Europe. And of course, through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT. So definitely scan that QR code there. And they're also going to give you $15,000 back on your losses as well. Go check them out over there. BTCC should have everything y'all need right there. So go check them out. All right, there goes. We want to thank them for sponsoring. Scan the QR code and get more information. And please do your own due diligence with anything that you see. All right, there goes TQQs. Good move again, back down in. So we are out of more than half of this trade here as we get a huge move up. I told you we were nervous about it. So good move up, get out of that. And I just want to go over risk management quickly because I've lost 10% on AMD what we made on Tesla. So like we get questions about like what's changed and everything like that. We got that one from Adam, and it's just like being more responsible with your losses. And there it is, right? So it'll be a very green day, and most of it is Tesla, of course. And it's because we didn't hold this. So we'll lose 10% of what we make on Tesla right there on AMD. So that's exactly the kind of stuff you're trying to do, right? This had a chance to be just as good as Tesla. But unfortunately, it didn't happen, so we throw in the towel, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with doing that. And I think that once you realize the trade's not going to work, then you do essentially want to get out. And so that's basically what I'm doing right now, just taking like a dime or at most if we can on this. My stop on this is 52.20. So we'll take some money here on the TQs and then give some of it back, right, if it breaks. So hold it in case it does have that chance of going for sure, but make sure you do pay yourself, right, when you're in the money on some trades like that. So yeah, so far so good here today. We did give up we're not up now 2 times our goal. We're just about 1.7 so right now because we did lose a bit there on that AMD trade. So here comes the TQs right back in again. So yeah, we're just going to sit on our hands. I'm not going to reload this one. But so far, so good today. Nice green day.
Yeah, there was just another halt to the downside. I'll get there in a quick little second, but I'll give you the update. Took our trend break trade.
Oh, the futures.
The futures just broke again, but we broke trend line. So I'm like, yeah, we'll go long here like we always do. And you always, and like Sean said, it's all about risk to reward. Prior bar, when it's a wick like this, I don't necessarily use a prior bar. I think I've mentioned that before. So I'll tend to look at the body of the prior support level because I don't like wick bottoms for outs. Why let it get to that liquidity zone? You can save yourself 4 or 5 cents, but risk about 13 pennies. We're looking to capture a 30-cent move. Now, if I get out all the way, I'm getting out at an average of half. Let's say 15. It's a little bit. It would have been a little better than 1-to-1, but we just broke down on SoFi. It's Luminar that you might have heard me say under my breath filing Chapter 11. So they are halted downside at 80 cents.
80 cents.
Yeah. For a second there, I thought it was Lumen. I was like, oh, no, not Lumen, but it's Luminar. That's laser. It's halted to the downside. Volume's not really going to be as big as iRobot, so I don't know if I like this. Oh, iRobot's about to break $1 too.
Everything in the...
It was a shot.
It was the crypto space.
It was like one shot here on iRobot. You could have gone long maybe on that original dip or off that halt price. But I'll wait for the dollar level to come into play here. I think the dollar level is going to be a good one. If I can see a big bid down there, that might be worthy of a second long. So silver, we're going to bounce off VWAP here. Well, if it does bounce off VWAP. It took it breaking VWAP. My stop's underneath the 50 level, and it just can't seem to get to the highs. As the market now cratering to the downside. I think the only thing holding the metals up right now was all that Fed talk of the balance sheet. So they're not really breaking down as much. With Mirren, I guess Mirren's probably done talking now, actually. I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, there's some pushback.
I haven't heard anything from Fed's Mirren in a while, but it does look like, oh no, I still see some comments in here.
Yeah, here's...
Man, Bitcoin, this is really Bitcoin leading us to the downside. We just broke 87, 86.7 now. ETH just broke 3,000 2 seconds ago. 29.95 on ETH, which was the strongest of most of the crypto names. I know XRP was actually up at one point as well. So not looking good in crypto land, everybody.
Everyone's smart trading crypto until this happens, of course, and we all hold the bag.
We're still going to the 70s.
We'll see where it's going. Here it is. Heads Facet. Hassett's Fed chair candidacy received pushback, apparently. So that could definitely be something to do with this move down here, as there's going to be some uncertainty potentially there in the candidacy that President Trump is trying to put forward there. So never a great sign there.
That's under 50%.
Yeah, I already said I think it's going to be Warsh already. I don't know if you were here on Friday, but we did talk about it.
We were looking at the odds. But the thing is, you can't. So on Kalshi is what we're talking about, everybody. The betting odds for Warsh is up to 1-1. Like it's 48 to 46. However, you can't use Kalshi in Canada, where we are located. So unfortunately, if you're in the U.S., you can that's something you can bet on. It was like a host of like 30-something countries where they told us that we couldn't utilize Kalshi. But now 49 to 46, and moving around a lot. Looks like there's some heavy action on here. I like the fact that it updates in real time. Very, very, very well there over on Kalshi. But hey, we can't use it, so not that much help to us. IBIT continues to go down. Polymarket is an opportunity as well, although, wow. Where's the bottom supposed to be here? I just saw Bitcoin. I'm like, okay, well, where's theoretical support? 48.9 on IBIT, which will work out to, just going to go and look at actual spot Bitcoin. It'll probably be like 86 something. 86 change is going to be my guess. Oh, this chart's not going to load. Oh. All right, my actual Bitcoin chart doesn't want to load, so I'll just have to stick with the IBIT for you guys, unfortunately. Yeah, about 49 looks like it's going to be theoretical support here.
And the market is really coming back down in. I think I'll begin potentially dip buying some SPY here at some point in my account. It is my largest holding, is the market in general. I think it goes to the market, then Google, then Apple, then Nvidia. So definitely very tech heavy rate here. All right, man. I mean, here we go. Palantir is now coming in quite aggressively here as well. So we were just at 185 down to 183 and change right there. I was debating going long. Like, this is what we did on AMD, man. We thought the market was going to be a little slowed down there around 10 o'clock, and obviously it didn't, and we lost it, and it came back in. So I was sort of thinking almost the same thing here with Palantir, as you know, you came back in right there. That could have been a long at 184. It's not, and then it loses it, and now we continue to head down. So maybe after all, we will get our 180 or so on Palantir. Oh boy, did we ever do well on Teslas. That's 480. Our best outs are like 480 basically 20s, I think, is our best. We have a couple at 480 flat. And then now it's back down to 470 again, the sort of the spot that we were looking at initially to go long. And that's all came all the way back right now, giving us a nice little potential turnaround candle right there in the market. I think I'm going to try maybe Palantir instead of that. I want to stay away. I mean, you could basically go long the market at any point here as well for any of these names. But I'm going to try about Palantir in and around 30, see if that will hit. And then if we break through 183, then we can get out. So let's, it's starting to go a little bit, but let's see if we can get 183 30s. That's that sort of low as 15s. We'll see if we can get right into here again and hold against. So Feds Williams talking now. The market's just going what it's going now, but yeah, trying to pick out some bottoms might be tough right now. Let's just look at a bank quickly. JP Morgan does not get into our 318, but if it does, maybe that's a thing. And I know you mentioned SoFi still downside, and then also look at SoFi, Puke City, right? That's straight down 3.5%. And then Robinhood, I don't even think we need to look at this yet. They're not going to settle down until crypto really does slow down. So 117 potentially coming in here for Robinhood. That could be a good break long, but this name down 2% as well. SoFi is the worst. I mean, SoFi is down 3.3. Webull got going last week.
I was about to say, check Webull.
Yeah, 9, breaking through 9. So that's all the way down too. So Hood the worst, but Webull kicking as well, down almost 3% Webull. So yeah, sorry, SoFi is the worst, down 3. So they're all around the same right now. We should have just definitely bought some Palantir by the look of it down there at 183, but who knows as we continue to make those moves. Tesla at our posted, at the level that we had got long there at 470, looked to have been a good one as well. The 200 period holding out there on Tesla, bouncing now up $3 from their low. Market might be back a little bit.
We might have the first, like, the NASDAQ hasn't really had a green candle all morning long. As we're all down on the Qs here, now down 0.5%, but this is looking a little bit more distinctly like a potential bounce here. Look at overnight. look at Friday's lows, I should say. That could provide a bit of resistance, like support turning into resistance at about 613 on the Qs. I'd tell you what it was on the ES, but like I said, we don't have any data on it. We just bounced off of our trend break level here on silver. So silver broke trend about 57.40 half, 45 or so. Holds the prior bar. It just wicked the prior bar, so I jump back in, and I'm going to play to 57.8, still have the order at 58 high. If we get to the top, I'm getting out and looking for a potential breakout trade above there as well. So for now, that's looking good, but without gold necessarily breaking trend, it's one thing for silver to get above VWAP. If gold can break this trend, I think that makes it look a little bit stronger in the metals, and it is a clean channel down on gold. Like very, very clean. You break this trend line, I think silver is going to be just fine. Apple. Apple's showing real signs of a bottom. 70. Look at the accumulation at 74 right now on Apple, and it's not a random level. 274. That's Thursday's low. So Apple trying to also lead us potentially to the promised land. I think you're making a bit of a bottom here. Just based on, you got the metals turning, VIX slowing down, Apple finally looking like it's catching a real bid. Probably just need like an Nvidia or someone else in the Mag 7 to participate, and then we can start looking a little bit better here. So potential green candle coming in on the 15 for the first time in Apple, the Qs as well as the market trying to settle down a bit. But remember, we're only down 0.5%. Like, as much as we've been falling down from the open, the Qs aren't down that much. Like, you're down 0.4%. I know it looks like a big move because it's the same move as on Friday, but that's not that heavy of a move overall. I wouldn't be freaking out or anything like that. But there's individual names that don't look so good. Like some of the finance, you were pointing out, like Robinhood, anything crypto-related looks pretty bad this morning. But if you're looking at some of the bigger tech names, they're not the end of the world.
You've had a mouthful of chicken and rice there, but he was yelling about AEO because...
Did it do it?
Yeah, right there. He beats everybody there with AEO over $26. So there it goes.
It's over.
Congratulations right there on that one there, making through $26 AEO. So, okay, Palantir, still waiting to get that bid. I mean, we were talking about it and it was down here, and I didn't pull the trigger. We didn't pull the trigger also on my guy... Tesla down there at those lows, and then honestly TQs as well, man. We're still having like a very big day. I actually just talked to you guys. I mentioned in the chat there that you can tag Neil and I, talk about our trading, your trading, any symbols you want us to look at, things like that. Okay, like how our day is going, how your day is going. If you made a trade that you want us to look at, please let us know, because we're over here for you guys as well. I've traded 3 names, right? AMD, the Qs, and Tesla, basically following our plan here today. I didn't have AMD written down, but with the movements in that was pretty interesting. We'll talk about that in a minute, but I like Boeing as well. We've already bought some Boeing at $200. Looks like that'll be another good level to hold. I mean, we were wondering about it as it was tanking down to the downside, and then it wasn't Kelly Ortberg, it was their CFO, came through and mentioned that they had a little bit of an increase there in their capabilities, and I think their order book was increased, and we had a nice little move up there from basically 185 into 200, and now we look to hold it. Damn you, Palantir. Damn you. There goes Tesla off of 470. We should have definitely been a buyer over there, but we were not. So that's a little bit of a problem. And let's just check out what Netflix is doing as well here today, as there goes Netflix just cruising lower, down to $94. Broadcom day 3. 344, yuck, Broadcom. Hopefully, and again, like, this is one of those things, man. I told you, I was telling a buddy of mine, we're not buying this name anytime soon. We said that you got to give this a couple days. We saw the sort of the downflow in Oracle still continuing. We saw the downflow in Nvidia off of their earnings report, and it was just a couple weeks now that Nvidia really hasn't gotten going at all. There might have been a little bit of a bump there mid to late last week or early last week, but then the fade is real. And with the NASDAQ getting lower, you got to worry about some of these data center plays. What we didn't talk about was the other side of these plays. I mean, GEV continues to go up, but SMR and some of these power names, that's down again, man. That's down to $18. Good to get out at 57, not good to get back in at 30. SMR downside, Oklo as well. Like, as like 83. Some of these names can't get out of their own way, it seems like, as Oklo down another 4% today, tried to get going through 110, now back down to 83. That's a pretty nasty fall. And then if you're not making money in these environments, like these companies that are big trillion-dollar companies with huge amounts of cash can't get going in a market like this, there's no way a little spaghetti company like Rigetti could get going. So we have to be very, very careful with what exactly is happening here in the quantum space as well, because there's no profits to be seen. And although you would think that with a cut in the latest interest rate, that would be better for some of these names that need to raise capital. Unfortunately, the signal was maybe 1 to 2 rate cuts next year. The market's not certain about that. And then also with the 10-year going higher, and just the rate cut might not be all roses for some of these smaller companies as well. So nice pullback for Palantir and Tesla. Opportunities to get long, we didn't do it. And then just make sure Neil's not going to talk about it because I've been talking a lot. I just want to throw over iRobot. It does bounce a little bit off 1, but doesn't quite get there. So it goes to 08s or so. So iRobot almost got into that $1. That could be a downside push there.
I think there's going to be a wall at the dollar level. My guess is you'll see a few million on that bid of $1 on iRobot. So when it breaks, if and when it breaks, the liquidity will be spectacular.
There we go.
187, a little spaghetti company.
You like that one. So yeah, that's pretty funny.
A little thin.
Yeah, little angel hair pasta action going over there. Look, I'm not here for my good looks, but maybe for the jokes. So there it goes there. Rigetti there. Yeah, that's an easy one. That's low-hanging fruit there. All right, man, 73% is iRobot declaring Chapter 11. So you got to wait for them to go down to the pink sheets. Then they'll be back with a vengeance, like Hertz and all that. So we'll see what happens there with iRobot.
It's a non-zero. Sometimes they survive, but I wouldn't necessarily be betting anything on it for iRobot. And then there was also Laser, LAZR, Luminar filing for Chapter 11 as well this morning, unfortunately. Either one of those looking good. In small cap land, there's a halter. I'm not familiar with it, but whatever. It's moving and it's potentially breaking $1 here. NTCL, which is, what is this thing? Net class technology, whatever that might be. Trying to break $1 as well over in small cap land, up about 40% to the upside is that small capper. But as far as the market goes, we are trying to catch a bid here. Tesla's back above VWAP. The Qs, as I said before, were making a pretty decent bottoming pattern. There's a pretty decent volume low and a reversal, but you can't seem to break out that consolidative top here. So just looking for the NASDAQ to do that. I'm now sort of at the point where if we can't break this top, let's do this. We've been open long enough, so trend in. And now we have a trend where I can jump out of this. So if we lose this trend line, which is effectively just under VWAP, and it'll be right around break even on silver, I'm just going to jump out. Can't seem to break through that hump. So the dip buy, it has been working, just not enough. And that's the thing with the longs today. They're really not following through. That's when you have a weak market, that can be par for the course. So if we don't get some kind of a push soon, I'm just going to trend out here on silver. Keep giving it shots along VWAP, but at some point, you really got to go. And I will be, if it breaks. I mean, if we break $1 on iRobot, I'll be looking for that short. I paid for locates there, so they were about 1 cent a share for us here at Real Trading. Actually, probably a little bit less than that, like 0.8 or something like that per share. Don't have to use them, but the long really isn't following through, unfortunately, on this Chapter 11 filing for iRobot. And keep in mind, and we didn't really talk too much about this, like all those big runners in the robotic space. Yeah, remember Serve? Not looking too good either. Whether it's just following the market, maybe a little bit of sympathy, they're straight to the downside. If you're looking at Rich Tech, 10% down as well, straight to the downside off the open. iRobot bad, but not like the other robotics names are doing very well that got the bump last week.
Yeah, the only big robotics name, of course, would be Tesla, and Tesla's still going here up to 277 again off of those lows. So This name just keeps on motoring. It's hard to go long anything in the market right here with Bitcoin still going lower, but I still think there might be something here. I mean, since we've gotten out of this, that bottom, I mean, we were close here into the TQQs last week. I mean, we obviously broke that level. So I was thinking about maybe now if the market, I don't know if the market's going to settle. The NASDAQ's not even really, it's only down right now 0.3 or something, right? Yeah, 0.37. So there should be technically a little bit more room here on the TQs to go lower, if it indeed wants to do that. Check out PayPal here again, $60. That could be a good little level that we're trying to bounce off of here for PayPal coming back in. There's good stories around some of the fintech plays, but not like a play like a Robinhood. PayPal's not really into crypto too much, so that was maybe a mistake for them. But now you're seeing with crypto falling down, what that means for other fintech names like, Robinhood obviously is not a payment processor like PayPal is, but Robinhood already saw 115 today, right? Like a nice bounce back up there. Now it's only down 1%. So that could be something. A little upset that we missed some Palantir. My eyes keep looking up here, but nothing's really hitting for me. We could have gone longer in AMD and bought some of those dips. I wouldn't mind going long in Nvidia, but this is one of the names that has sort of led us to that downside. Oh, a big name that we haven't checked out that I saw some people saying Google still continues to go lower. Yeah, Google back down into 306. I think we can, again, like a big position of mine, but I don't mind adding some to Google if we have to. That's 300 basically flat there for Google. I think, its most recent highs at 320, not even back down 10% yet. So, wait for this name to maybe get into some kind of, I don't know if it's going to get bear territory, which would be 20% like a Meta did. But Meta was up 1% today. Now it's down. So that got going, and then that got hit as well. The other big mega cap name, Microsoft, trying to lead the way here today, down to 475, leading the way to the downside, down 0.88, one of the bigger mega cap names that continues to go lower. We looked at some of the lower cap names as well, but BBAI was down 8% when you looked earlier, and that's now, so this is getting close. I think a 200 period buy could be there. That's 580 we just bounced off of right now. I think the 200 period isn't around this 550 or so spot. That could be a big buy for Big Bear. And then Open Door, we had Nextdoor last week, was the one that was moving around there on Eric Jackson, talked a little bit about Nextdoor. And again, with lowering rates, you'd think that would be good for the economy. But again, in the United States, here in Canada, we have to reapply for our mortgage. It resets, I guess is the good word to say, every 5 years. That's the most you can hold on to your rate for. And obviously with the rate game, if you're playing that game, it hasn't been great. So most of those mortgages that have expired from the COVID times and things like that, when the rates were super low, are now having to come through. And we talked about it last week with Sharif and Brendo there, that it was like 54 condo sales all of last month, and that used to be the hourly rate when it was kicking. And a lot of that has to do with foreign ownership and things like that. Is, Ontario, Canada, I believe it's all across Canada, have different curbs now for, and this was put a couple years ago, about foreign ownership and buying of the condos and of the properties, and that's come now to roost and hit some of these stocks, but not the banks. I mean, TD Bank and BNS and Royal Bank and Bank of Montreal and all that. The banks here in Canada remain real strong, man. So those have been good places to hide for the Canadian economy. Name like Celestica, which was a huge winner over here in Canada, has fallen with this AI spend problem as well. 502 down to 418. So, Celestica really on sale over the last couple months as well, back into $400. So those of us that are trading here in Canada, this is a good name to look at if you're looking at a IT, AI sort of infrastructure name here with Celestica. So definitely check that out. And I know I miss Palantir, man. Palantir's all the way back. It's so funny because I still have a bid down here at 183.30 that didn't fill once we saw that bottom, but missed opportunity there for Palantir. Wow, good move all the way to the backside.
Yeah, good move all the way back for PLTR. The NASDAQ also going potentially back to the highs. You got Tesla heading towards 480. You've got Apple, the problem with Apple just can't seem to get away from this 274. I was sort of saying, like, it's hard to envision us breaking through VWAP if it's just going to be a handful or half the names in the Mag 7 looking strong. Support on Apple, no break to the upside. Meta, very different story. Trend break, looking like that one's going to be going for us and carrying the market higher. Nvidia finally breaking out. I don't like that trend break. It didn't really do anything for me to the downside. Going to have to look for VWAP on Nvidia if we can catch it, and we're close to target on silver. You're just going to be a little bit patient with this. Holds the trend to the upside. We're going to go back to the bid, dipping in, but the target's going to be up to 58. So I was really looking for that 1 point move. If it breaks out over the top, we still have room for a secondary push in the afternoon. Still think this can break an all-time high as well. But Tesla looking strong. Unfortunately, if you're looking over at Bitcoin, like it's trying to go. Oh, looking a little bit better now. Oh yeah, it's trying to go. We just retook, forget about Bitcoin for a second. ETH just retook 3,000 and might look a little bit better. ETH was stronger in the morning, gapping to the upside, but this is definitely making a better trend break here on ETH. I kind of like this better than Bitcoin off of the bottoms. But we just got the out on silver, so that must have just hit the high of the day. There we go. Look, trend into the high of the day on silver. This still has a chance to break out triple top from last week. So dip buy trade, again, just going off these levels here from Thursday. And if it breaks out that high, I think we can make another leg if we can hold above 58. So looking for the next trade, 57.5 to 58. We'll look for 58 to start holding, and then we'll play it into 58.5. Just stair step it to the upside. Like silver has just been relatively strong the whole way.
Yeah, good look on silver. Target hit. We need to have a button. Target hit. All right. So I don't know. I was thinking about people asking like, what exactly are we doing? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked at target in a while. And my target for that is like 98 to 100. We can see. I was going to wait to see what Lulu.
Holding up pretty well.
Okay, I was going to wait to see what Lulu's doing, not holding up pretty well, down 2.5% here for Lululemon. And we talked about getting some of that out on Friday, which we did do, but we are holding out for that 230. So Lululemon still has work to do on that one. Walmart continues to be the leader, obviously, in this space. As we talk about retail dominance, Walmart continues to be that name, and Costco off of earnings last week, something to look at as well. I was down another 2%. Wow, not good for Costco. I actually thought that was up today. All right, what I want to look at was potentially looking at the Qs again. So TQs got close to VWAP. I mean, just looking at the overall NASDAQ, there was 614 is where VWAP is. We're not too far away from that. Right now, 613, 613.50, 614 right there. This one got going again, 52.75. Gotta have to wait. You know, I'd like to be short this, but still waiting for that. Yeah, that's funny. Ethereum was at 3,000 in 2021. Yeah, exactly. So dead money all around here in crypto space right now. And if you're lucky enough to got out at the top, then you are laughing right now. What was a strategy, or what was a micro strategy, became a really great strategy. Now it's back to a micro strategy, as strategy down another 6%. As Ethereum keeps on bleeding, Bitcoin keeps on bleeding to the downside. I don't like the space at all. I was really close to liquidating all the coins I had over the weekend and probably should have done it. Maybe I'll get closer and closer to doing that now. Just going into cash, right, and putting it into something real, like maybe the S&P 500 or something. Right here, Bitcoin down 2, Ethereum down 2, Ripple down 3, right here, Solana down 2, right, Dogecoin down 3, Cardano down 3, everything right now heading to the downside, and the charts look real nasty like, man. Bitcoin, I'm not sure. We can double check to see what it's up on the year, and then we'll have a quick little look, and then we got to figure out what's for lunch as well. We're going to head over to the gym to see what's going on over there. Bitcoin, US dollar. Let's go over to the daily chart, and then we'll just eye it. I mean, obviously, I can just ask any of these LLMs what's going on, but still not bad. Here's 2025. So if you go to January 1st, in and around 2025, we are now down year to date on Bitcoin. So with the NASDAQ up 20% and ES up 16 or 17%, you know, you've been sitting in Bitcoin collecting obviously nothing on that position, and now it's red for you. So that's the interesting part. Obviously, we'll wait to see. There's a lot of stock as well. And it's not just crypto, right? There's a lot of stock that is also near their tariff tantrum lows. So this is getting to be back into that $80,000 mark, and I think that's the last time we saw really any strength in this space. So 80,000, we'll see if a dip buy can hold that. The last dip was 84, so that could be bought, and now we're experiencing another dip right now. So look, like these are lows there, but then we also made higher highs on that last battle back. So just a couple days ago, we were at 95, 96. So, you know, obviously, if you're holding crypto, and we know that less than half of you are in our chat, you guys might be the smartest ones around. But if you're holding crypto, you kind of know the ebbs and flows of it. So, you know, do you expect to be down 35% from its highs? No. But
that's the most normal thing ever.
You know, that's the one thing you want to look at. I think it's a little nerve-wracking because right now they've shown their hand up here and it was not bought up. They tried to get back going, was not bought up again, tried to get back, not bought up, tried to get back and went. So with all these ETFs right now, you possibly, I just told you, like, I think you possibly have seen the top for a while now in Bitcoin, and maybe the rotation might be back into this, but I don't know. For me, I think the S&P 500 right now is a lot better, but we'll wait to see what's going on as we go. But it's
there's room for both.
Yeah,
I like the S&P. I'm back to S&P over Nasdaq at least for next year, anyways, on the dip buying. But just to maybe take a different look at Bitcoin, because I look at these key levels, like the double top, that was our breakout point, like that 2024 breakout at 74,000. That dip was 74 to 50. That was a third. When this breakout happened, it double topped at 108. The pullback was to 74. So that was a third. And then this triple top up here at 123 is pulled back so far, stop me, a third. So unless this, like if it breaks that support level, then you've got something a little bit different happening on Bitcoin. But this entire stair step up has been essentially making a double or triple top and then pulling back around 30 to 35% every single time. And that's for the last couple of years. So it's not different until it does something different. Ooh, the market just did another turn.
Yeah.
Literally as I was saying that, I looked up for a split second, and I guess we're not going long over 58 on silver because that's starting to pull back in here. Nvidia just made a right turn as well off of VWAP. It can't seem to break out either. Yeah, you know what? Someone said, what's wrong with Nvidia? I don't know that there's anything necessarily wrong with Nvidia, but when it gets to resistance lately, it's not punching through. Like 178, this was when the news dropped on Friday, right about 11 o'clock. It was that Oracle OpenAI headline. And after that, it tried to break 178, failed initially, and then failed a little bit later in the afternoon, and it's failing that exact same price today. So any buying needs to press through 178. If we can do that in the afternoon, Nvidia is a breakout. Market gets through, if the Nasdaq gets through VWAP, my guess is it probably doesn't do so without Nvidia. And if that's the case, then Nvidia becomes an afternoon break at 178.5 or so. But until it can shoot through that resistance, we're still, I don't want to say penalty box, but range bound is a better way to look at it.
All right, let's go over and figure out what's for lunch. All right, today's a tricky one. Today we have the flag of Japan. So you'd be thinking, like, we actually ordered, we got in some nice takeout on Friday night. It was a busy one. We got some sushi, which are just the rolls, and some sashimi as well. I like the whitefish there. So the sushi was really good on Friday.
You don't seem very excited for this. But what?
Teriyaki tilapia.
You know what? I should have known. The second you made that face, I should have known it was a tilapia. But in my head, I was like, but there's no way that's going to be a Japanese thing, so it can't be.
Can't believe I'm reading this.
It's actually kind of funny, to be honest with you.
It threw up in my mouth a little
Actually kind of funny.
Teriyaki tilapia with, of course, Japanese vegetable pilaf, steamed vegetables, and chef's choice salad. All right, well, it's a good thing it was a fantastic day trading. That's what's for lunch. All right, well, I hope you guys found that pretty funny right there. Yeah, I got to add some color to the show at some points, guys. There it is.
I find the caterers funny.
Teriyaki. Yeah, well, some people find me funny, but
they're forcing the action with this country thing.
There we go.
Like, it's incredibly unnecessary. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, it's good, man. I really like the country thing. It adds some flair to the what's for lunch. But that's what's for lunch, and right now let's figure out what's on Neil's mind.
Well, we're going to talk a little bit about limited risk trading, everybody, because when you're risking your own money, you might be afraid of losing. You might not have enough to start, and that might keep you on the sidelines. So, Trade the Pool is transforming how you can engage in the markets. They got the limited risk trading model. So you use funded capital and trade the pool is going to take the downside. So you can focus on discipline, consistency, and growth. So you hit a profit target, and once you do, you can keep 70% of those profits. This is the evolution or revolution called limited risk trading, and you can find it at Trade the Pool. If you visit Trade the Pool or scan the QR code right now, you can get 10% off your first evaluation. Shout out to Trade the Pool. We'll be talking to Mitch, I believe, tomorrow morning. So shout out to Mitch, and I want to thank him. I want to thank Trade the Pool, of course, and not just Mitch. We had Steve on and last week on Thursday, I believe, as well. So shout out to both of them and appreciate them both. Only about 3 minutes to go. Before we go, I don't know if this will be covered in the midday. Might be. I mean, iRobot's moving around. It's a small capper, but it's still trending towards that potential dollar break here on iRobot. Remember, they filed for Chapter 11 here. Sometimes you get a dead cat bounce. It doesn't look like it's much of a bounce, unfortunately, for them. And it was them and Luminar that are both headed to the downside. Bitcoin's still finding a lot of trouble getting off the schneid, as we had said. And Ethereum almost exactly at 3,000. This is ETH right now, trying to hold 3,000, but on ETHA, you've got what looks like almost a triple bottom starting to form. So I'm gonna like this for a potential next trade a little bit over Bitcoin for a couple of reasons. One, it was moving more this morning. Two, if it breaks this trend down, then it's doing so holding 3,000, which is a big technical level, which I like. So I'm going to favor that one over ETH or over IBIT for the next trade. We got NMOBC Usher. If you are not long 17 after Sunday, you're wrong. If you are not long, if you're not long, obviously.
That's what I was waiting for you to figure it out.
Okay, look, my brain is going to always go to something in the markets, but if you're talking about this guy right here, the best player in the NFL, you're absolutely right. But here's my thing, and I'm a huge homer. I'm a big Buffalo Bills fan, but I can be honest about what's really going on. If you have a quarterback that needs to play perfect and save your butts every single week, it's a difficult way to win it all. Not impossible, but that's a very difficult thing to put it all on. You can't go down 21-0 or constantly be down at halftime. You just can't always do that. It's not a viable strategy, in my opinion, in the long run. But the guy is unbelievable. It's just what he's able to do week in, week out. This is a good year for them because there's a lot of injuries to a bunch of other teams.
Yeah, this is the year.
We just got Bosa back. He made an instant impact.
And then you have Mahomes going down. So I just saw you up there, Machiavelli. Sorry about that. Generally, Andre will tell us if there's super chats and try to throw them up, and sometimes we do wind up missing them. It's nobody's fault, and I don't want that to be the case. So thoughts on Micron. So what day are they reporting again?
Oh, it should be Wednesday.
Okay, so my thoughts are negative on them. Or tell you that, but again, it's the price action would tell you potentially different. I mean, obviously today it's not obviously. I mean, today it's up. Obviously, we can look at that, but not to tell that it was going to be an easy up day. I don't think that was the case at all. But for right now, Micron, the reason why I think a little more negatively than maybe I should be is just the way we've reacted to Broadcom. Broadcom was a double beat. Top and bottom line, down now 18% or so, including today, right? So you can't be happy with the way, AVGO has traded, right? This was one of, I don't want to say the leader in the space. I don't think it was necessarily the leader. I mean, I think Nvidia is always there, but Broadcom was at the highs, all-time highs, and looked like it wanted to ramp, right? And I just think when you look at something like Broadcom and you look at something like Micron, and again, it's like I'm not a expert in the RAM space, although my son seems to think that we got a great deal when we bought it a couple weeks ago or months ago. When you're up here like that, you've had a good run, I just look at its peers and would say, you see SNDK as well, SanDisk to the downside, that's been following pretty good as well off of their highs. So let's just wait to see 280 down to 204, that's down 20% now. And I just think Micron, I'm not sure what they're gonna say, but I'm not sure it's necessarily a demand story anymore for them. Have they realized some of that profit on their most recent talks and the calls of other companies, definitely pumping the tires of Micron. And they have a very humbled sort of CEO. So I'm not sure what Micron's going to come up with their report. For me, Machiavelli there, I would be short. Or I wouldn't actually, instead of being short Micron, for me, I would stay away from Micron. I just don't know what's going to happen. I would favor the short rather than the long, but.
You know what? I think.
Who knows?
I think the easier way to say it is if you long, you'd sell if you were long. No? If I was long on any of the memory names, earnings this quarter, whether it's SanDisk or MU or what was the other one that's going crazy? That doesn't really matter. SNDK, which I think is worse than.
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah.
I think you just you bring the register. Yeah. Like, why not? Yep. You know, you
Palantir was down, Nvidia was down, Broadcom was down, Oracle was down, like Meta was down. Most of the companies, Google. Different story, but now heading back to the low side. I'm just not sure about this whole AI spend thing. Obviously, I think demand's going to continue to higher. I don't think people are still going to be buying these chips.
SNDK could be on the verge of a real down move. Oh man, obviously.
Here's the right way to say it.
This didn't look good. Like this looked bad on Friday as well. This was down like 12 to 14% or something on Friday, but I think this one breaks 200 and it's nasty, and SNDK is probably weak.
This is why we want you guys in the chat. Like, I just found this. I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about. I think the risk is to the downside. So the risk is to the downside. So that's the problem, and I think you nailed that right there. So I want to say thank you to everybody as well. All right, it's 11:02. Sharif has arrived. Good to see him. So he's in here now. Sharif and Joe for the midday. Good show so far. We're back at 2 o'clock, but for right now, 11 to 2, it's midday time where they'll be talking about tons of stocks, probably about the weekend, and we're going to get ready to go. So let's go over right now. We're going to go get that teriyaki tilapia. Yay. How do you feel now, Japan, giving us that? I like teriyaki, though.
Oh, I love teriyaki.
Seasoning teriyaki, I don't know. But anyways, all right, ciao for now. Over to the midday.
That is incorrect, Sean. We're going to be talking about American Eagle the entire show. We're not going to be trading anything else other than American Eagle Outfitters. My man, boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. That's your boy, Joey Options. And I'm Sharif. What up, my man? Aaron and Dino. We got Durant Gordon. Why not? Why not? We got Peter Raz, Pi. We got Jody. We got iGrow Fighting. We got, who else? Christmas, Victor Capitello, Black Hawk, and a whole bunch of numbers. Come on, YouTube. Let's go. We got Nygaard.
Where's everybody?
We got Darwin the Trader. Shout out to the OG. Gorev's in the house. Shout out to Office Depot and Evan911. What's up to Ichiro? We got Stano, Arch Diesel. Who else, man? Rayleigh, we got T. What's up? Pitch Bulls in the house. Shout out to Greg Moore and Jacques. Green Saber joining us as well. Joey, we got Death Lee Liquidator. I think I butchered that. Juan, we got Stan, we got Trader 604. Who else? We got Yannick, Mike, P.D. Ryder, Buffalo Soldier, Dashin, Green Day, Dan, and Michael Baldwin. Good morning to everybody. I hope everybody had a fantastic Monday morning and a fantastic weekend. I know I certainly did. I actually don't mind. Again, I told you this on Friday. The freezing cold so long, Joey, as the sun is out.
Okay,
and the sun was out plenty.
Yeah, it was. Very much so, guys. I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Obviously, you see me earlier this morning. Upgrades, downgrades. Yes, I owe Sharif some cash flow now, so we'll get that done throughout the middle of the
20s. 120 at a time there, Joey.
But see, the thing is, you see this guy over here? He's just rubbing it in. When I won, it was just calm, cool Joe, you know what I mean? But this
you were rubbing it off camera consistently. No. Every morning you come in and look at the coin and count the amount of days left. Get out of here, bro. Come on now.
Oh, man. All right. Always fun and games.
Yes, sir.
When you come on over to us. I hope everyone's had a fantastic one. If you're here in the city, starting to get a little bit more nippy, but that's okay, guys. You can put the toque on at any given moment. But let's get right down to business.
Good work, Joey.
We're going to talk about our loser of the day, and that is going to be Bitcoin. Yeah, so we take one stab at this thing, and we're like, all right, AC Slater, we're coming back. We don't want to try this because it is a no-go, and it's still relatively weak. So that's our 0 for 1. It wasn't our first trade of the day. We'll get to that momentarily. But what we're currently sitting in right now, guys, yes, you guessed it, Netflix hitting that 2-to-1. We're posted up at at 94.45. Boom, and there you go. You just catch a fill as quick as you'd like. So guys, $94 we're in at flat, risking to 93.80, and then you can see we don't take our first out until we hit a 1-to-1. Now we're slowly climbing higher, so I take 20% out, 10% out, and then I cut half off. So I was sitting on 20% right there, and then I took 10% of my 20% off right there. So there is NFLX working for us nicely. And then we have one more. Man, oh man. Wanted to go back to this weed space because it was hot on Friday. It was lighting up in smoke, that's for sure. And we get one stab on this one, 10 cents worth of risk. We're at 550 and we're only risking to 540. I get a 1-to-1 right here, a little bit more than that, guys. 1.3-to-1. I take some off and then it comes back to my break even, and then I never got back in. So that was a missed opportunity, a big time move there in MSOS. But we're not going to complain whatsoever. Netflix being good to us, as Kip from Napoleon Dynamite would like to say. Please
I like
be
that.
Good to me. Please be good to me.
Kip is great.
Yeah.
Shout out to CLYM and shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. All right, we're long here at the $0.50. Here comes the 69. We already took some beak wetters there at the third of a dollar. Look, we defended the $0.50 here on CLYM. This is a multi-day runner. This was running Friday. Today's, I think, either a second or third day play, and it is up 21%, looking to take out that 2/3 of a dollar, on its way to 2/3 of a dollar. Of course, the high of the day, 64, now dropping back into 60. I'm looking to defend this into the 10 EMA on the 5 because Census broke above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 at 950. It has not lost the 10 EMA. So we've built a position now right at the 10 EMA. So my entry and my exit are going to be based upon that. Now we all want to look at some others, and there are others running. Most notably ARTV. Very, very good strength on this one. Now, this one has sort of a mixed relationship with these indicators. Sometimes it respects them, sometimes it breaches through them. Case in point, we get that nice breakout right at 930. The implied balance high takes us a little bit above 5, but look what happens. The short sellers were using that $5 area to put a damper on everybody's party, and by the time we got through 5, we got to 506, we dropped all the way back down into 410, and look at us take out the highs as we speak. So a good recovery, and once you cleared 5 decisively here on ARTV, we can start using that as a level of support. It's up 67, 68%. So let's be on the lookout for that one. Where's the 10 EMA at? Well, it's beautifully placed right now at the breakout area. Most notably the $5 area where we had a lot of trouble before. So we've already cleared 5, got into 5 1/3, and tested 5 again vis-a-vis these wicks. So am I looking for another dip into 5? Not into 5, but I am looking for a dip, maybe into the 10s, the 20s. We are looking for a pullback here as we get a little extended away from the 10 moving average on the 5. There's that one. So we're going to talk about ARTV likely multiple times, but there's also AMCI. This one, look, bigger percentage mover on the day. However, the chart pattern not yelling at me in the same way that ARTV did. So AMCI kind of feels like that rounded top. We breach 8. We spend all of no time at 8. In fact, there are no closing prints above that $8, just a couple of wicks. So now we know $8, a key area of resistance, given the fact that we were able to spend no time there. Now, what's the move? 8 is resistance. Fantastic, Sharif. We're going long. We're not going short. Well, I'm looking for VWAP here. 6 1/4. It's exactly where the volume weighted average price is, but I'm not going to overstay my welcome, especially because we're not getting any higher highs and higher lows. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's more all of lower highs and lower lows. That's called catching a falling knife, and you can get you in some trouble. So a 6 1/4 hold would probably get me out, a 6 1/4 entry, and I'd probably give it to 6, the whole dollar level, and then that would be the end of the trade, and I'd probably remove it off the side chart if it continued to go down. So AMCI in focus, ARTV in focus, and then we're obviously involved in CLYM. But there's others. Now you're going to probably notice a few names on there that are not really strictly small cap gappers, and that's because the pickings are slim. So we had to put some inverse ETFs. The likes of MSTZ, obviously an inverse ETF for MSTR. We got QBTZ. They look fantastic, by the way, respecting technicals, which is an inverse ETF, a leveraged inverse ETF for QBTC. We also have Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti, RGTZ. We're looking for Z. Sorry, my American friends. We're looking for this one as well. So let's see if we can trade some of these positively. You know, that's not really my wheelhouse, but we're going to give these ones the old college try if they set up in the right way. Then the last two others that I said very little about, if anything, ASTI and YCBD. YCBD is a holdover from Friday. So if this one wants to start, you know, trading in a little bit of a better way, it looks like it's finding support off the 200, moving average on the 5, much in the same way, I should say, that it did on Friday. We'll get involved. But right now it's in no man's land. It'll have to drop into 1 1/3 for me to get interested. And then ASTI, I just put this up because it's just, there's pickings are slim, guys. This one I'm likely not going to touch. This is absolute hot garbage, making a new high and then immediately going back into area lows. That's not the move. So we're going to be looking for some more. And as always, guys, if there are any other small cap gappers that I've failed to mention that I don't have eyes on, please tag Joseph or myself so that we're able to cover them. And we know about them because sometimes it's hard to always look at the scanner, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. We're going to wait for the bid to come into 94, then we'll get all out of this position. I mean, we don't have anything left, really, just 10-15% or so. So if it comes back, nothing to worry about. A nice hold up into that 1-to-1. You get that 1.5, and then we take the bulk of it off. As soon as we hit 94.40, I'm like, all right, let's rock and roll. I did take some off, and then I seen a little bit of a change within the tape. And I'm like, okay, let me take some more just in case, because that is essentially a 2-to-1 profit target, so you want to get out a bulk of it just in case you don't get that third leg. Adam DeLuce, I'm good, brother. I hope everything's going good. And USS Stocks Trader, I hope everything's going good with you. I'm fantastic. A nice small green here this morning, giving back some unrealized here, but nothing substantial. I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities in today's session, so we're just going to wait here. There it is, and there it taps into 94. Guys, we'll hop out, and thankfully so. I don't know what is going on here. TWS did an update, Sharif, and it's absolutely disastrous this morning.
What's the issue what you're getting?
Well, they changed everything. They put some cool features on there. I don't know if you've seen this before. Yeah. But it's still a little bit hard to navigate. I just lost like my top heading. But anyways, it's essentially irrelevant. It changed some other settings right there. So we'll adjust some things. But some cool features coming up here. You get some news and stuff like that. Wedbush reiterates outperform on Tesla and some other things. So not too bad whatsoever. Oh, what's this one here? Market open. All right, 9:30. So there it is. That's a timing, I guess, there. So we're still in the early days of this session. Now, as for, yeah, there it is. I just showed you guys some of the things. Now, as for the overall market, guys, it's a weak one. I was thinking short on Bitcoin this morning, but I didn't take anything, and I was looking for a bounce. We just weren't fortunate enough to get anything, nor was it sustained. So we'll keep our eyes on that. I think silver can bounce as well, too, considering it's been strong for the past little while. And a big-time rebound. Like, you close right here at 55 bucks, you gap up, and you open up around $57. So if you break through this $58 high, then you can really get the momentum moving in this name. Not too bad on Netflix, but eventually I do believe I wanted to change the time frame on this, but I don't know what I did up here, but we'll figure that out momentarily. So this is the daily. I mean, you got to think about it. You head over to the peak of it here, you're down 30% now, right? 29.25. So I like this name. The more it sells, the more I like it. I don't think Netflix has anything to do with the cloud or the chip providers or anything along those lines. So it's just maybe catching strays right now. But Netflix, a streaming giant, we really, really like this name and are going to continue to buy it hand over fist as long as it keeps bleeding, even into the 80s. And we might even fall into that area.
Great. I like it, Joey. I like the aggression.
Yeah.
It's very good aggression. Yeah, I'm not touching that thing, bro. I'll just tell you straight up.
Yeah, man.
I have my views on that thing, and, well, that's the way it is. All right, guys, we're in ARTV, 534 long, just wet the beak there at 545. I'm going to give this to 5.25. That is where prior bar low is. So ARTV, new entry into this one, still trading above the 10 EMA. We're putting higher highs and higher lows on the current candle setup on the 5, but looking for continuation. And here it comes again into 48s. Can we get a little bit high? Well, what the hell? What's going on over here, man? There we go, Joey, into the high at 550. Here's 55s. Let's wet the beak at 50. Yo, man, you got to be a lot quicker with the outs over here, Mr. Program. Let's go, man. We hit that way earlier. Now we're punching in at 69. Let's see if we can get that continuation through day's high. 557 now, 59. Let's see if we can get 60 prints. There's 60 showing up momentarily, but the selling comes in aggressively on ARTV right at that 60 penny area. Let's look for continuation. Look, here are the technicals. The prior bar low. 524, 10 EMA on the 516, right back into the mid-50s. Looking for 60 print, though. We're going to be quite lofty in our expectations. This thing's up 60-some-odd%, but that's not the end of my move. Am I looking to get more in? Sure, if so long as it holds trend. You're not going to be catching me adding below 524 because that is prior bar low. And current bar low, just to give you an idea, even though this candle just opened up, we have about 5 mid-30s. So be on the lookout for that. Now, back to our other trade here, CLYM, into another high of the day. We got 52s on this one. It just showed me 67s. Let's look for continuation now into the into the $0.75. I'm waiting at 69. This one has a 1 penny spread at the moment, but I've seen it a little bit wider. So be on the lookout here. CLYM, multiple day runner. ASTI, ASTI, awakening, even though we were talking smack about this one earlier because it basically reverted immediately after making an intraday high. Well, it got back above the 10 EMA, it's back above VWAP, and it's also back above 4. But it still suffers from the same affliction it suffered from before, which is a wide spread. So be careful with this one. ASTI, the one I'm talking about. I just saw a 69er print there on CLYM. Alas, we didn't get printed because it didn't cross. So what we're going to do is we're going to move that bad boy down. We're going to take it at 68s. And now we're going to move up a little bit more for that next profit taker on CLYM. We're going to go ahead and wait at 77 for that bad boy. Let's go to the other one now because we're still holding someone here on ARTV as this one does come down into the 40s. So prior bar low, guys, as I mentioned, the $0.25. So long as this one doesn't breach prior bar low, I will continue to kind of maintain my position in this one. In fact, add. It's got an inverse hammer candle right now, but it just opened up. I think it's, well, not just. It's about 3 minutes deep. It has another 2 minutes to close. It's showing mid-40s. It has a higher low and a higher high. We still haven't breached, so let's see if we can add a little bit. We're gonna add only a little bit over here because we don't wanna completely screw up our cost basis. So there we go, we get the add. Now let's go ahead and wait just south of 50 and now north of 50 as well for a hold there. Nothing changes about my plan. It loses the $0.25. It loses me as a trader, at least for the moment. So that's what we're looking at, Joey. Looking for continuation here on ARTV. We only have one more profit taker on CLYM. We're waiting for 77s.
Sounds good, brother. All right, man, we got some things sorted out here. We're rocking and rolling. A big time recovery in the market. We get stopped out at that break even, guys, and then I move right back up here in Netflix. So a nice consolidation off the lows. You guys want to see what I'm looking at? Yeah, here, let's pull it up here, guys. We have the Qs as always on our top left, and then we have the SPY bottom left there as well too. So not too bad, and a solid recovery so far, trading above the volume weighted average price. Here's silver, guys. See, this is what I meant. It was all kind of wonky, just changing kind of the axes there in the color, but we'll get that all sorted out. There is, yeah, I know we gotta report that. Say we found the bug there, Sharif, my brother. Sir. But let's pull this one up there. Maybe that'll change some stuff. And nada. Okay, that's a contract. All right, we got a lot of crazy stuff going on. But there goes Tesla. A solid recovery right here. And I was looking at this on the 1 minute. This indecision print, especially in a strong stock, and you experience that pullback, I wanted to get involved with, but it was a little too late in order for me to do so because you know we want to keep those risk profiles relatively tight. So NVDA, MSOS, SLV, Tesla, and IBIT starting to form that consolidation right at that lows. Is this just going to be a consolidation phase where we head into an additional leg lower? Keep an eye out on Bitcoin, might continuously sell. While we're at it, guys. Yes, sir. All right, guys. Netflix is to zero.
That's not true.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's not gonna happen, man. Come on.
Netflix
we love
zero.
you though, bro, but I don't know, man. I'm not a fan of Netflix, as I made my position very clear. Yeah. But I don't think it's going to zero.
No, I mean, if it goes to zero, then that's going to be big time trouble for a lot of us. But let's head right into it. Right back to these levels, guys. So 94.42 on NFLX. If you posted up one more time at maybe 01s, you would have caught that fill, and then you can hit at 20 cents at 2 to 1 just like that. So not too bad of a look whatsoever, guys. And here it is, healthcare leading the way. Once again, you have 1 1/10 there, guys. Consumer discretionary sitting in that second place, up 0.9%, almost 1% there. And utilities, 0.4. And then the bottom three, guys, feast or famine with these guys. Materials down 0.16%. We have the tech sector down 0.16% as well, too. And the energy sector down 0.9. And that's how it is with the tech boys, man. It's either you're going to be the hottest in the market or things really, really start to cool down, man.
All right, man. ARTV, we've taken out the majority of the position, but it's a candle of indecision. I don't like this setup. I'm flattening out break even on the last remaining amount. I could have done, I'm probably wrong here, but I don't like the 2 candle prior setup. I'm talking about the candle that closed at 11:10 and then the one at 11:15. That's just not the right look for me, so we'll make money on this one and we'll run. Run. CLYM, a completely different story. Every time I look at this monster, it is putting in higher highs and higher lows, and I could not have been more accurate with my out on ARTV. That one is losing the bid freaking quickly over here. Look for a new prior look for the breach of prior bar low. So the candle that closed at 11:15, prior bar low, 27s. There it goes, losing it in a hurry. Oh, wow. Okay, very happy with that out there on ARTV as that one continues to bleed its own blood, as Joey Options would like to say. So we're going back to CLYM here. Good move on this one into the highs. But I just want to point out, CLYM, we're waiting for 77. So that's still a little bit of distance. Now, ARTV, it continues to bleed its own blood. Fine. But it's still at and above the 10 EMA on the 5. So what do we got here? In fact, we do have an area of support between 5 to 507. 10 EMA on the 5 is 5 low teens, I think 13 or 14. So here's what I'm going to do, man. I'm going to get in super small over here, and we're going to DCA into 5. Okay, because this is possibly a good entry. So what do we get there, Joey? We got 19s. We're going to go ahead and wait at 33 for our first out, but that's not the end of the trade. We're looking to defend into that $5 level. I like the breakout area from the 940 on the 5-minute chart. Look at the 940 to the 950 candles. They all reject 5. They had trouble clearing 5. So that to me is an important area for an entry. So that's what I'm doing right now. Let's go ahead and wait in the teens. Since we got 19, we're going to wait maybe a little bit lower. We'll go like 9, so a little bit below where we got in on ARTV. It looks like it's pushing up a little bit, but that's not the end of the matter. It has to hold 5, otherwise we're gone Zeno on this one. Now, I did mention that I was looking at some of these inverse ETFs, the likes of QBTZ, or Z, MSTZ, RGTZ. It feels so awkward saying Z for me, man. I have no idea why I'm like that, but it really does feel awkward. They're all looking like, you know, they're pulling back a little bit. So these are inverse ETFs. So meaning that if they're going up, the other ones are going down. If they're going down, then the actual underlying stock is going up. What's going on, Joey? What happened?
That is crazy. The shade is insane.
Oh,
man.
buy one Netflix share with this when it gets there. Oh my God. And don't use a stop loss after so you don't lose it all. Why are you? Wow, 2006 Jeep, what? Jeep
Limited,
what?
man.
Jeep Limited 57L. I like you a lot.
7 liter,
I don't want anybody to, that is a friend of mine to lose money though. Like that's just, I like good juju around me for selfish reasons. When you put out good juju, you know, people around you have good juju, and then you end up, you know, having a good mood too. And when your people are losing money around you, you're likely not going to be in a good mood because they're going to all be upset.
Yeah, they're going to be upset. Try not to get
I don't like Netflix for several reasons. Okay. And you know, it's going to have to prove itself to me, right, in the way that we were talking about.
Do you care to share any of those reasons?
One of the reasons is because they're taking on heavy amounts of legacy television, and legacy television is declining in terms of revenue generation, unless they're going to be able to turn it around somehow. Right? And I know that they're not taking, what's it called, what WBD's legacy channels, like the CNNs, the CBS, or they're not even CBS, CNN, the TBS, TNT, as well as some others. Those are not part of the deal. I realize that, but they've still taken on a lot of the company, and it's not for me. Anyway, Let's look back over here. ARTV, we got the ad now. Let's see if this one wants to hold 5. Anything below 5 ends the trade for me. Let's go ahead and throw in the stop. How many shares do we have? Good, good, good. Let's go ahead and throw that right there, Joey, and then we're going to give this as much room as we can, as realistically possible, and we're going to look for a hold at this level. But there goes CLYM into another high of the day. I'm posted up at 77s, but this one just got into 75. So obviously we didn't get the print. Now we're going to look to add, right? Because this is getting extended away from the 10 EMA, so I am expecting a little bit of a pullback right now on CLYM, maybe to the mid-60s, low 60s, possibly as well, the 10 EMA at the low 60s. So we'll see if we can get anything in around there, but it's a very, very good trend on this one. And let's see if we can ride it to the high side, baby. AMCI as well. This one's much more of a bamboozler though, guys. So trade AMCI quite carefully. 167% in the world of green, but it has a whole bunch of resistance at the 7.5 and the 8. The 7.5 is more of a recent resistance level, and then the 8 is our number 2, resistance level 2 on AMCI. So be careful with this one. It is setting up. It looks good. It's above VWAP, above the 10 EMA, but it is a bit of a bamboozler. It has a range under its belt right now to the tune of $1, and so you can find yourself quickly out of the money. Or you can get the breakout above 7.5 and then be printing up several storms. So just make sure you are on the latter as opposed to the former. Joey.
Yeah, there's a lot of hate in the chat for Netflix, man. I don't know why, man. That's crazy. I didn't think it was like that, to be honest with
brother.
you. So yeah, I mean, hey, to each their own. I like the stock.
Man, as long as they're making money, Joey, they're making money. It's just like, you know, when you pick up on that negative sentiment, it's not immediately gonna make a difference in the stock. No. The stock is much more resilient, but it's just like the winds. What kind of, do you have a tailwind or do you have a headwind? That's kind of what I'm trying to.
Absolutely. No, a lot of people agreeing what you've told me off camera are kind of saying the exact same thing about this.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
Yeah,
I'm not interested at all,
man. I love the stock. I'm with Joseph Scott Thomason. All right, yeah, I mean, I like it.
I respect that.
Yeah, we'll rock and roll with that. I think it's just, I'm not gonna put it in the realm of like too big to failure, because I mean, Blockbuster was a giant at one time, and then look what happened to Netflix. So
this administration will let you fail in a second.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go under, they're gonna let you go under. They're not gonna bail you out.
If you're gonna go against it, then it's just like
not Netflix anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I'm buying it, says Katina, man. All right.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So I mean, a lot of people are getting involved. So a mixed bag on that front. But there goes the market, guys. NVDA putting in a new high of the day, right at 178.33. It sold off this morning. I'm like, oh no. I think it's just prolonging this move to the downside, in my opinion. Like, how much are we gonna hold up for? And then you get that one negative catalyst that I think is gonna send us through some of these support levels and head into the high 60s, which I think is totally reasonable, right? I mean, you were up close to 212. We head over to the 67s, that's 20%, then we rebound off of that. So I think we're just delaying what can possibly happen in the near future. This is a shelf that I personally don't like, and it's only gonna take one negative catalyst. Something goes wrong with the earnings and one of these kind of cyclical features that we're experiencing here with NVDA, whether it be OpenAI, even though they're not publicly traded or anything along those lines. But there it is, man. Look at Netflix go. A nice recovery here. I'm not going to complain about that whatsoever. I mean, we were out at 94s. It stopped us out break even, and then you get a nice climb back up to above where our previous out was. So not too bad. Netflix chopped Blockbuster, and they'll never be forgotten. I think that, Axe Blockbuster. There we go, man. Way to rock that one. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's what happens when you kind of just don't go with the motive and try to be more innovative. Didn't Netflix ask to buy Blockbuster at one point? They offered to buy them, and then they're like, no. And I think Blockbuster was kind of mocking them, saying, yeah, who's going to watch movies online? Well, there you go. But yeah, aside from that, let's take a look at our scanner here, guys. I'm cool right now. We're slightly green, nothing substantial whatsoever, and we're looking to put on some more quality trades. And with that being said, have to have those tight risk to reward ratios, and we need to look for that prime time quality setup in order to get involved. We'll post up, we'll wait for those levels to come into play, and then that's going to give us the ability to put on these 2-to-1, 1-to-1.5-to-1 trades. So let's take a look at some of the volume here, guys, at the top of the list. Once again, TSLA, as Tesla is heading towards the high of the day, guys. 88.8 million shares traded in the pre-market session. So a lot of volume coming in here. You won't have any liquidity issues with that. Nvidia 67.3 million shares traded, just bouncing off of the highs right there. It's so difficult to short this name, even though I'm thinking of it going lower. I just find it too complicated at times. As for the SPY, nice recovery through the volume-weighted average price, but it looks like this rally is just running on fumes. As you can see, if you look at it from a broader perspective, slowly starting to stair-step down. Sharif, I see you going. What do you got there, bro?
Oh, we'll talk about that. Shout out to Yes West 2038. Appreciate you. You guys look handsome in your black. I like that.
Thanks, man. I got the quarters. You got the
quarter
I got the
zip.
quarter
No, I
zip.
I got the long sleeve dress shirt on today.
Man.
Yeah, we didn't arrange this. I swear.
What's up?
We didn't even really know. Guys, we're doing it freaking live. There goes ARTV. We added into 5 at the lows, and there it goes, preceded by a doji candle, which actually closed flat. A candle of indecision. It closed yellow on my charts, which means that it literally opened and closed at the same price with almost an equidistant upper and lower wick, and then we'll wet the beak there through the 20s. We're also doing it. Oh, there goes CLYM into the high of the day. There goes 89s, guys. We got 84s on that one super quick. But yeah, we are out of shares on this one, and we haven't been able to get any more as it hasn't even come close into the 10 EMA on the 5. Be on the lookout there. The 10 EMA showing the 2/3 of a dollar. So that is substantially below where we're trading, about 23 pennies, as we go right back into the high, into 88s. 89s now showing up here on CLYM, a multi-day runner, as this one's all gas, no brakes. It hasn't even touched the 10 EMA on the 5 since 10:35 this morning, so be on the lookout there. But ARTV coming back into the mid-20s over here. We're looking for continuation into the 30s. We didn't quite get it. That's a bit of a bamboozling trade over here on ARTV. What do we got? We got 9s on at the moment. We did add at 9, so we're looking for continuations into the 40s now on this bad boy. Let's go ahead and post there. We're going to post, 35s, and then we'll post high 40s for a possible rejection at that $0.50, as that sometimes is a psychological area of resistance. Let's go and take that one off. My mistake. Let's go into 35 there, and then we're going to go into the I want to say mid-50s. Let's go ahead and wait right there for a possible break. Oh no, Joey, CLYM is on a rampage to the high side. Every time I look back, this is making new highs. It's a 92 penny high right now, 392. This one's up almost 28 1/3 as it's almost into $4. What's going on?
No, Katina Man messaged me in the chat. He's like, I'm short TQs. I literally, as I read it, I'm posted up at 53 to short TQs.
Oh.
So, yeah. I'm like, oh, he's in. He punched it. 53.10.
All right.
Nice work. So I'm going to see if we can get a pullback here, Katina Man, but I'm thinking the exact same thing you are here. So I'm posted up at 53s. You got 53.10s. That's cash money because my was going to be 53.20s. So, I mean, 20 cents, 10 cents, whatever you're rocking and rolling with. So, yeah, nice move and a nice call out there. I'm liking the short here in the overall market. Why? I think we're relatively looking at the same thing, whether it be a tape or a price action print. It's just look at this on the SPY. You have this inverted right above the volume weighted average price, and then sure enough, you have the TQs. Relatively the same thing, but that aggressive selling starting to step in. So, yeah, boom, just like that, man. Nice move.
Just like that.
Yeah, nice move there, Mr. Sean Katina. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait for this pullback to see if we're fortunate enough to get that, Sharif. 52.71 is what we're currently trading at right now. Big Larry Ellison. Okay, Big Larry. All right, Big L. Shout out to Big L for those who are familiar with that individual. $5 Netflix.
What do you say, Joey?
Man, he's saying don't buy it. A lot of people not liking Netflix here.
Maybe you should buy it then.
Yeah, no, exactly, right? And so maybe we buy a little bit more. No, I'm obviously being sarcastic. I'm positioned relatively well. Mind you guys, it's like 10% of my portfolio or something like that. So it's no substantial size, and my average price is around $97, $98. Right. So I'm not going to complain about it whatsoever. I personally believe that it has a big chance to rebound, especially if the WBD Warner Brothers deal, when it goes through, I think it's just going to add more streamers, obviously, to it. They're adding big fights. You got Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua this weekend. So if they keep up with this sports flow and adding live sports and more live TV, I think they're going to be just fine, in my opinion. Yeah. I think the goal of the CEO, Sharif, is to be a $1 trillion company. I mean, obviously, a lot of the CEOs...
Like Eli Lilly?
Yeah, exactly, like Eli Lilly. So, I mean, I think the split is a good idea, and who knows what we're going to be talking about this name in a year.
I wish you the best of luck, bro. I'm not shorting it, so our positions are not adverse in any way, shape, or form. I hope you print up multiple storms.
Dude, at the end of the day, it's like, hey, I like that stock. I don't love this stock. That's fine. You're not going to always agree with every name in particular, right? So.
Yeah. Absolutely. Guys, we're looking at AMCI now because AMCI is on that rampage. It took out the 7.5 seller, and now it's dealing with that $8 seller. But I gotta get out of my last remaining amount here on AMCI. We're gonna take a 2-penny winner on the last remaining amount because it would put in a very ugly doji upside down doji candle. This is what I mean here. How can doji candle be upside down? A topping tail candle, sorry guys. This above the 10, and now this candle is red, making a new low. So it really hasn't lost prior trend or prior area low at 505, but it's setting up quite ugly. If it wants to come back down and set up in a bit more of a reasonable way, we'll get involved with that one. But now it's really gonna be a focus for me here on AMCI, as that one is trading right back into the highs at 8. It could be an absolutely short destroying breakout above the $8 area, given that it's been putting in higher lows into that area. We already know. There it goes into 825. It's an 838 high a day. I'm talking about that candle at 1035. That is the area high. So now we're looking from 838 into 850, where we may encounter psychological resistance. So AMCI has to be in focus for you here if you're a small cap trader. Here it comes into the high again, rejecting for the moment at 8. I want to say low 30s, high 20s. Let's just take a mouse over. So it is 8:30 on the dot. That is the candle high or the high of this candle. The prior bar high, 828. So we have higher lows and marginally higher highs as we accumulate into that 838 high a day. This looks like a fantastic bull flag continuation, with the bull flag looking really like right at 930. This one really started doing volume, about 1 million shares per 5-minute candle. And that's a small candle, quite frankly. The big candles have more, man. They have way more. There it goes into 865. That is a new area high for AMCI. It's on the rampage to the high side. Keep your eye out on this one. This could absolutely get going there as the Katina man shorts the market, but we're looking at AMCI, and that ain't short at all, baby. That is an 865 high day, but look at the blood come in right back down into $8. Joey, have we cleared $8 by enough now to be able to use it as a psychological or even technical level of support over here? We're gonna give this one a try. Oh, it's not even letting me in, man. It's so aggressive. All right, there we go. Let's give this one a little bit of room into 88s. If it loses that, it loses, fine. Then we have to take a shot over here. We got 819. It has to hold up at the $8 level. This one's an aggressive mover. Right back into the teens it goes. What do you got, my man?
Be aggressive. Be
aggressive.
All right, let's pull it up there.
Aggressive.
Let's see what we got going on here, brother. Blockbuster, yes, this is it, Ryan. And New Orleans, I think that is. Blockbuster had the opportunity to buy Netflix in 2000 for $50 million. Let's face it, though not worth trading money for trash.
Oh, okay, wow.
On a show for kids about hunting demons. What are we even doing here? I have no idea what the latter half of that meant, but hey.
Well, I think he just doesn't like it.
Yeah, that's fine. A lot of people don't like it. That's totally fine, but the majority of you have it on your television, so we'll get this Steve Austin on that. We're rocking and rolling. Nice move there, Katina man. Let's pull it up. I mean, this thing was off to the races. We weren't even fortunate enough to get that level that we're posted up. It's now 60 cents away from that zone. So to get a pullback in this market that lofty, I don't even know, man. I don't even know. So yeah, let's rock and roll. Let's be patient and wait for some primetime opportunities here, guys. I've been putting in a new low of the day. I think that Bitcoin is going to be in a bear market for quite some time. To be honest with you, give it a 6-7 months maybe. Could be wrong. It could be. I'm not going to say multi-year or anything along those lines, but yeah, I think it's going to take some time for this name to start to recover, especially head back towards that previous all-time.
Why do you feel that way, though?
Why do I feel that way? Just the overall sentiment, I think.
Just sentiment? Yeah. So like a red day?
Yeah, no, I think it's not even a red day, Shreve. I was saying for quite some time, I thought something was kind of weird with the length of some of the consolidations.
Good point.
One was like 8 months before it made additional legs. So it's like, okay, you have these consolidations, But the length, you know how we have the expected move right after the longer the consolidation, the bigger the breakout you're expecting? I wasn't seeing that in Bitcoin. You'd go into that 8-month, you would move for a couple of weeks, and then you'd head into another multi-month consolidation, move for a couple of weeks, multi-month consolidation, to the point where it just got exhausted. We tap into $126,000, and then it was aggressively rejected. Right?
That's fair.
So, and then also on October 11th, 10th or 11th, you have the mass liquidation. A month following that, you have another liquidation event. So I think that the new wave of participants is going to take some time. Right, so you're going to want that to accumulate. People are going to want to refund their accounts. So I just think there's quite a bit of fear in it, and I think a lot of people aren't in love with Michael Saylor and what he's doing right now, just continuously buying it and how you get the institutional adoption.
That leveraging,
So that's just basically where I
respect that, man.
At the end of the day,
my opinion is you got to make lower lows for me to feel that way. So I let the chart speak. If it makes that area low that Neil was pointing out this morning, that's where I'd start turning bearish and I'd be like, guys, I think we're going to be for a little bit.
Kind of like what we did
let's
right
bring
now.
it in. No,
You want a significant lower?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it doesn't hold trend, like if it doesn't hold previous area lows, you know how I feel about higher highs and higher lows.
So if you think it breaks
lows,
43, then there's going to be
that. I think we're definitely looking for maybe a deeper retracement, maybe to the bottom end of that consolidation range. What's the bottom end there? 30, which is what?
Or
like
even
60?
no, it's like $27. Yeah, that'd be like in the 60s.
Yeah, I would say 30. More.
But this is what I was talking about, right? Like you go from March all the way to November, just kind of essentially moving sideways, and then you only have a couple weeks of trading higher, and then you go into another multi-month. It decides, hey, we don't want price any higher, liquidity grabs, and does the same thing on repeat until eventually it's just like, oh, okay, yeah, we're not going to climb any higher than $70.
But making higher lows all the while.
They are, it is. But just something about this shelf and the support level just tells me that it's going to take some time.
Fair.
And the only reason why I'm saying multi-month is, well, think about it up here, and then up here as well too. So to recover that, I just don't think it's going to be as ferocious as some.
You're not looking for a consolidation area, much like we got before, though.
No, not right now.
All right, guys, AMCI, rocket ship. All right, where we got in at $8, man. We took it out at $8.77 on the dot. AMCI, there's the breakup above 8. I wasn't yelling because Joey was pontificating about Bitcoin. We got to listen to what he has to say. There it goes. It's an 893 high of day right now on AMCI. Be on the lookout now. We could see 10 easily as 8 has been cleared. Now we're looking at 9 as that resistance level. It's up a light and easy and not so big, 223%, and looking to take out more, but it's wide in its spread. It is volatile in its movement, so be careful trading it. You needn't trade this one if you're going in without a plan. Just full disclosure, because you're going to get wiped unless you get lucky. Okay, so 893, current high of day. Be on the lookout for that hold. We're looking now for an 8.5, or I don't want to say 8.5. 8.5 is way too close. I'm looking for a retest of the low 8s. We want to see maybe 8.25, maybe 820, something in and around that level. Otherwise, we're looking for a breach of 9. And here it comes again now, showing some mid-80 prints coming in there on the time and sales, but we get aggressive selling. There's a new high a day, set 895 now. Good strength on this one, but as it typically does, it makes a new high a day and it retraces in. If you're looking for Sean's levels are in the chat. AMCI, really strong, 895 right now. Let's see if we can hold 8. Should we be getting in a little bit more over here? Here's that 810 we were talking about. It spends like no time there. 809 now, 812, holding 8, but not really rocketing up off that level. Do we get a hold? Well, this current candle would have a higher low. We're going to give this one a try. Where did we get in? We got in at 22s. Anything below 8 ends the trade for me. It's really that simple. There we go into the high 20s again, low 30s. We'll take out some here. Cancel the other one. Let's move that up into the 40s. Good aggression here. There's 40s again on AMCI. Watch out for this one, guys. It'll rip your face off if you're trading it the right way. Joey, what do you got?
Yes, sir, man. Yeah, nice move there from Katina, man. He was short at 53.10. Like, you're not going to get much better of an entry right there, especially if you're using this high as your stop. And then sure enough, he gets that move all the way down to that 52.40 level. So nice work, brother. another one as usual. So nice work. We're happy for you on that specific trade. IBIT, I mean, we're talking short a little bit in the long term on this, but that doesn't mean you can't take the longs intraday. Let's see if this is going to be the potential bottom. I mean, you have leg number 2, and then sure enough, you're getting somewhat of a bounce. But the buyers are just not stepping in aggressively enough because those candle prints, those volume in which I'm talking about are still red there, guys. So I got my eyes on potential trades. Nothing that I like right now. Netflix looking like it wants to break this 94 level and continue its move lower. So keep an eye out on that one. And then we have SLV starting to form some indecision prints below some support. So we'll keep an eye on this one. On Friday, it was our best trade of the day, so why not go back to it? If it worked once, I think you're putting probability in your favor if you go and take that second stab at it. So let's see if we can get some good risk profiles here. 30 cents approximately right there. So we'll have to take a little bit more shares. That's okay, man. We're going to see what we got. Do I take one more stab on Bitcoin for somewhat of a recovery? This thing takes forever to turn around, but I do like this indecision print right below some support levels, and then now starting to get somewhat of a rebound. Let's get a little bit more detailed and see what the 1 minute is telling us. No hammer candles. It doesn't respect it that much, to be honest with you. Bitcoin, just because of the ranges are so vast, but at the end of the day, we'll keep our eyes out on some things. SLV, what's that, brother?
No.
You good there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, man. Just making sure, man. I know you're $150 richer. Dudes change up. Dudes change up when they get that type of money.
When they get that kind of money, they feel a little bit different.
Yeah, exactly. They feel.
Oh man, we haven't even started opening up any discussions on that yet, Joey. You think you're just gonna, it's just going to be a quick, we're talking super quick, and then that's the end of this. That's the end of it.
Sharif.
Oh no, you got the. Oh, Joey, I got one too.
Sharif.
Nobody won the 80, bro.
Sharif.
Nobody won the 80.
Sharif.
All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it, Joe.
So, do you want that $150 or do you want half of the value in which this ticket I won on?
Let me think. If you had won a lot, I would have heard about it immediately, okay? Immediately. I'm not an idiot, okay? I know you way too well, bro. I love you, dog, but like you're not gonna get me with that one. By the way, I bought a ticket, and I don't think anybody won though, Joey. I got 3 Super Maxes with Encore and 3 649 with Encore. Cost me $26.
Craziness, man. You know, see, the thing is that I got to scratch the itch when I went and bought the lottery ticket. I obviously spend $2 on a scratch ticket with the $250,000 one.
And
I don't even play. I just scratch the bar and I scan the QR
right away.
Right, I scan the code right away. Yeah.
Hold on. If you scan the QR code, it tells you if you won it.
Right away. You don't gotta actually play,
man. So that's how. All right.
So I just scratch it and then see if we won, and that's it. But no, in all seriousness, guys, let's see what we got going on. Netflix putting in a new low. Silver starting to get a rebound. I remember the day I turned. I think it was. Did you have to be 16 or 18 back in the day?
18.
To play 18?
18 or 19?
Yeah,
bro?
no, it was definitely 18. So yeah, when I turned 18, I remember I went to the gas station across the from my work. I worked at Walmart, and anyways, I just bought like $100 in. They used to have this Pac-Man game, and my car used to be littered with these scratch tickets when I was a teenager. But I wouldn't even play. I just scratched the code. And dude, one time I thought I won $2,000, and I'm running across the gas station parking lot like this, and I didn't win.
How was the feeling though? The come off.
It sucked, man. Yeah, it was slightly embarrassing as well too. But no, as for the trades, guys, I don't got anything going on right now.
All right, guys, we're in ARTV. It's gonna have to hold VWAP here. We're in at 5. The volume weighted average price is at 490. So what I've tried to do is, because the volume weighted average price and the psychological $5 level are so close, I've given it to prior bar low. It's holding the general breakout area. So here's what I'm talking about. Bottom chart right there. This is the 5. Always will be the 5 on my screen. So there you go. You have a $5 to a 480 range. So that's the buy area. So let's see if it holds this area. It's a prior area of resistance. It's obviously been above it to the tune of $5.60, but now it comes into VWAP. I got 98s on. I've wet my beak there into 10s as it did get a price spike up, but we didn't get anything north of that. Now we're waiting, I believe, at 15s. But it's AMCI's world, and we're all just living in it. 895 high. We did well on this one. It comes back down, loses 8. So I had to flatten out. I actually flattened out before that. Lo and behold, though, it didn't give a you-know-what about that $8 level. In fact, it was more respectful of the other level that we always talk about, the 10 EMA on the 5, right at $7.75. And here comes $8.50, 75 pennies higher. Quick as you freaking like, baby. It's an $8.95 high of day, though, as I mentioned. AMCI, very dangerous to trade if you're a newer trader, as this one has a tendency of breaching levels, and it's wide in its spread again, and very volatile. So it'll move on you quicker than you've even had an opportunity to think. So keep your eye out on this one. Prior bar low, I should give you that. If you want to base your out, 768, showing 8 1/3 now, but having trouble with 850. So that's what I'm seeing, 895 high. I feel like at this one, though, if you catch it at the right area, there's a really, really good shot. You get 10s today. You know, you're not often going to see 895 high or whatever else, okay? Here's ARTV moving back into the mid to low teens. We're looking for 15s on this one. We got 98s. No continuation. There goes AMCI. Just as I was speaking about it, it made the all-time, or an all-time, intraday high as I moved to the other one. It is now 915 high of day on AMCI, as the higher lows here are operative through that technical cycle, or psychological, not technical level of $9, 915 high. Look for now a dip trade and a move north of 9. So AMCI up 225%, Joe.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, good call out, Gorev. I like that on this pullback here. Indecision print right at the lower end of this pullback, and then you get a nice little pop. So I'm going to wait for this move to come back into 117.30. If we hold up, then we'll get involved in this. But it seems that it's off to the races for now. So, I mean, a nice pop in the overall market here. Getting somewhat of a recovery. Do we attempt Netflix one more time? I'm thinking so, just due to the fact that, I mean, it worked once, and if we lose on it, then so what, man? We're just putting probability in our favor, sticking to things that have been working for us. And yeah, let's rock and roll. Let's see if we can get involved in Netflix off these lows. There's no indecision prints on the lower time frame that is telling me to do so. It's just that we're holding up support, and the market's starting to get somewhat of a rebound. I'm not saying that it's going to be a full-on recovery, but yeah, let's rock and roll. Let's get this party started. Let's get involved in something. Uh-oh.
What happened?
You know what? Uh-oh. This is the real uh-oh. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. This
Wow, he came in hot. Should we be reading that, Joey?
Let me read it first.
We're going to have to vet it first. We got to vet that. You know what? He's a liability. We love him, but he's a liability. Look how deeply concentrating Joe is right now. He's making sure all the T's are crossed.
All right.
Yeah? Can I read it out?
Yeah, you can read it out.
Okay. Sharif. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, no. I see the first couple of words, what is longer? I don't even want to read it.
It's okay, man.
What is longer? LJS, Little Joey Smalls, inseam, or the zipper on those quarter zips that Selena filled his closet with? Oh, no. Also, who is calling themselves big? Yeah, I know you don't like that big smile. I know you'll fight anybody else for the big moniker. Ooh. There can only be one big one. Hit the stone cold, Joey.
Does he deserve it? Does he deserve the stone cold?
He's big smile, bro. He always deserves it. We love big smile, man. Shout out to Big Cal Burdette, man. You're always making us chuckle. You're mean. You're mean all the time. You're very similar to Ram, right? Ooh. Where she's mean all the time, but, you know, she's part of the family, so we love her, right? But that's kind of how I feel about that.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, catching heat from One Piece all the time, you take a little bit of a toll on One Piece, yeah. I know, all funny games. All right, guys, Netflix, let's go. Let's see, we're posted up here at 85s. 75 is going to be our out, so really, really tight risk here, 10 cents approximately. So let's see if we can catch this. Phil, come on, you can do it. But it looks like we're getting a solid rebound here, guys. So that ship is sailed. Gorev! There it is. This is what we're talking about, a nice pullback indecision print. Way to call that one out, man. Do you have your scanner on or something like that that sends you these alerts? Because you snipe them quite often. Oh. So nice move from 117 all the way up to 118.22. So that's a big time move. 10 cents lower. We're catching this fill here on NFLX. I went full size, to be honest with you. So I'm posted up full size. Let's see if we can catch this up here. I want to extend this a little bit more so we can see it. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, okay, 85s, not 75s. And and then that's when we're out just at the breach of the low of the day. Let's see if it wants to catch this fill, and then we can rock and roll. Is it better than our previous entry? Oh yeah, substantially. So we were in at 94, we'll grab that one 15 cents lower if we have the ability to do so. But Robinhood, an absolute monster of a rebound there. If you're gonna stick with some names, it did trade, wow, to a low of 115. We were looking at this at 130 a couple days ago. I know. I like what Sean's saying on this. We might find ourselves in a little bit of trouble here with Robinhood, especially if this $100 level breaks. You might head into the 80s, 85s, or something roughly along that. But I'm waiting for this fill. We're going to catch it.
Can you make that a bit bigger? The Robinhood one. Is that? Do you feel like that's an Elliott wave pullback? Like
I would know. I know nothing about Elliott's, man.
That's interesting, right there. That's an interesting. That doesn't look good though. Lower high.
No, it does not. It does not look good. But if you like, hey man, if Robinhood doesn't look good, then what does this look like? Hot garb, if you ask me. That's Nvidia. If you were to look at this, I think this could be a potential head and shoulders. No, why didn't you fill us there? All right, so yeah, that's what we're sitting at 93.85 now, trading up to 93s on NFLX, Sharif.
All right, guys.
Wow, man.
I see CLYM, guys. It looks really good here, and a lot of you guys are calling it out. They're like, Sharif, this is bull flagging. It's got higher lows. You're absolutely right. We're going to get in here. I'm holding some of ARTV as well. That one is continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows. Let's see if it gets a move into the 20s. We're being lofty in our expectations. We got 98s on now. Let's see what we can get. 412 high, though, for CLYM. We get in there at 8s. Let's see if it, pardon me, gets above that high of the day. It does feel like it is a flat top break, possibly here on CLYM with that seller in the low, and yeah, like 412, I guess. That's where the out is, or that's where the high of the day is. So let's go ahead and post here. We're going to wait a little bit above that for the first profit taker. Here are the levels. Obviously, $4 in focus, as that is the whole dollar level and a psychological area of support. But I got to tell you, it wicks below $4 like it doesn't even matter. So I wouldn't be placing my stop at $4 if I were you on CLYM. Below that is the 10 EMA on the 5, which is showing 391. So let's see if we can kind of hold above that level on CLYM. If it loses that, I'm out. I'm going to get in small, and then we'll look to defend that 10 EMA. If it loses a 10 EMA, we're gonzino on that, though. So that is going to be my look there. Oh, my God. The Casey Armstrong. Yeah, I don't know if I can clear that message there, brother. That's funny. We'll just read it in the chat. I think you'll chuckle. In the chat there.
Who said it?
The Casey Armstrong 69. And he's living up to that 69 moniker he's got in his name there, Joey. Funny. I like him. All right, so ARTV, there goes ARTV, Joey, into the high teens. Now we're posted up at 25s. In fact, I'm going to move this up a little bit more now. Let's go head into the 30s. If it doesn't fill me at the 30s, fine. But this one is putting in a nice move up into the 20s here for ARTV. Can we get continuation through the $0.50 last time, guys? We topping tailed into 32. Take a look at that 1130 candle. So we likely will encounter resistance at the third of $1. If we do, I'll flatten out there. Shout out to Chuck of all trades. His stop is 391 on CLYM. I happen to like that, brother, because you're obviously alive to the fact that $4 is not holding as a technical area of support. It's being breached multiple times. Wowzers, Joey. ARTV just rocking it up into the high 20s. There's 28s again. Can we see anything higher? I'm posted at 33s. If that 28 seller comes in again, I'm going to flatten out at 28, but not seeing any pump up here. In fact, it's dropping down. Here's 26, okay? So a nice little, there's 28 again. We're going to flatten out right there on that move. Now there's going to be a breakout, obviously, because I flattened out.
Oh, no.
That's okay. We'll take the profits. There it goes. No, ARTV. Into 35, 40 now showing up. ARTV, super strong. So we get that dip trade off 5, and there it is. Right into 540 it goes. It's up 60%. It's holding trend. It's giving you an opportunity, but the selling, wow, that was aggressive. Off that 540, right back down into the low teens. So the sellers right now looking to really put a damper here on the long party on ARTV, right back down into the 5 teens we go. So that out doesn't feel all that bad. Back to, what's it called? CLYM. We're still doing nothing on this one, Joey. We got 8s. It's showing me 6s. So this one, it feels like it is putting in higher lows, but Will we get that flat top breakout through 412? Nobody knows, man. We can only just try to put the odds on our side. So we're still holding some here. We're going to see what this one has to offer, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, let me cover one here for Fluffy Hippo.
Absolutely.
Shout out to the Fluffsters. SANA says Fluffy Hippo. I know. I like her name. SANA. Let's look at Santa.
Hippos are extremely violent.
They are. You know, that they're not going to eat you because they're vegetarians, but they're going to maul you to death.
They will
right?
maul you to death
right?
if you even look at them wrong, those guys, man.
I didn't actually see any hippos on the safari.
Oh, really?
No.
No, they were there, man. They seen you, brother.
No, it's like every reserve has like certain animals that they have, and this one didn't have it. But yeah, it's okay.
Fair enough.
So there is SANA. It's not a bad one, Fluffsters, but you know it certainly had that area defend between 510 to 515. You could make the argument for a double bottom into 505. Then there is the high of daybreak 536. But you know what? It's really only up 3%, right? And it's thickly traded. Why choose this one, though? Why not choose a strong runner like AMCI, ARTV, CLYM? I see where you're going for here, but this one, it may not be my cup of tea, quite frankly, just based on the trading range that it's been doing, but it's not bad. I would say look to buy it up at 520. Seems to be initial resistance. Fluffy Hippo at 520. If it comes back into that level, that could be an interesting buy.
Oh, and it's lunchtime. All right, guys. Concussion demand, fast solutions, NYSE listed Orogenics. Ogen is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. Learn more by scheduling a meeting today. All right, so there it is, guys. Schedule your meeting. Come on, come on, come on. Yes, bang, there we go.
Bang.
1-to-1, man. Yeah, let's rock and roll here, Sharif. Adding some more on Netflix. We were just sticking to our guns. So we told you where our out was. We're in at 85. We're out at 75. So we wait for that 1-to-1 to come into play. That next level is going to be 94. We'll hold up for that. 2-to-1 would be at 94.05s, which would be absolutely phenomenal. But we just took 20% off right there at a 1-to-1. Let's go. Nice there on Netflix. No, Gorb. Most definitely, Gorb, you had the nice call out on Robinhood. That was definitely a play of the day. But this 1-to-1 so far on Netflix is pretty good. We're going to hold off some more. Unfortunately, I have unrealized it's a still full risk unit. But if it comes back to my break even, then we're going to have to get out of this because it doesn't look like it wants to bounce. But guys,
what?
No happening now just yet. But we got something.
Ooh.
When I said you listen, you close that mouth and you listen. That individual is about to speak.
That's
right
aggressive.
Now.
I like it.
Very aggressive. Yeah, you better when the man is speaking. That is for sure.
Jeez Louise.
I mean, y'all can do what you want. I mean, chill, relax, grab some lunch if you haven't already. I got my tilapia here ready for after the lesson of the day. Oddly enough, the rest of this, so there's like here, you guys can see this a little bit. We got some vegetables in there. I don't know what's going on with this like bean thing over here, but it looks pretty solid. I don't know how the tilapia is going to go, but it's definitely heavily seasoned. So it looks like they're like trying to mask a little bit there. No, I think one of the things, and the reason I'll reference the tilapia is we consider around here sometimes when we get the tilapia for lunch to be bad news. But just because you get bad news doesn't mean everything's going to be horrible. And just because you get good news doesn't mean everything's going to be great. And a lot of times when talking about the small caps, and I'm going to reference a couple here, not having that assumption can help you. So in our watch list, we had RadX. And obviously, we also had iRobot, right? So RadX, going to be another one of these, small cappers that's going to gap up. You're going to be feeling pretty good about any kind of a positive story, yada, 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 pharma story here, where like positive trial result, and you're going to be gapping up. Whereas you had literal chapter 11 in terms of iRobot. But if you look at RadX, despite being up 150%, it's been nothing but trend down. And if you were to look at iRobot, there's actually been some pretty constructive longs. So what are you supposed to do with that? You don't want to sit there always going against a news story. But one of the positives about getting ready early or following us starting at 8 o'clock when we come on and talk about these stories is you can look at what the pre-market action is telling you on gappers, whether it's gapping up or gapping down. And you'll see here on RadX, well, the top was at 7.15 to be precise. By the time we're coming on air at 8, it's actually making some lower highs. And then when you get to the open, it's still resisting that lower high. It makes one attempt to break resistance, but it's really just making lower highs and lower lows by the time you get to the open. So despite the fact that this was a positive story, you had a little support that you could scalp, but the overall trend was down. And if you're not married to the notion that you got to go up on good news or down on bad news, then you might have found yourself with an opportunity to either take profits early or to look for a short. And then similarly, the other way that you could have thought about this is a dead cat bounce, an iRobot. Now we've seen this. This isn't necessarily something that you want to marry yourself to, but we have seen companies that the day that they announce Chapter 11 or they're filing Chapter 11, you're going to gap down so far that sometimes it's like, how much further can you go? So it's easy enough to say there might be bounce. We've seen it before. But look at the difference. You gap down in iRobot, 7 o'clock. That's when you could have been long initially. It's gapped down huge. You're making higher highs, higher lows, then 8 o'clock hits. When we come on air, which is usually in 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock are big for pre-market trading, you're going to be, forget about the dark pool wicks, apologize for those, not much I can do about it. But you're holding this same support from the morning, and you're again gradually higher, and instead of breaking this support at the open, now what happened on, what was that thing, Radio Farm Theranostics Limited, RADX, what it did was it lost support right away at the open. In the case of iRobot, the first thing it did was hold support at the open, which puts it into the other side of the coin. Now, ultimately, you really only had one shot at the long, which was to catch it right after it broke, but you take the one shot that you can. And all I'm simply telling you is, you can look at this stock and say, okay, bankruptcy or the other one, yada, yada, pharma, that just puts it in play. Now, which direction you decide to trade it is really up to you. You could have had iRobot in either direction, it would have worked. You could have had some longs in RADX, but overall the trend ended up to the downside. But the key is, if you can find a reason to focus on one direction or the other, in this particular case, well, that upward trend holds support on iRobot. I'm going to zoom it in so you guys can see better here. Immediately holds that support at the open and breaks out. Now, did it get to 160? I liked 160 for a short level. I was kind of hoping the move would go there. Didn't go as far as I would like. But honing in on essentially one direction or one price, either waiting for a 160 short or looking for it to hold support and then just taking a breakout long, you get your one win. And if you look at RADX, what do you want to do off the open? The first thing it does at the open is break support. Okay, so you might be favoring the short, tries to break the resistance level up top, does not do so, and then it ends up in a bit of a trend down. So if you were laser focused on the other direction in RADX, you could have just found yourself, oh, now it's starting to go. You could have found yourself in the short. When you have big gaps, that stock becomes in play. And when we put out names in the watch list, we're going to say this is the story, this is what it's gapping up. If you're simply always married to it's going to go up because of good news, it's going to go down because of bad news, you're going to find yourself in trouble. But if you can look for something in the pre-market, a pattern of action, a trend, a support level that either gets broken, once you show me you're not holding that at the open, I'm not going to like you, or once you show me that you are holding a level on iRobot that tells me, okay, you did hold this level, so all of a sudden I will like you to the long side, and then structure your trade from there. Because in play is the key, and then it's up to you to determine where the trade is going to be. And we all know the story, buy the rumor, sell the news. You've heard it a million times, so it's not always going to be the case that positive news is going to make a stock go up. But it is going to be enough to make you look at it. And one of the things that I know Sharif says this a lot, which I really love because he's trading the small cappers, which is important. Just because it was in the news in the morning doesn't mean that I like it during the middle of the day. Is it above VWAP? Is it breaking fresh highs? For a gapper and a runner, it's got to be doing things that are positive for you to want the long. It can't just be that there's a good news story out there. So we love the news. It's important. Catalysts are important too, but that just puts it in play, right? It was a better long at the open on iRobot, the stock that was going bankrupt, or filed Chapter 11, I shouldn't say going bankrupt, filed Chapter 11, and then you had a positive biopharma story, and that stock trended down. But you had those signs if you were willing to look for them in the pre-market. That's why we come on early. Your first job is to find it in play. Your second job is to determine what to do with it. And it's not always going to be as simple as going long on Josh Allen. I had to. Now I'm going to go have some tilapia. You guys enjoy the rest of the middle day.
Crazy.
Well said, Neil. Thank you very much.
I don't get tilapia, man. We put that DJ request in a long time ago.
Well, you're a smart guy, bro.
Yeah. Dude, I remember there was like a couple of days when we had it, a couple of weeks where we had a couple of times, and I'm like, all right, that's it. That's it. Lunch lady, no more.
No more, yeah. No, she's, I got to give her credit. She's got...
thorough with that.
Excellent,
Yeah,
excellent.
she's
She
on
will
point.
make sure that you get what you want, and it's like solid.
Yeah.
And if like Brendo and I started getting the wrong thing, she noticed on our behalf.
Yeah.
She's like, hey, I noticed that they're giving you this, this, and that. They're not giving you your salad. Do you still want that, or do you want to go back to your salad? So I'm like, wow, Raquel, you're on top of things, man.
She knows what she's doing.
Oh, she clearly does,
And
man.
she keep that kitchen in order as well too. So watch out.
So did Berta and 2.5 Men. Good luck there. CLYM right into the high of the day. Again, we added a couple of times into that 4 dip. Guys, it was basically a bottoming tail wick party here on CLYM, right into around 4. And this is what I was saying. So I'm like, look at all these higher lows. And it wasn't just the higher lows. It was the fact that they were putting in, wicking lows, meaning that the buyers were stepping in quite aggressively there. The shorts even couldn't get a closing print towards the low end of the candle. All the closing prints were towards the high end of the candle. Alas, we are still zigging, we're zagging, we're still above the 10 EMA, which keeps me, I don't want to say confident in the trade, but keeps me, focused on the long, which is to buy off that 10 EMA into 4. If it dips back down into my entry around 403, maybe even a little bit lower, so long as it holds 4, we're going to be looking to get in a bit more here on CLY. I'm up 37%. I know a bunch of traders. Chuck of all trades, he's doing it live on this one as well. He says, Sharif, Joe, can you all put together all your lessons of the day on one video? That's a great idea, man. We'll tell Ram Ram to do that. She has a lot of free time these days. Shout out to Ram Ram.
So she heard us. So there you go. You go back. She definitely.
Did you see the love letter I left on your computer there? Yeah.
A letter of love.
The letter of love.
Letter of love.
I don't know. What happened there? Do you actually see it that way? Because I saw it said the person remoted. I figured you were at home. I didn't think you were going to come into work. I had no idea. I had no idea because I was late. That's why I was.
I'm like, hey, it's either. I said one thing. I'm like, you either haven't gone to sleep yet, or I don't know what's going on because Ram Ram was here in the kitchen bright and early when I arrived.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like,
That's
what's going
crazy.
on?
No, Ram Ram's been coming in a lot earlier lately. I got to give her a lot.
But Ramin, I don't know if you've seen the request. Is that people want a video of all the lessons of the day put into one? That'd be a pretty long one.
Oh, Fabian,
Fabian, that's not what they want to do, brother. They want to.
Fabian, look, bro. If there is like something that he feels passionately about, it's gonna come pretty aggressive. I love it.
Yeah, it's gonna come.
Shout out to Fabian.
He said, "I'll tell you what Fabian said straight up."
What'd he say,
said, "Don't
Joey?
be lazy and go through each individual one by one and get that done yourself. If you're that eager to figure out every single lesson, go through each individual video and
I don't think it takes too much time to clip something and just put it as Neil's lesson of the day. But we'll throw the idea. We'll pass it along. Great idea as always.
Don't forget, we don't talk about it too much, but the education center coming.
Yeah, man. Of course. Campus program, man. We were so pumped about that. And it's our own in-house thing. The videos are by the Katina man, the Neil, Brendo, and myself. We all did them. And we're super proud of the campus program that's coming up. Release date, obviously, will keep you guys more apprised as we get closer to that. But we're super pumped about the campus program. And we really do hope it helps with a lot of people on the stream, because oftentimes we're always asked about, what moving averages we use, what technical setups we have. So we're finally putting it together. All right, CLYM, we're still holding here. Here's 415. The high of the day is 418. I'm going to look for 4.25. That's my out. Or if it comes back into 4, holds, we're going to have a different look there. KC 526, SERV, SRVE, not serve, SRVE, she said, right? SRVE. No, Case, that doesn't come up. You mean SERV?
That's like server robotics. I don't want to trade that. That's down 8%. Tag me again, Case. SVRE. Yeah, it's what I typed in, SVRE. Ah, there we go. I don't know why it wasn't coming up. My mistake. Give me a second to load it up. It's VRE. Sorry, Joe, SVRE. There we go. I don't know. I don't like this Case. Not really. I mean, it popped up a little bit, 385 down to 342. It's tight range. It's up 14%, so you're not off base at all. $3 closing print from Friday, high of day 385, right at VWAP right now at 342. Look, Case, let's let this one make higher highs and higher lows. Clearly, it's having trouble doing that. It's still a series of lower highs, area crest, and another area crest, all successively lower. So I'm going to say no to this one, Case, but keep me apprised about what you're thinking. Let me know if there's some trade there that I haven't seen. I haven't seen properly. Here's what we're looking at. We're still looking at AMCI, which is still, ironically enough, holding trend above $7. So even though, this is much closer to VWAP than it is to the highs, take a look at this area over here at around 650 to 7, where we bottomed out. Now it's more like 675, where VWAP is. So this one does look like it's respecting indicators, AMCI, ARTV that we had several good trades on. Look, it's coming back down with lower highs now, man. So I have to be alive to that. We did catch this dip trade here, and we ended it in the 5 1/4, and it's been bleeding ever since that time. That's the bad news. The good news is it's putting in higher lows. So if we look to this 1140, 1135 candle at VWAP into 490, that's the area low. And then so far, this 1210 candle has the area low of around $5. If we can put in a higher low here by holding 5, and then most importantly, change trend by getting back above 540 so we can have that higher low and that higher high, ARTV would look a whole lot better. That's really it. And I know I haven't touched any of the inverse ETFs like the RGTZ, QBTZ, MSTZ that we said we put on, but if I don't have to, I won't, because they're not really strictly small cap gappers. There are things that I put on when the pickings are slim in the world of small cap gappers, Joey. So we're keeping an eye out on that. We've got 3 trades today: AMCI, ARTV, CLYM. We'll look to do some more damage on others.
You're trade for trade right now?
Pardon me?
You're 3 for 3. You put on 3 trades. You're 3 for 3. Bang, 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 bang. That's 3. I'll give you 4 bangs on that one there, my brother. There it is. So we took 20% off here on NFLX. It did come back to our break even, but that's all right, man. We're not going to complain whatsoever.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joey. I got to cover this.
Yep.
There goes CLYM into a new high of day. It rocketed through that $0.25 level. It is now a 428 high a day. We're punching in at 4 on this one, up 42%. Shout out to Chuck of all trades. I know he's a big boy on this one. He's holding from the 370s. My man, very strong, very respectful of trend. Again, not even a breach of the 10 EMA. A breach, Joey, let alone a closing print. It hasn't even touched it since 1035, and 1035 didn't even breach it. It just touched it quick as you like, and then right back up. There it goes, 428, Joey. We're gonna look for continuation on this one. Updated levels, the 10 EMA on the 5 now on CLYM. 407 like the highway. We'll be looking for a 410 break though, because there was a long area of consolidation at that 410. If it consolidated for that length at this level, I'm going to look for it to act as support. But we'll say a buy zone. We'll say 410 to 4 because I don't want to be too strict with my entries on CLYM, but it's up 43% and looking to do more damage. Adam, I should say all class Adam. Sharif, have you ever thought of utilizing other indicators to confirm your executions and identify exhaustion patterns? I do, but I'd like to keep things super simple, especially when you're doing things on the fly. Now, if you're gonna do something like swing trade, Adam, personally, I'd look at a lot more indicators and a lot more than what I'm looking at right now. But when you're talking about these small cap gappers, it really is about timing and trend. And I don't really, personally, I just don't think I really need all that much more. But I did like the idea by the chat for the updates that I should do to the morning note to throw in that RSI indicator on the daily so you guys have an idea of whether it's overbought or oversold on a daily time frame. And I will be doing that. Hopefully, from tomorrow. I'm sorry, guys, today there was no morning note as I had a dentist appointment, but morning note will be back tomorrow every day until Friday. But great question, Adam. Personally, I don't think that I quite need it for the intraday trades, but the more the merrier when it comes to swinging. But you know, you ever suffer from analysis paralysis, Joey?
Dude, I have one indicator. I mean, I do. Yes, I'm not going to sit here and say no, but I don't play that game of like this and that anymore, to be honest with you. I mean, you guys look at my charts from most of my swing trades are literally, I'm just looking at this. I used to use Camarilla pivot points back in the day, Sharif. In my opinion, I think that's one of the best indicators. One, why? Because they're preset daily.
Love that.
And you cannot manipulate them.
How are they different from regular pivot points?
So it's the equation, but pivot points, I know if you're talking about like Fibonacci's, you place them, you anchor them from a specific level, and then you stretch them out, do whatever it is. But as for Camarilla pivots, everything is preset.
Preset.
Yeah. So you cannot manipulate them whatsoever, and they're there for the whole duration of the day. And then come the next morning, they open up using the previous high lows calculation.
Yeah, that is pivot points. High, low, and close, right?
Yeah, something
pivot
along
points
those lines.
are based on that.
A slight different mathematical equation on them. So that's the reason why I like them. But other than that, guys, personally, I just look at this. Like I'm looking at what price is telling me, and I use the volume weighted average price on my intraday charts. Other than that, no. In my earlier days, I had all of the moving averages. I had a couple other things in that, but I tried to keep everything relatively simple. I had the 9, I think it was like the 9 EMA, then the 20, 50, 100, 150, 200. And I'm like, yeah, I only need one thing anyway. So yeah, that's how I personally rock and roll, to each their own at the end of the day. Now, to the individual in the chat asking about Abercrombie and Fitch. Big time move off of these lows here, guys. $65 all the way up to 190. What? That's a massive move. Yeah, I mean, look at the volume supporting it as well, too. That's breakout volume. We always keep an eye out on the profile to see what we got going on that front. And then you can see from an average volume standpoint, this is a slight increase, which is good in supporting the thesis. In my opinion, retail space, a little bit tougher to get involved with, but there goes American Eagle all the way up to $27 on that one there. Nice work, Sharif. Sharif was buying this in the lower not even teens, I think like $10 or something along that. So that's a nice ROI in AEO.
Look at this.
As that thing is continuing to climb higher. Oh, whoa. That's the thing.
We're going to get a 27 print, Joey.
That's crazy that you can just type that in there like that.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, no, you just got to switch back to the other charts.
Use the other ones, man.
You don't like these charts?
No, dude.
Can I tell you that?
But I'll tell you one thing right now. When I'm trading Blue Ocean,
yes,
I have to use that.
Oh, those don't work?
No. Yeah, it won't display. Yeah.
So you know and you don't like them.
Exactly.
Fair.
It's not that I don't like them. This is easier. There's more features on this here. I think it's just a little bit more easier to use.
Do you have all the studies or whatever they call them? Do you have all of these?
Yeah, the indicators.
All of them, like everything.
No.
So that's what I'm saying.
Detailed.
Well, yeah, dude, like there is plenty of this.
I put the Camarilla pivots on this one. I used to have it on that one. Yeah, that's correct. But yeah, I mean, I like this one. But when I'm trading Blue Ocean at home in the evening time, I do use that one. So
Joey, I forgot to show you something that's very, very important to this deal. So you recall that the bet was the pair of jeans from American Eagle that I want.
Yeah, get that.
Right?
Yeah.
Hold on, Joey, because Neil was nice enough to send me an email forwarded by our other very good friend, Dee Westermeyer, who is from the heartland, of course, from the Midwest. So we're just gonna show this real quick over here, Joey.
Yeah.
Let's pull this up because apparently there's very expensive. Ram knows where I'm going with this. There's very expensive jeans at American Eagle. Here, give me a second. We're going to go inbox only so that we can filter all the other ones. Michael Noss. We're looking for Neil because it was forwarded by our very good friend Neil. Where is November 13th? I think I'm passing this, Joey. So, Michael Noss. That's Brendo again. Where the hell is it, dude? Okay.
I can pull it up for you, but
Oh, you already got it? There it is, Joey. You see that, Neil? You saw that $3,000? Was that U.S. or Canadian? Bring it down again, Assassino.
It's probably going to be U.S.
I think that's U.S., brother. So it's about that's probably 5,000 Canadian.
Yeah, 4.5K cash.
What do you think, Pat? Should I get the 150? Or should I be entitled to these $3,000 USGs because technically, they're American Eagle.
I mean, we can get those. Yeah, I like that, Katina, man. You need to be able to buy them from the actual website in itself. I like that one.
Who said that?
Oh, it doesn't matter who said it.
Yeah, but you don't get to make up the rules, brother.
Baby, that's my boy looking out. I mean, hey, man, we can get you those, but just
man,
you're going to starve. Milo won't be eating for some time. I'll be eating ramen noodles, and if you're okay with that, then
I'm definitely not okay with that, obviously. Nah, man, we're having fun, man. We're having, you know what, a giggles,
that's
but
we're hold on, Shreve. I want to talk about RIVN here as it's breaking out. So this is an additional move higher. I mean, a nice move, sustained. Gorev caught this on Friday off of the volume-weighted average price, and it's looking like we're going to be doing the exact same thing today. So there's a lot of chop going sideways, and then now you're putting in a new high of the day around $19.23. Let's head over to the daily and see what we got going on. Yeah, I mean, this is a breakout. Once it breached that pivot at $16, you're off to the races, and you're starting to see a volume increase as well, too. So a pretty good look. I was thinking about looking for a small bounce here on the TQs, but I'm not in love with it as we're establishing lower highs, and that's not my jib, brother.
Sounds good, man. All right, guys, CLYM continues to go, man. It really does continue to go. That 413, I think that was really the opportunity to get in on that candle at 12:15 when it glanced at the 10 EMA, and now it is substantially higher. It's a 4.5 high a day on this one. We were dealing with this one multiple times. 3.5 initial entry. We wet the beak all the way up to 380, get back in at 4, wet the beak all the way up, to 4.25, and it just keeps going and going and going. 50% in Greensville now for CLYM, or almost there, 49 and change. Very good. Nothing bad to say about this one other than, just pick it up off the trend. And the trend has been quite clean. And I really do mean it when I say that there have been no breaches of the 10 EMA. Even this candle right there at 10:35 that quickly wicked off the 10 didn't breach it. This candle over as well. I mean, the last candle that was decidedly below the 10 EMA was the 950 candle. Otherwise, it's been a very, very clean hold for the name, and that's where I would suggest you try and punch in. Look for something, an entry closer to the 10 EMA. If it gives up the 10 EMA, then it would be the first time on the day that it's literally done that, so that's not a bad reason to get out of a trade, in my opinion. 48.5, let's see what this one has to offer. There's a couple of others as well that are good technical levels, chief among them, ARTV, right back into that volume-weighted average price, a little bit below it, trying to get back above it now. The problem with ARTV is it looks like it's setting up for a... I could have just said flat bottom break, but this one's more entertaining there.
We'll hit this after, too.
And the reason I say flat bottom break, Joey, is because 560 area high. Then what happens after that? Lower high into 540. All the while, it's holding the same area of technical support, that volume-weighted average price between 490 and 5. So if we get yet another lower high, let's just say for the sake of example, into 520. So that would be 560, 540, 520, same area support. That's the recipe for a flat bottom break. Now, that doesn't mean you can't catch money fills off the volume-weighted average price, say for sake of example, 495, and ride it into 20. But you need to be alive and ready to get out for that flat bottom break and take the majority of your profits to the upper trend line. And, if it continues to run, then I'm wrong. And it's obviously had a bit of a trend change. So hold a piece for the dream in case I am wrong. And especially if you're insisting on being long on this one, wait for a decided break back above 540 based on the current price action, because that would break the lower high trend, and then you would have yet another area high. I'm talking about a break of trend above 540 on ARTV. So that's another one to keep on the lookout there. AMCI, the other one we've been focusing on, just got a double bottom off 675. Lo and behold, it's the volume-weighted average price. It rockets up $1 into 775. But this one, it moves dollars, no problem. The thing is about this one, it's still suffering from the same affliction it was suffering from before, which is resistance at 8. All these prints over here weren't, well, not prints, closing prints, weren't able to breach 8. Then you had a couple. You had the 1135 and the 1140 candle, the only ones that actually have a closing or an opening print above 8. But then look at what happened after that. All hell broke loose all the way down into 675. So 8 is a hard level for AMCI to clear. It doesn't mean it won't. And when it does, there's a good chance that this one sees 10 because we already have a 915 high a day. Just make sure you're picking it up off key areas of technical support. But CLYM is all gas, no brakes, Joe. Every time I look at this for a possible entry, it's at a higher high.
Oh, yeah.
463 high on CLYM. Yeah, I have no trade on this until it pulls in to a little bit closer. Another high a day, 466 now, high of day on CLYM. The strength is on right now for this name. Trade it carefully as it trades near the highs.
All right, guys. Yeah, so we're posted up at 35s here in the TQs to see if we can get that filled. Same thing, same narrative, guys. 10 cents of risk. I like where we're at. Lower end of the range. We catch that fill and we get into the top end of the range. We'll be able to hit a 1-to-1 at least. We'll take some off. And then at 55s is when we hit that 2-to-1. But the downtrend is still fully intact, as you can see here. And if the momentum in NVDA wants to pick up, then we might be in a little bit of trouble. But regardless, man, we already know how much we're going to lose. We know the potential of what we can make on this trade, so there's nothing else to fear because we know the worst case scenario. Guys are still going on about the jeans in the chat there, eh? Very interesting. All right, so yeah, other than that, guys, Joe's theme music, yeah, other Zinc, he likes that. If there's any specific tickers that you want us to go over, put them in the chat, guys. We'll be happy to do so. You can see that we're posted up on the TQs, and that's what we're doing, man. We're just being patient, waiting for levels to come into our play, onto our lap, and then taking the trades based off of them. We take what the market gives us, 1-to-1, we get out, break even, no worries about it. So you lock in a little bit of profit right here, and then you move on to the next potential setup. If you like it again, well, guess what? You've locked some in, you got out, break even, and then you can just post up right again at a specific zone. We could have done that here on NFLX, considering it has been our better trader on the day. We go 2 for 2 on Netflix, and we go 1 for 1 on MSOS, but we get stopped out there on IBIT. So that's totally fine, man. What is it, 4 trades, 3 for 4, and there it goes. A nice bounce in the TQs, not filling us at that specific level. I'm not even in it, Sharif, to be honest with you. I was posted up at the lower end of the range. We could have took 40s, but getting slightly greedy with that price and extremely picky, just in case there was an additional liquidity grab, then it's like, all right, lick grab, take my order up, and then move a little bit higher. That's essentially what happened to us twice on Friday. We were the bottom wick. They were just absorbing, and then boom, right away, instantly ITM, and that's what we like to see, guys. Speaking of ITM, you know what ITM?
In the money.
Bang. You know what else is not in the money? My IBIT contracts, but that's where we're not. I thought we froze there, but we're gonna head over to the options chain and see what we got going on. Where do you go?
Where do you go?
Where did you go? There
Where did you go, my darling? Where do you go?
I'm not.
Man, the amount of videos that I've seen from Australia on X.
I know.
Holy, talk about not having any filters of any kind on X.
That's
dude,
great.
did you see
I've seen a couple of them. I didn't see anything
seen like lengthy videos, Joe, from every angle. Man. Crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
But the other video that I wanted to bring to everybody's attention, and the reason why Tesla is up 4%, is this bad boy right here. Nope, next casino. 1 second. This is a Model Y on the streets of Austin driving without a driver, and there's plenty of these videos all over. As you guys know, of course, that's why we are likely up on Tesla on the day as the street starts predicting when you could have the full robo-taxi fleet, or not full, but start getting autonomous rides without the safety driver that we've been seeing in Austin and San Francisco. So this is going to be super interesting for Tesla. Sorry, do you have something?
No, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, I agree with you, right?
And here's why, Joey. Look at this. What's it called? The tabulator over here. Tesla is winning by a country mile, man. 89 votes for Tesla, as well it should in the AMCI, respectful one as well, 52 votes there. Get into the chat, guys. Vote for your favorite ticker every day. If it's Tesla, if it's CLYM, which just dropped off a cliff into 482, but holding trend at the 10 EMA. Watch out for the trade on CLYM. There's Nvidia, iRobot, which could be under in a hurry, Joey, as that one was unable to merge with Amazon because of Lena Khan and the wrath of Lena Khan, which is thankfully over. IRBT down 72% on the day. You have the spider on there, GME making its way on there with 31 votes, AMD, AVGO, Rivian's on there as well, as it should be a nice 4% day plus for Rivian on the day. And Meta is one of the only Mag 7 name that's green. Meta, Tesla, and Nvidia. So get into the chat, guys. Make sure to throw in that $sign, though, before the ticker of your choice. Let us know exactly what you guys want to see on the afternoon rundown. And yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. So I'm involved here. We're gonna go over. I was going to go over the options chain, but then I knew I was like, hey, I should remove this bid just because of how weak the market is looking. So if we get stopped out, that's fine. It'll be a quick run on that. No worries. We'll give back some on the day. But NVDA is now breaking through the volume weighted average price, and I think it's gonna drag the market down with it here. A nice little pop. We'll take that one. Still slightly OTM, but if we get a bounce on NVDA at VWAP here, I think we have a chance to hit a 1-to-1, and I'll take the majority of the position off at that level just due to the shelf that's being formed on the TQs. I wanted to go over a couple numbers on the options chain, but that's not important. We're in full size right here. We're getting a small bounce in the TQs. I like it for a potential rebound. Let's post up at 45s and see if we're fortunate enough to get that. I'm going to take off half of my position, so 42, is that the right? Yeah, 42, 45s, and then we're going to take off half of it right there. So let's see if we can get this move here, Sharif. Yeah, we went full on risk, so a couple more pennies. We'll see if we can get that rocking and rolling here on the NASDAQ. A nice bounce right off of the volume weighted average price there on NVDA, and that's exactly what we needed to see. So let's see if this move can be sustained. There it is. We're posted up. We caught a little bit of a move, but we were close to getting stopped out. 25s. If that tape hits it, we're at a dodge. So we'll head back to the options chain. Either we hit that profit target or we get stopped out. So what are the other big boys up to? Meta chilling out kind of around the highs, which is kind of going off with the overall market. NVDA, we mentioned that multiple times. What's Google doing? How are you doing? Ooh. How are you doing? Yeah, it's not doing too good right now, Sharif. Some more selling here today, so that's pretty dangerous. But I mean, on the grand scheme of things, I don't think we're down too much off of that previous pivot high, and we're approximately 7%. So that's nothing. Small potatoes. That can be recovered in a couple of days. Come on, 5 more pennies. 5 more pennies, you can do it. You can do it. No, I don't want to Devin Haney this and take out prematurely. But I mean, with the amount of size on, we could and walk away with a nice loss. But I just want to kind of stick with those risk to reward ratios and see what we can get going up there. 2 more pennies, you can do it. 1 more small push. Oh, it's rejecting it, making me work for it, Sharif. Making me work for it.
It's not nice.
Yeah, man. I know. Come on. Oh, did I see anything? Did we see anything? Print, bang.
Get him, Joey.
Let's go. Yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. 10 cents. We were a penny away from getting stopped out, and we rock and roll on that one, hitting that 1-to-1 there on the TQQs. At this point, I don't even care if I get stopped out, break even. We took the majority of that position off, and we'll just find another opportunity. Waiting for lows, posting up at consolidation lows, and then now we are ready to party. Juan Padilla, you're killing me, man. You're killing me. But yeah, you read what he said. He's been calling me that all morning.
No.
He's been calling me that all morning.
He dropped the Z word.
Yeah, you dropped the Z word.
The Z word.
I'm cool with that, man. That's cool. I'm all right with that. I'm not offended by that.
All right.
Yeah, hey, it is what it is.
I like it.
We got the quarter zip on. We were crushing the gym all weekend, so I mean, to each their own.
Joey. All right. I want to show you guys something over here.
Show it.
This is the current subscriber count, guys. And as you know, we really have grown aggressively the past 365 days. I believe we're almost 100,000 new viewers, guys, in the last 360 days, I should say. 365 days. I promise I'm not an idiot. I know there's 365 days. But yeah, there it is, guys. If we can get that number up to 550,000, obviously it really does help the algorithm. It goes without question as we close in on that 600,000 user number. So if you guys are watching the stream, you're not currently subscribed, it would mean the world to us if you could hit that subscribe button and hit the like button too while you're up too. So yeah, We really do appreciate it, guys. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, and we'll see what we have to offer on this CLYM trade. We're back involved here on CLYM as it's a big move down from 482 all the way down to 415. We catch that 4 1/3 drop. We went the beak there in the mid 40s. Now we're waiting for the high 40s, and then above that, we're going to wait above the $0.50. There's 46. I think I'm waiting at 48s to front run the $0.50 level. But I put my out on current bar low because that was an aggressive drop off 482 all the way down into the low 4s. So that's my move right now. But Fluffy Hippo telling me about beat. So are other people as well. It's already earned its way onto the side chart. What a great flat top breakout through 230.
Oh, wow.
230 was a very, very hard area to clear. And then we clear it during the midday at 1220 with aggression, mind you. 264 high. Sorry, Joe, just give me 1 second. Yeah. And then we have that high from Friday that we have to contend with, 278, but we're into 264. We hold Friday's lows, and here we are again. It's still pretty much an inside day, very consolidative sideways here on beat over the 3-day time frame, but a fantastic move nonetheless. Keep your eye on BEAT, especially if we take out these area highs. So I have to tell you that Thursday's high is 282. Friday's high, 278. So we have lower high, lower high, lower high. Let's see if we can get above that previous area high and then rock it up into maybe some new local levels. I'm just keeping my eye here on CLYM as it comes back down into my entry. If it loses my current bar low, I'm out. Machiavelli 88, my man, $5 super chat. I asked Neil earlier, but what are Sharif and Joe's thoughts on Micron? Okay. So first and foremost, Micron was up over 200%. It's up 190% year to date. So needless to say, it's quite extended. However, that is one side of the picture. The other side of the picture is to keep your eye on the industry. The industry of RAM is very like feast or famine, okay? When there's a glut of inventory and there's too much of it, they can't give it away for free. When there's not enough of it, they're willing to pay whatever they can get their hands on. Right now, we find ourselves in the latter situation as opposed to the former because of the build out that's coming out next year or projected to be coming out. These whatever SMCIs, Dells, HPs, all the people that are putting together these AI server racks just can't get their hands on enough of it. Go ahead,
brother.
Joey.
Yeah. Let's go, man. Oh, there we go. Another pop, 2-to-1 right there on TQs. We were patient on that. We did take half of it off. We're now currently sitting on approximately 40% of our position on the TQs, posting up right at the low of support. Dude, we were a penny away from getting stopped out there, Sharif, and we were able to hold on to that. And then we run into 54, so almost a 2-to-1. Bang, bang. Sorry to interrupt you. Continue, my brother.
Absolutely. So what I mean to say is, if your if your fundamental look hasn't changed on Micron, and you still are of the bias that there's going to be a huge demand for high bandwidth memory next year because of the AI trade, then the price on Micron, albeit up 190%, is a good price. If, though, you're looking at it from the sense of maybe this AI trade is a little bit too extended for my liking, then maybe this is not the right move for you. It really does come down to your fundamental look. If you want to look at it from fundamentals, if you want to do technicals, then if it loses support, it loses support. I mean, that's really all I have to say about that. But I don't personally think that we're going to see the AI kind of winter that a lot of people are talking about. I think that there is more to be had. Now, I don't think that we're going to get the same winners, though. That's the thing. And I've talked about this ad nauseum. I'm going to talk about it again. Application-specific integrated circuits. They are going to be disruptive, especially to the products that are super high margin. Nvidia, I'm looking at you. AMD, I am looking at you. I really do mean that, though, because as these hyperscalers look to scale, but they also want to save costs and they also want to have the best product out there, well, they're not going to likely want to punch in to the 80% gross margin or the 70-some-odd% gross margin product that Nvidia has. They're likely going to want to get into something a little bit more cost efficient. And that is, of course, application-specific integrated circuits, which Broadcom helps with, Marvell helps with, but can also be designed in-house. We've seen Apple bring that in-house. Doesn't mean the other hyperscalers are going to do that. We've seen the tie-up possibly with Meta and Marvell. We also got word about Marvell and Trainium. That was in question whether or not Amazon was going to continue that relationship with Marvell. The CEO of Marvell coming out last week and basically saying, look, all that's absolute bogus. The deal with us and Amazon is on. So if you're biased pro AI trade going into the future and into next year, then the RAM has to go along with it. That's kind of my really, really long-winded way of saying that I'm not bearish on Micron. Joey.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, brother. Here goes the TQs getting a big-time rebound here. Unrealized, this will be our better trade of the day, but that's still with a little bit remaining, approximately about 15% of our total position that we have left. Pardon me?
Oh, I'm just talking to somebody in the chat.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, Joe, did you see the interesting print on Google? I did at that 5-minute low, Gaurav. Yeah, I was looking at that, and I'm like, okay, nice. This is going to put a little bit of probability in our favor, just in case, because the market was selling, and then we had NVDA bounce right off of the volume-weighted average price. So we had a lot of things just kind of coming together and working in our favor for this TQ's long. Guy, we were a penny, literally almost 2 cents. We were 2 cents away from getting stopped out, and then we got that move to the top side, 35s up to 65s. So a nice little we got out at a 1-to-1 at the end of the day, but we're still holding a little bit of our position in order to do so. So yeah, I mean, there's Google. This is what Gaurav's pointing out, man. The guy's a master of volume price analysis at this point. So yeah, I mean, if I could give you your black belt in it, I would already, because this guy's gone from 0 to here. Or I shouldn't say 0. That's a little bit dramatic. But he's gone phenomenal since trading this stuff. Like it's really like I don't know what the word is, but it's just like, wow, okay, like, yeah, you're doing it, bro, like big time. And I say that wholeheartedly, like, congratulations. This guy's been killing it for an extended period of time. Right now, there's an indecision print right there. And I couldn't be happier for the individual, to be honest with you. So Gaurav, one of the first individuals, when I first came on the show, him and I just gelled right off the bat. I remember that. And to this day, so shout out to my longtime friend Gaurav. There goes Meta breaking out the high of the day. Now to 651. Help dragging the NASDAQ up. So if we get this sustained move, man, we might rock and roll in the TQs and head towards the volume-weighted average price. That's going to be right around 52.77, so not too bad of a look whatsoever. And if NVDA decides that it wants to participate and Google wants to climb a little bit higher, then it's party on, Wayne, and party on, Garth. Let's see what Microsoft is up to, starting to curl over here as well, guys. So these big boys looking like they want to climb back towards VWAP and even north of it, establishing new highs of the day. The VIX is what we got. I was headed to the options chain, but we got distracted. So we'll hold on off of that for a little bit. But yeah, here it goes, man. We're still cooking up. Netflix was a missed opportunity, right? Like, I mean, I don't know, missed, but anyways, there it is. We take it along, and now you're climbing up to 94.20s. We were in approximately at 93.80s, and then you get that nice bounce off of the lows on NFLX.
All right, guys. I got out of my position on CLYM. We got out at 60s, having gotten in at 30, so we take a third of a dollar move there. This current candle does have a lower high. So prior bar at 1240, prior bar high 458, current bar high 55, prior bar low 435, current bar low 38. So we're very much an engulfed candle right now. If we make we have a lower high right now. If we make a lower low, then I'm not really interested in CLYM until it comes into much more appropriate levels. I don't know why VWAP's not updating on that one, so let's refresh it and see where VWAP's at. VWAP's are a little bit higher than 4. I want to say like 4 mid-teens. 413, 415, something in and around that line. But it does feel like it might be time now to weasel into a trade on BEAT, B-E-A-T. Now, this one was running last week because I remember specifically singing the Michael Jackson song. That's kind of how I know there. Beat it, right? So here's the deal. This one has a current area low of 52. There, oh, wow, just rocketed up right as I was about to punch in. So let's go ahead. We're going to go in here a little bit. We're going to take this bull flag breakout with the idea that we will DCA into current bar low. Current bar low, 54s. So let's go ahead and put a dip trade here at 56, see if we can get more. But this one looks like it's going. So let's go ahead and wait at 65, and then we're going to wait at 69, okay? Let's see if we can get a price spike up through those levels. BEAT up 13 3/4, looking to go 14. As I mentioned, it was a runner from the prior week. Now, it had a big boy move. I want to say the flat top break at around 12.15, okay? And then the consolidation component or the consolidation part, I should say, of the bull flag started happening at 35, 12.35, 12.40, and then we're currently in the 12.45 candle. The good news is that 12.35 candle has an area low of 51, so defends 50. The 40 candle area low of a little bit higher, at 53, and this one has 54s. So higher low, higher low, higher low on each successive candle. Doesn't mean it's gonna not breach, right? We're just trying to put the odds on our side here. So looking for a move into the high of the day, it would have to be a high day breach because 264 is the high of the day, and I'm posted at 65. So let's see what BEAT has to offer. If it loses 50 pennies, I'm out. So I'm looking at DCA into 56, and then we'll DCA again into the low 50s. So like 251, 252. But if it loses 50, I'm gonzino. I'm looking for continuation on beat. Let's see if we get it, Joey.
All right, guys, and now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60 semiconductors and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025.
Crazy talk.
Ooh, this New Year's Eve, that's how they feel, Sharif? All right, a little bit of a party. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out Beta Pro Daily to learn more. It's a long one, eh?
There goes Beat Joey. There, the rocket ship. My God, man. What a breakout there, Joe. Right from that 2 2/3 that we were talking about. It is a 292 high of freaking day. BEAT. What a breakout, man, and a great technical hold. We didn't have enough shares in this one, man. And we didn't get the dip trade either. Joey's big breakout right now. Watch for the rejection, though, at $3, 292 area high. Here are the technicals as I see them. I see a consolidation buy zone between 250 and 260. That could be a buy zone. I would say probably towards the higher end of that level should it come down. That's zone number 1. If it loses 250, I think the trade is over, even though VWAP is at 240. I don't think that would be a good trend given the candle that just closed at 12.45. So BEAT looking real good, at least for the moment. I'm looking to pick some more up between 260 to 250. Nice breakout there on Beat. Shout out to my man Ron Miller. Beat, oh my God.
What happened,
Thank God I didn't read that.
Let me read it, man. What did Ronnie say?
He's killing me, bro.
Oh, was it a
Yeah. Thank God. I looked at that. I'm like, nope. Shout out to Sergio. He asked you if I was a good karaoke singer, and I'm like, I haven't even been in years. I'm absolute trash, bro. Trash.
You're not supposed to be good. See, the frustrating thing is that, like, listen, the majority of us aren't good singers. When you're going up to karaoke night, you're supposed to be trash, and then you have the people that come on and they're actually really good.
Really good.
We didn't know. This is not what we're here for. We're here to listen to horrible voices and have fun. There goes the market, though, Sharif. Taking that leg down, I was fortunate enough to get that bounce, and then we got all out right there. But also, one thing that I wanted to touch on, guys.
You have the option to like and subscribe.
All right, but no, in all seriousness, I'm looking at the likes. I don't like it. All right, so hit that for me. But one thing, so we have 147,000 subscribers. If we get to 148 today and 1,000 likes, I will e-transfer you that cash right here, right now, live. Live. We're going to do it live. You're going to write down your thing right now.
I think you need to sweeten the deal a little bit if you want to move the needle.
Oh, well, I'm an open ears guy. You're talking to the right individual. You know what I mean?
Nah, man, we're going to stick with the
so you
same
didn't have
bet.
anything.
I did. I was going to say more money, obviously, but why would I say that?
That's crazy.
What the hell's going on with the market, man?
Yeah, it's tanking right now. We were out at the right time. But aside from that, if you guys want to see the transaction in the American terms, I will Zelle or Venmo him. For the Canadians, it's called e-transfer, simplistic system, not like what you guys got going on over there in the United States. I mean, obviously being sarcastic as well too. But there it is, guys. A nice move to the downside. We're glad that we got this move, boom, to the top side, a 3-to-1, and then sure enough, whoosh. I am so full of poo. That's not very nice, Fluffy Hippo.
Oh, Fluffy Hippo's throwing shade your way,
Sharif,
bro.
have I not been a man of my word
100%.
since day? So
100%.
I told you 1,000 likes and 548,000 subs. We're doing it live right here, right now.
Bang.
Whether it be today, tomorrow, or throughout the week, but the quicker, I like to get things done relatively
Hold on,
quick.
so is that an indirect way of saying I'm not going to see my money until we get to 500?
No, you get it at the end of the day regardless, but the people don't see me. I'll show them on their thing, like, hey, there it is. You get it regardless. But just so you know, Sharif,
yes, sir.
You're cleaning me out here, brother. I'm going to be eating ramen noodles and stuff like that.
I never tried to make you feel bad, bro. I never did that to you, bro. I came with the buddy. I'm like, nah, all right, that's his buddy.
With you, man. No, I'm only playing with you. No, we'll get that done regardless of what time it is, whether the end of the show, whenever you're done the market recap, we'll get that rocking and rolling, or we're doing it live.
We're doing it live. Yeah. Joey, I really want to bring everybody's attention again to ARTV because Farm Trader correctly pointing out the bamboozlement that's happening right now on ARTV. Again, it's an area high, a lower high, and kind of, I don't want to say as I predicted, but as I suspected, another lower high, okay? All the while keeping that same area of support. I'm talking about the 490 to 5 on ARTV. It does feel like it might flat bottom break and flat bottom break aggressively. And this is the kind of bamboozlement that you have to put up with if you're trying to catch that making of a new high before it's made it. You come up, you think, oh, great, I got $5, fantastic. Rockets up to 527, right back down into 5. So we'll see if it can break trend. If it breaks trend above 540, I'm interested. If it doesn't, I'm not interested whatsoever. ARTV holding VWAP for now, underline that for now, but it does feel like it's a lower high party with a possible flat bottom break coming into play. ASTI though, ASTI, I've said almost nothing about this one because it's a very slow mover, but it's starting to break above that 4.25 where we've had a lot of resistance. Look at that flat top possibly here, saving except for one candle at 1045, which spent almost no time above that 5.25, 460, and then it dropped all the way down. What it does have under its belt and going for it are these higher lows with that 4.25 flat top. So ASTI, kind of almost the opposite of ARTV. Last but not least, AMCI, continuing to put in higher highs. You're not necessarily getting rocketing price action through 8 and the making of new highs every time, but what you are getting is a predictable and a respectful uptrend here that's been basically in play since the breakout at 10 o'clock. So AMCI looking real good, but having trouble through 8 as it's been having almost all day. So AMCI in focus for me as well. And then BEAT, we got out of this one a little bit early. Now a new candle has opened up, so we have a prior low off which to base trend. Prior bar low, 270. Current price action, 76. A type of trade that I wouldn't mind taking to give to you guys is if you were to enter here, you could put your stop at prior bar low. That risks 5 or 6 pennies. Now, there is a chance, of course, with having such a tight stop, you're going to get pushed out of a trade when, in fact, the trade was right because you didn't give it enough room. If that ends up happening, you can always get back in. But, you know, there's always a chance that you have a great look on a trade and your execution is poor. That's kind of normal trades around here. So here we go. Now this is going to make a higher high. So now we have a higher low and a higher high on BEAT. Let's see if this is going to be bamboozlement because it's setting up here for a possible consolidation area and a bull flag continuation. Let me make my case to you guys. The bull flag, the first bull flag starts at 12:15. There's the breakout through the flat top at 2:30. We've been having trouble with that 2:30 in the pre-market during regular trading hours. We couldn't breach it. Then at 12:15, we were able to. So there's the initial move up. You get 2 candle consolidation. 1, 2, and then the third candle is the breakout. No 2 bull flags though are created equal. Just because you got a 2 candle consolidation component of bull flag number 1 doesn't mean you're going to get that in number 2. It could be 3, 5, 10. You don't really know, but what you're trying to look for are established levels to the high side and the low side for that consolidation area of the bull flag. So let's see if this one wants to consolidate. I'll get back in for continuation number 2 on bull flag number 2, and then maybe we get a breach of 3. So BEAT is going to be certainly in focus for me. But I want to bring your attention as well to MSTZ or Z. I didn't trade this one. I don't want to trade this one unless I have to. We put these ones on here because the pickings were slim in small cap gapper world, but MSTZ is an inverse MSTR ETF. So MSTR goes down, MSTZ goes up, and this one's looking really, really respectful here of trend with higher lows and higher highs. It looks like the money trades are coming in and around that 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute charts, which will always be yellow on my black charts over here. So MSTZ, one to focus on here, Joey.
Beautiful stuff. All right, guys, I was just thinking, let's do a quick trade review. On the day, I've traded 4 names. One of them are going to be red, and you'll find out momentarily which one that is. So as for the TQs, guys, nice little move up there. We can head over to the 5-minute time frame and see just kind of what neck of the woods we were trading. A support system right here at 52s, and then sure enough, we get a bounce. It rejects the volume-weighted average prices and then comes right back in. Let's go to another NASDAQ name here, TQs, NFLX. This was our best performer, considering that pullback here. It gave away a little bit of the unrealized. Head over to the 1-minute time frame, guys. Same narrative here. I think did we give this one 20 cents or approximately so? Yeah, I think so, to 80s maybe. Yeah, so we got a nice little move up there in NFLX. Wait for that 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, and then we eventually get stopped out break even. And then sure enough, here we go, we take another attempt on NFLX, get a small partial out, and then we get stopped out the majority of our position. Guys, now as for, we'll head over to this one. This is gonna be our only loser on the day, and you can just see how just sticking to those risk measures is extremely, extremely important. So we're in at 90s, we're out at 80s. 10 cents, boom, out of Dodge. Now as for MSOS, baby. So there, a marijuana save our soul. Oh, okay, there we go, bang. So yeah, $5.50 right here, giving it 10 cents to 40s. We get a small partial out, and then eventually we get stopped out baker even before it goes on a nice little run. Yeah, I hope everything is good with you, Mike P, obviously. The stupid, okay, yeah, it's non-fatal, but yeah, a lot of pain. I hope everything turns out relatively well. I don't know, can I tell you something? I'm kind of nervous to go under the knife again, man.
I don't think you should be, bro. And I'm really excited for you, brother, because I think you're buying years. And you're buying years, and you're adding years onto you being able to do things you want to do, which is obviously hockey and a lot of other things. So I just think you should, it's a B. Having to go, through rehab. And not being able to sesh and
stuff.
That's
my least worried. No, brother, I'll be
what I said to you,
on my couch.
Exactly. What I said to you is 9 months is a drop in the bucket when you're talking about your entire life.
And you know what? To be honest with you, it's the worst case scenario for every other beer league team out there that I have 2 legs now instead of 1. So they should
dunk it on these guys,
they should be fearful. 100%. No, I'm obviously joking on that front. Guys, the market.
Hold on. I got questions. Yeah. When is this all happening?
The 14th of January.
The 14th of January.
Yeah,
so then
14th
you're going to be off, I'm assuming, from work for a little bit, right?
I took the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then the Monday is the Martin Luther King.
Okay.
So I just figured I may as well take those.
So I literally have the week before you that I'm off, and then you oh, my bad. Hold on. No. Calendar right here. Yeah. Where's it at, Joey? Google Calendar. There's right there. So let's go.
Log that in there.
So that's Brendo. He's out, and then that's me for my Christmas, and then you're out. That's you right there.
And then I'm out a couple of days right there. So
hold on. You're gonna be like with Neil. Are you gonna be in like a cast?
Yeah. My leg will be straight for probably 90 days. I'm thinking at least. Yeah. So I gotta. You know what?
So we're gonna be getting your waters. We're gonna be getting your food.
No. I'm not like that. But you just better watch out, bro. Because if we have to do that 360, I was already kind of doing the motions here.
Oh.
It's not. Yeah. Because this is gonna be hella straight for.
How are you gonna do that?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Come out this way then.
Yeah, we'll have to
come out this way.
We'll figure it out, man.
Man, we're gonna.
ACL, yes, sports and clips. I toured a while ago, about 8 months ago, and then the doctor. I thought it was only the meniscus because when I was reading over the MRI report, that's all it said. But then when the actual surgeon was going over the report, he's like, "Yeah, but he's like, you did it all again." And the same guy I'm like, oh no, that's worst case scenario. But yeah, it is what it is, man. We'll survive and then we'll thrive. But yeah, guys, we'll take a look at what the overall market is. We'll head right back over to our volume scanner. Relatively cool now. It's been a solid session so far. I know we were about to look at the options chain and got sidetracked from that. So if you have any specific options questions or any contracts, I know someone was asking me about Lucid. I said, if you really feel bearish on this name for the foreseeable future, it's best to just go the
share route, right? It's not an expensive name or anything along those lines, and you don't have to worry about any form of decay, whether it be volatility or theta decay, which I think is really, really important to do. Yeah, this Michelle person been giving me a hard time there.
Michelle?
Yeah. The Michelle, maybe IB. The person you just replied to. Yeah.
Talking smack about bro.
Yeah, I know, that's
Speak
not
truth.
cool, man.
Come on now, man.
That's cool.
My boy.
But other than that, guys, yeah, market's starting to come back in. This is Rocket Labs heading lower, so you can see a neckline that's about to be broken. And this is what we've been talking about for quite some time. Necklines being broken, and then you get a little bit more downside price action. So support level coming in, boom, right there, what they say.
It's Ram, of course. Ram with the ban hammer immediately.
Oh, you banned them?
No, I didn't ban nothing, bro. I don't ban.
Who is that, Michelle?
That was Ram.
Oh, hey, man. Hey, if you deserve to be banned, I'll ban you. I accidentally banned some individuals, but if you go against the team, then you're at means to get banned, and that's just me personally. All
right, well, I want to shout out US Stock Trader. He's like, look, ARTV might be on the way back. And brother, nothing would please me more than to have a good small cap gapper weasel its way onto the scene or break out during the midday. And now we know 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock is a bit of a slower time. Then 2:33, they start picking up again. But the deal is, I still see lower highs here on ARTV. It's area high, and another lower high. So I do see where it finds support off the 5. We talked about that, $4.90 to $5 buy area, and more accurate you could not be. But unless this bad boy here wants to get above and stay above 540, I ain't gonna trade it. I realize that I'm leaving a lot of money on the table by not getting in at 5.15 and riding trend. That's fine with me. That's the cost of doing business. That's what confirmation, the cost of confirmation, if you want to call it that. But I'm not gonna try to guess trend. It wants to get above 540. It's got an interested trader in myself. But if it doesn't, it doesn't, right? I see your point, though. If you want to trade it as a scalp off VWAP, have at it, man. Kill it. I hope you print up several storms. You're never going to hear me rail against that, but I'm just not going to do it. Now, ASTI, I was about to load this bad boy up on a trading screen, and then I saw this topping tail candle. But I don't think that that's the right trade for me on ASTI to try to take it as a flat top break through 4.25. What I'm seeing here, if it wants a flat top break, fine, but it's obviously had trouble doing that. Case in point, 1045 candle, another case in point, 1255 candle. But if it wants to put in these lower highs and continue to ride the higher low trend, well, then I can build my position in at 4.05, 4, maybe wet the beak for a 20, 30 penny winner on ASTI. It's not up big. It's up 35.5%, trading at 4.25, which is not a bad look at all. So ASTI, I want to mention this one because it does quite look good, right? ARTV might be breaking out above 540 real soon here, and if it does, stock trader, we're gonna give you a round of applause and hope you print up several storms on that side. But that's really all I've got, man. AMCI is still holding the higher low trend, I should say, but not really breaking through 8 with any vigor or any decisiveness. So ASTI, I'll look to work my way into that. I'm thinking maybe around 410, 4 low teens. I think I'm going to load up. Do I have it on trading screen? There we go. So let's go ahead and wait here. We're going to go 4 mid-teens. We're going to go ahead and 415. That'll be our initial entry on ASTI. If it loses the area trend, then we'll get out. Simple as that for me. You guy, 33, Joe, Sharif, do you think the market will have any sort of upward movement today? Brother, we're not even that down on the NQ. We're down 1/4 point on the NQ. We're down 0.14 on the ES, 0.14 on the Dow. It's really the Russell that's taken on the chin today after making all-time highs last week, down 2/3%. So I don't think we're down that much, but let's take a look at the future. Load at the future here, Joey. Ram, did you see the bet? Did you hear about the bet, Ram? Take a look at AEO.
This guy, Sharif's going to go around the back office.
Ram is like the...
Sharif's going to go around the back office.
Bro, she's the main responsible person for it. She's been making all the videos. He's
going to go over there and say it in Mandarin to all the...
I wish I could. I wish I could. I don't even know how to. All right, let's look up the December contract here. Let's go to the 5-minute, pardon me. Here we go. This doesn't look good, brother. I mean, on the futures of the NQ December contract. What is that, Ram? We were just handed a note. Pay up, Joe. Oh,
Do it right now. Right.
it's better this way, bro. It's better this way.
That's disrespectful. That is.
How's that disrespectful,
That's
bro?
insane. Write down your thing for me, or did you message
Nah,
me?
man. We're good.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you in a bit.
Yeah.
Here we go. So let's take a look at the NQ. Looks like we're defending 25.1, guys, right? Because we did get below 25.1, obviously, a lot earlier, but we didn't spend a whole bunch of time there. But when we got back above 25.2 and we're on the way to 25.3, we did obviously lose the closing print from yesterday and drop below VWAP. But we just got into 25.1 and we have several bottoming tail candles into that level. That's the good news. The bad news is the lower high trend is still intact right now on the future. Brother, it could be a double bottom. Let's see if we can get above Friday's closing print. Friday's closing print, 25,212. We get above that, then we're looking at this, neckline break over here at 25,264. We get above that, then it's smooth sailing, possibly into 25.4, where we got up this morning. We were up nicely on the day. So from the lows to the high this morning, we were up almost 0.75% on the NQ before all hell broke loose to the downside. So there's a chance. There's a chance. You never really know how this is going to work, right? So try not to guess. Try to, react to the price action. That's I would say about that. So that's all I got there. Ramini Mal. I like that, Rowan Joe. That's a good one, man. Ramini Mal.
Oh.
That's a fantastic one.
I like that kid, man.
Barca's first, bro. Barca's first by a while. Madrid's crap in the bed this year.
He's partying really hard, eh? You see that?
That's not a good look. That's not a good look. He should be partying. Is he? Lamine Yamal?
Yeah.
No, I didn't see that.
Going hard.
Bad? In a bad way?
Yeah. Well, no, I
Send me
mean,
that.
obviously Barca, but yeah, he's on the
Send me
boat.
that.
He's on the boat with the.
Oh,
you
that's
know,
what happens,
everything's
man.
going
The
on,
fame.
man. Yeah. At that
Fame.
age too, though, man.
Yeah,
Think
it's
about
not
it.
good
If you
luck.
had that at that age.
100%. 100%. Of course, I'm not going to pretend like it wouldn't be.
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
absolute lies. But you always, you know what, bro? I'll take wisdom over intelligence any day of the week. Because
for sure.
intelligence, you can be really smart, know how to figure stuff out, but you can just be a dumbass at navigating life. Whereas if you have wisdom, you're less likely to make mistakes and kind of keep the boat afloat.
That's why, I think when I get a little bit older, Sharif, and I start coaching hockey or do whatever in the world of hockey, I'm gonna look for the kids. Obviously, you want talent, but you want the kids that work harder. I'm an individual who likes the ethic more than the natural talent.
I gotta agree with
because
that,
the natural talent, they think that you can just kind of pass by in life because you're naturally good. No, I want the kid who's willing to go in there and die every single day to take your position.
Well said, man. That's
It's
very
complete
good point,
dogs.
man.
But yeah, we have a super chat here, brother. Let's get back into it. Cannabis Street, $5 Carnation Street. That's what it reminded me. Remember that show, Carnation Street? Yeah. My aunts and uncles used to watch it. And the show Little Britain, hilarious stuff. But $5 super chat, guys. Thanks for all the content, boys. Find myself saying your phrases all day long. Hammer candle, big boys are live, etc. Yeah, man, that's what we love hearing. We're doing it live. We just kind of get our phrases and they stick, right? It's like Mike P. DeRider, that's a fact jack. We took that one. We take a lot of stuff from you guys as well, too. Absolutely. But Carnaby Street, thank you very much for that super chat, brother.
You ever heard about that show, EastEnders? It's similar Coronation Street. It's not the same.
No.
Did you say coronation or carnation?
I don't know what it is.
Coronation, same, potato. Yeah, because I figured that's what you meant there.
Yeah.
Coronation Street, and there was EastEnders was new. There's when I was in England.
It's about the kids in elementary school or in school.
I never watched it. I just hear about it.
Okay.
I'm assuming it has something to do with East London because EastEnders usually means East London.
What's that show about those kids that are in London? I think it's called something along the EastEnders.
Is it EastEnders?
No, I don't know if it is, but it's hilarious. Man, English humor.
Eastbound and Down?
No, that's an American
one?
show.
Okay.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like what is that show, man?
Which one, Joey?
The one. It's not EastEnders, but it's about these kids, the In-Betweeners. Yes, thank you, the In-Betweeners. That is hilarious. That's a hilarious show.
I don't know anything about that one.
It's pretty funny too. Yeah.
Have you heard of the show called Two Own Goals?
Oh.
Hold on, did we? I know that the last goal with Gabriel Jesus was an own goal, but I saw your message earlier. I meant to respond, T-Money. I do apologize, but I'm pretty sure the first goal was not an own goal. I don't know why I'm thinking that it wasn't. Give me a second over here. Who put it in, man? Oh, it is. That was a set. Yeah, but that was a deflection, bro. That was going in the net. So I don't think that first one was an own goal. The second one, though, I'll give you that. But you know what doesn't care?
Ooh. Oh.
A 3 points.
Ooh.
Shout out to T-Money. A wise man can be a clown, but a clown can never be a wise man, Mr. X. Positive Insights 2020. I like that comment.
I like that one, too.
I like that one. What else we got, guys? Look, I got into a new trade now. We're in here on ASTI for a money fill. We're going to get the beak wet there at 25s. So I did get the money fill right down there, I believe, at 15, showing me 21s. It just showed me 25s. Let's go post a little bit higher now. Look, if it's gonna hold trend, we'll get involved. But if it's going to lose trend and start making, aggressively lower lows below the trend line showing itself on my chart at around 410, then I get out of this one. There's the $0.25 again. That's showing up. We got 15s on. We're looking at wetting the beak now at 33 on ASTI. Let's see if we get that trend into that level or what the situation is going to be. ARTV, I got wrong. Let's just call it a spade a spade. Shout out to US Stock Trader. You got it right. I got it wrong. There it goes through 440, and here comes 450. Sorry, in fact, I think it just touched 450, but dropping back down now into the 30s and 40s. Watch out now for the breakout on ARTV. High a day on this one, 560. We just flashed 550. The reason I'm excited about this one is because it broke trend. It made a higher high than the candle that printed at 1155, which the high of which was 539. So it does get above 540, but I hope it's not one of those where we just momentarily spend a couple of seconds above the level and then drop back down. Hopefully it won't be that. Hopefully this one will rocket back up into 560, and then we'll be talking about a $6 level on the day. So ARTV doesn't look like it's quite done yet with a clean hold at the volume-weighted average price. Let's see what this one has to offer us, and then we'll get into that one. So that's what I'm keeping an eye on there. T-Money, first one came off the post from a corner. Yeah, that's right. It hit the goalie in the back of the head. That's right. I forgot about that. Totally forgot about that. To me is a goal, though. I mean, you're a goalie, and you got an in-swinging corner, right? The first thing they teach you to do is cover your post. Now, sometimes I know they put defenders on the post, but they didn't. Doesn't look like they did it there. That, to me, counts as a goal, man. That was a beauty. See that curl, the banana curl on that, man? That was a beautiful in-swinger. Shout out to T-Money. But you're absolutely right. That second one, Gabriel Jesus looked like he put his head on it, but it was actually the defender. But, man, given the amount of injuries that we have and the makeshift back line that we're playing with, I think we're doing all right, man. Not the best. And let me tell you, quite frankly, watching that match against Wolverhampton, the bottom team, was like pulling teeth. It was a horrible performance. But as we know, the team, that has the most points at the end of the year sometimes wins ugly. And so I'll give them that, guys.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I know. I see City, brother. I don't think I don't realize that what City did to us the last couple of years. Not last year, but 2 years before that. So very much alive to the ever-present menace that is Pep Guardiola. Even though Rodri out again, but they're playing fantastic without him. But Doku is out now. You see that? Now they're going to have to bring in Marmoush for sure, because Doku is going to be, I think they're saying 6 to 8 weeks, and Doku's having a year, man. Doku's having one of the best years, Jeremy Doku, that I've seen since he moved to City. Shout out to the Belgian, man. He's a fantastic player, got speed up the yin-yang, pardon me, but I don't know. Something was missing, but something ain't missing this year, I'll tell you that. He's making defenders look bad. Shout out to Jeremy Doku.
Shout out to, Johnny Bravo. It sounds like you like the Dallas Stars. Funny, Tyler Seguin, I've seen that guy at the Colossus movie theater before in Newmarket, Ontario, way back before he was even in the NHL. Oh. So shout out to Dallas. Jamie Benn, I think, is the captain. But yeah, guys, I mean, it's been a solid day, man. We're just big chilling right now. We put on a couple of solid trades. We take one loss on the day. There's a couple opportunities that I'm looking at. I mean, we have at Google a nice bounce off of the lows. A lot of individuals in the chat, including Gore himself, was like, yeah, that's a nice print. He's long TQs as well, too, around the 30s, getting a nice move. Yeah, I mean, there's something in depth that I think I want to touch on. We don't do our lessons of the day anymore, but we'll get into it a little bit later, and it just drastically, it helps. But yeah, as for Meta, guys, up to 651. Let's see if we can get an additional dip buy on this here. I mean, our average is already it's at 611 or something like that. So I think now could be a good opportunity because you almost reject the entry of this gap to the penny, and then you bounce right off of it and come back in. So if it does break through the support level around 633, then we'll grab a little bit more as well too. So sitting on some dry powder and slowly deploying it. Yeah, exactly. Not the powder that goes on the dry powder that goes under the old lamp there, Shriek, but so the other stuff that you know what I mean.
Yes, sir.
So no, as for the SPY, guys, a choppy session, right? We've seen NVDA took a while to break down, but then it rebounded immediately after that, after a liquidity grab to the short side. It does put in a new high of the day, but ever so slightly, so that's not too bad of a move whatsoever. Now you're heading right back towards the neckline, which has the ability that it could break, and then there comes the TQs also coming back in at 52.30. Gaurav, I'm going to message you on X separately because I think you should, of all people, obviously I want everybody to know, but you, just considering our styles are relatively same, I'm going to DM you and send you something there later. Tesla, cool stuff, but let's take a look at SLV, guys, on this, because this is what we're going to do.
What are you doing, Joey?
Oh, no.
Hey.
Yeah, some big time stuff there. Obi's got his rocking and rolling there momentarily as well too, Sharif.
Who?
Obi. He's got his algo pretty much running now.
Oh, I didn't even know Ob was in the midst of making an algo.
Yeah, brother. That's why every day I'm at 2 o'clock, I go over there to go talk.
He's back in there, right?
The ish with Jose and Chow and stuff. Chow. Highly intelligent individual, obviously. But yeah, as for...
I get a lot of my Mandarin tips off.
Off of chat. Yeah, dude, you didn't even see us. When you came in on Friday, I think we were talking and we were working, Jose and Obi were working on his thing.
Okay.
And you come in storming into the algo room, you're like, chow. We're trying to concentrate, but you didn't know that we were there.
I never care.
Yeah, you didn't know that we were there, man.
All I want to do is ask my question, and he wants to trade.
And we're all looking at you like, brother.
I didn't even know this.
I know. I had no idea. We just thought it was funny.
My question to him was, in Duolingo, there's two ways that I've been taught to say clean. There's sa, right, sa, or dasao, right? And so I didn't know which context to use which one in. So Chow was like, think of sa as wipe. So you're wiping a surface, or you want to clean a surface or like an object. Whereas dasao, it's like you're cleaning an entire room. I don't know if I'm right on that. Anybody in the chat, I'd love to get feedback from you guys. Is that the right kind of way to think about it? Is it kind of like that Hao Kan and Piao Liang thing again? Or is there contextual ways that I can kind of know which one to use? I'd love a tip there. Yeah, so DJ Patrick Lee saying tsa is wipe. Yeah, so exactly as, what's his name, Chow was telling me. Saf in my language means clean, that's T-money. So Calving, again, say tsa is wipe, Chow, he told me to say tsa. Thank you. Yeah, man, George, you don't know that I can speak Mandarin, brother? A year and a half deep and we're going. Just consider me to already have learned the language, okay? Because I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to learn from as much time as I can devote to learning it. I will continue on my Mandarin path here, Joey.
Yeah.
We're doing it live on ASTI. Go ahead.
Yeah, 1 second there. Brother, I mean, this is what we're talking about on SLV and GLD performing relatively well in the span of a little bit over a month. We're not going to complain. And when I was running here, I'll pull it up for you guys right now as well, too, is that when I was just collecting, oh, that's not what I wanted. When I was just collecting a bunch of data, I don't know why it shows up sometimes and it doesn't on the other. Oh, there it is. Oh. So when I was going over a year span, I was specifically looking for sectors and subsectors that weren't performing relatively well. And you can see that this is data collected from October 22nd of 2024 to October 22nd of 2025. And this is just me relaying data that TV is sending me. And then sure enough, our largest loss is going to be sitting on SMR with $11,000 net. But the largest gain is substantial as well in the TQs. And that's over a year span. And there's very, very little red names.
Now, I mentioned before from a month-to-month standpoint, it doesn't always perform the best, but when you're putting up numbers like that in the long term, that's what you want, because at the end of the year, if you're nicely positive, then you found yourself a system that can work. So still looking forward to it. A little more things to go, and then who knows what's going to happen in the next coming months, and especially in the new year. What was that, Assassino? Did I miss something there, brother? Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, there it is. All right, Sharif, talk to me.
Yes, sir, Joey. Guys, I just found something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges, guys, and I stumbled across BTCC. They're top 30 globally, but here's the wild part. They've never actually been hacked. While all these other major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays absolutely untouched. They got 0 KYC if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe. And through us, Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons just for registering. Plus, you get another 15% bonus that covers losses up to 15K in USDT. Seriously, Joey, what am I missing here? Guys, you need to scan that QR code for more information. Shout out to BTCC. Gary, the real Gary F. Sharif, did you mention your motivation to learn Mandarin versus other choices? Brother, I just looked at, what could be the most usable. I already speak Arabic quite well. I can't read or write, but I can speak quite well. So I think that, if I choose to jump into the reading and writing and have my cousin stop calling me illiterate, then it would be an easier transition for me. Then I said, well, what other huge language is it that has a lot of utility? And to me, it screamed Mandarin. Whether you're in Singapore, you're in Malaysia, you're obviously in China or anywhere in that area, Mandarin obviously is a big boy language. And so I looked at, the direction of the world is going, how China is emerging as a global superpower. And I said to myself, what better language to learn than that? And I don't know, I think I've got something here with this. We'll have to see. But yeah, I'm not really gonna stop. July 2024 is when I started, and it's not gonna stop. So I'm gonna keep taking it to however I can. Now, I do plan on accelerating a little bit the learning, but we'll get to that in a second. Guys, ARTV is him. ARTV is absolutely him. Shout out to US Stock Trader. Brother, I still hope you're holding this one, because there is a new high a day into $5.86, showing 81 right now. The breakout is on. We took out the high at 12. We took out the high at 11:15, and now it's all gas, no brakes. There's another high of the day, 587 right now, and the green is really manifesting itself here on the chart. ARTV up 77.5% and looking to go a lot more. Let's take a quick look on the daily to see where we could encounter resistance. Well, $6 is going to be a very interesting level should we make it up there. And then from 6, we're certainly looking at 675 and then 737. Those are local highs from middle of October. So be on the lookout here. This one is a former runner. We're going to have to clear 6, but 6, I think to 6.25 is going to be trouble. Or not trouble, but resistance, initial resistance, 685 to shadow the topping tail candle from the 16th of October. And then that red candle that we put in on the 17th has a high of around 7.25. So ARTV, all gas, no brakes right now, but trade it carefully. It does have a tendency to kind of drop after making a new intraday high. Case in point, right over here, 950, new intraday high, drops all the way down to 411. Again, over here, 1110, new intraday high, drops all the way back down into 487. So ARTV, very good look right now. We're involved in this bad boy, ASTI, at 15s. I wet the beak several times, looking for continuation, though, on this bad boy through the $0.50. I don't mind adding at around 420, where the 10 EMA on the 5 is, to get some more shares, as we have taken out some here. So ARTV, all gas, no brakes. Let's see what people are saying in the chat, baby. Jay Lee. Sharif, I bet it's because you have a business ambitions, directly speaking with on mainland to do stuff, good stuff. If so, I hope you build a company brand. I wasn't really thinking about it for that reason, Jay. I realize that obviously it comes into play if my ambitions are, just to become an importer, exporter, some certain sort of business, but that really wasn't the reason I was doing it. Broadcasting now, man, obviously that has some part to play, and you also know that this channel in the very, very near future is going to be 24 hours. But we're not going to be 24 hours only on this side of the world. There's going to be another office on the other side of the world. I wonder where that's going to be.
Imagine Joe can speak Mandarin. No, I can't.
So that's another thing to have there. A guy from work. You guys are.
Yeah, a guy from work. He was asking me about SMR. I told him SMR out at 18 if it breaks through that level, which it has. It's now trading around 17 and something change.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. He said, you guys who's read out the promos, do you have an internal competition? Who reads it the best? That sounds like the first time you ever read it. No, I don't think we really do. But
that one goes to Adara.
Oh, yeah, it's quite intense. Sergio, how about Spanish? That's your boy Joey Options over here. I've never really been interested in learning Spanish. My sister lives in Los Angeles. I know that there's obviously a motivation.
Yo hablo poquito español.
Yeah, I'm just, there's only so much time to go around, Joey. You can't be learning everything. But then, rent, R-E-N-T, he says. Let's have a look at R-E-N-T. A little bit low on volume, but I think that's exactly what you just said there, low on vol. Yeah, I see it, bro. 787 high, up 16.5%, but low on volume. Still only 361,000 shares. I appreciate you, Gary, brother. It doesn't really bother me at all, man. No, I'm not moving to China Escape Planet at all. We're not moving to China. But, China. Never really know what we're going to do. At least at the current moment, I don't have any plans to move to China. I'm definitely going to go to China, though, very soon.
You have to. I think so, considering, right? You want to put everything you've learned into... Well, I mean, you could just go to, obviously, Chinatown in Toronto and speak with some of the shop owners.
Yeah. I have Mandarin friends, too.
Yeah,
they help.
Exactly.
I grew up in Markham.
No, that would be pretty cool, though, like, because you know how on Spadina, like, you kind of get to the north end, just a little bit north of Queen, when you get all the fish shops and all that stuff, and you walk in there, and then you just start talking to them, they would be like, what?
Yeah, exactly. I love that. And there's lots of videos of like, there's Africans, a lot of Africans go and work in China, right? And so they'll bust out the Mandarin and the locals are like, what the hell?
What the heck's going on?
I love that kind of stuff, man. Yes, but yeah, that's all we've got right now. ASTI guy, we got this at 15. It just flashed 35s. We're looking for more. There was resistance at 440 where we rejected right at, I think, a little bit before 1257, 1258. So look for that continuation above 440, but it is ARTV's world, and we're all just living in it. It's a 598 high, but keep your eye out on that 6 to 6.25 that we talked about. That takes us back to mid-October where we had that level of resistance, but ARTV looking fantastic for a midday mover here, up 77%, Joe.
Good stuff, guys. All right, I got my eyes here on AAPL as we're starting to form some indecision prints right around these lows. So right now, we just want to start to gauge what our potential risk profile is. The closer to the lower end of the range we get, the better R to R, and that's what we're kind of aiming for. You're getting a bounce in the TQs as well, so we can maybe go small size on that one, looking for an additional move, just in case the big boys decide that they want to climb a little bit higher. There goes Tesla breaking through. Watch out for that neckline. We talked about it at 475. Let's actually pull up the options chain on this, considering we have not done that today, and we talked about it on multiple occasions. Now, we got SPY up here, but we don't want to see that. Everybody wants to talk about Tesla today, so that's what we're going to do. Also, make sure you guys get that $ in and vote, please and thank you, as Sharif goes over the afternoon rundown. So we'll get that into you guys momentarily. But here is the options chain, 480 coming in with some size. Oh my.
What happened?
There it is, Sharif. This is a thing of beauty. This is why this tool is so cash money. There is a massive supply zone at 500 on this week's expiration cycle on TSLA. Watch out. If you get the Magna effect on that, this can go absolutely bonkers. But there it is, guys. Keep an eye out for a potential rejection of that zone as well, to $500 mark, 108,000 current open contracts that expire on Friday. And then as for the volume, guys, 130,000 put in on today's session, and that's going to be the largest that we've seen across the board. Even if we go higher in strikes, that's it. So that 500 level most definitely in play, and that's 25 points. That's nothing for Tesla to put that in a day or a day and a half. We'll head over to the daily on this so we can see what we got going on. We can also look at the value of that contract from what it was trading at to what it's currently trading at. How much is it for that? So $3.45. So you're going to pay $350, 55.6% at the money IV on that specific contract. So you're not going to be paying that extended premium on Tesla. 500 is going to put us right there. That's one breakout, if you ask me, Sharif. I don't know how you specifically feel about that. That's one day. From here to there, you get any positive news, expanding anything to do with the robo-taxi, and the next thing you know, Tesla's trading north of $500. So keep an eye out on that. Beauty. But it is a supply zone that's going to be correlating roughly with that previous of around 487, right? So keep an eye out, because if you run into that zone and reject aggressively, there might be a little bit more sustained downside, brother.
I like that. This is a nice kind of weird-looking bull flag that it's putting in there. Since the breakout there from that ascending wedge.
I think it can go. Why? Because I thought that we were going to get that break of the all-time high right here, but then it just kind of just dips here and absorbs a little more liquidity, and then making that move right back up to the lower end, to the top end of that range. So
yeah, Tesla is going to be super interesting. Yeah, so what I've been seeing, guys, on X all weekend have been videos out of Austin about the Model Y driving autonomously without anybody, passengers or safety drivers. So, you know, it was widely speculated online that the launch of the robo-taxi without the safety driver was coming, and then Tesla retweeted or whatever, basically an innocuous person's account that had been making the observations about what I just finished saying, and then Elon retweeted it, and then it became obviously viral with people making speculations and widely speculating that it was a matter of time. Now, that's a good side of the coin. What's the other side of the coin? All I saw all week were Waymo videos doing the exact opposite. There was 3 Waymo vehicles that had crashed into one another that were blocking the road completely. So 2 that were involved in a crash. I can try to get the video, send it to Assassino. Were involved in a crash, and then the 3rd one was trying to get out of a driveway and was just sitting there watching. And then people were trying to come out of their own driveways as this chaos was ensuing on the streets of San Francisco, and they couldn't come out of their own driveways because it was a 3-way standoff between the Waymos. So what ended up happening was they're not even safety drivers, they're off-site operators, and they don't even control the cars. They send messages to the cars suggesting what the car should be doing. So it's like, oh, okay, so say for example, you know, 2 cars were like this, it'll tell one car to reverse a little bit to allow the other car through, but it can't actually directly control it. So growing pains, you don't want to crap on Google here. Google's got a really good product, but it is kind of the growing pains that we're seeing right before our eyes with autonomous vehicles. So when everybody's quick to crap on Tesla for the FSD making mistakes, what they're not really telling you, the honest opinion, is what the growing pains that Waymo is going through, and there's plenty, and they're all over the internet. So I don't think that any one really here dominates over the other. I think that obviously Waymo has a lot more in terms of autonomous miles driven under its belt than Tesla does. But when you look at the other side, is Tesla probably has more total data for autonomous driving because of the FSD that everybody uses in their car. So if you're looking at nobody in the driver's seat, Waymo's got more, but if you're looking at autonomous with somebody in the driver's seat without intervention, I think Tesla's got far more than anybody else. So growing pains for all of them in the industry, and we're just watching it happen and kind of seeing how this goes. I tried to send you that video, but
yeah, I know.
Let me see if I can pull it up over here. It was like a 3-way standoff, bro.
Sharif, you know what? We mentioned this last week about trading. It's just that not being through enough scenarios to really grasp it. It takes a long time. Like I think it's the same thing with the real world situation, obviously, with the autonomy. Right? They just haven't been through enough real world scenarios to have it down pat 100%. Eventually it will. As you mentioned, growing pains.
Oh, and there's another one. Look at this. This Waymo goes into oncoming traffic like a psycho. And yeah, so I'm going to show you guys this in a second if I can, because sometimes we get dinged on the channel. So look at this. So they made a temporary 2-way on the right side. So the Waymo thinks it's going into the left lane. It literally is in oncoming traffic. Panics, comes back in though.
Yeah.
And the people in the car behind are screaming.
But in the Waymo's defense, think about it. That's an artificial lane being made. So
but these are real world scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely.
So none of them are perfect, man. But yeah, just watching this technology develop before our eyes, quite interesting. All right, I got out of my trade on ASTI before it dropped aggressively. Happy with that. We took out the it dropped aggressively. 397, finding a bit of a bid now. So it looks like that stop
was a bit of a liquidity grab to the downside. It found support at $4. So if you had a dip trade at 4, you're doing real well here with that 4.25 print that we just got. But I see local area at 4 1/3 where I got out. If it gets above and stays above that, we're going to add again to ASTI. Looking real good over here, up 36.5%. But so is ARTV. ARTV looks like there's accumulation now happening south of 6 for a break through 6. Now, what's awesome about this is it's using the prior area of resistance as its area of support. Take a look at that 1115 area crest. I'm talking about this one over here. It rockets up to 6, has a 3, now almost 4 candle consolidation where it's finding support at that $0.0002, the exact same area that it rejected earlier on. So look for a breakthrough 6 on ARTV, Joey.
Good stuff, guys. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading. Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, guys. So yeah, there's a lot going on right now, to be honest with you. Apple looking pretty good. Microsoft getting a bounce off these lows. I was thinking about taking the third attempt there on NFLX. Why? Because the risk profile is relatively tight. This was the trade on MSOS. We were trading the TQs, our second best name here today. Let's head back over to Netflix because that's our better trader on this session. And I mean, just stick to the guns, right? So let's see what we got going on as we continuously climb lower. Yeah, so 60s would have been my ideal entry to risk to 50s. Let's data edit this. Let's get this out of our way. Okay, that's not the specific candle that we want. But that's what Gaurav, I don't know if you're still in the chat, brother. I tagged you, but I didn't see anything. I know Loss has been on a break for some time now. I don't know. I haven't seen Jag in a while. So where's our friend Jag? Obviously, I remember a lot of you in the chat because I get the privilege to come in here and talk with you guys on a day-to-day basis, and it's truly my privilege. So yeah, good stuff there on NFLX. If we were in at 60s, out at 50s, you're now trading about 1.7 times higher than that. So not too bad. No, he said he was having surgery. Oh, Jag did. Oh, okay. Thanks for letting me know that there, Mike P. There goes the market, right? So this one worked out for us, Fluffy Hippo. Yeah, no, shout out. All love to you guys, especially you, Fluff. Thank you very, very much. Now, as for 52.17s, where's our risk? 90s. All right, so we can wait for a pullback, but some nice indecision prints off of those lows. So you might get somewhat of a bounce. I think that would be good. And then we have Tesla forming an indecision candle right at the volume weighted average price. If it cracks the lows, then you can just get out of dodge on that. You get a nice bounce on the previous one that was printed. So we'll head over to TSLA to see if we can grab something and see from a risk to reward standpoint if it's even worth it. I did like that Apple bounce. It's starting to come back in. If 273.50 breaks, then there might be some more downside on this bad boy. We'll head over to the daily on it. I mean, you're a couple percentage points off of that high, 5.3, nothing substantial nor to get overly worried about. I think we're going to continue to rock and roll in AAPL. As for they have not been spending as much cash as some of the other magnificent 7 corporations. Now, Tesla. Now, I like this little tool here, Shreve. This thing's cool, man.
What is that?
Here it pops up there, boom, hit the flame up there, and then it brings you right to the article.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So like the hot news. Oh, yeah, that's
exactly.
really good.
And this is where we're sitting at, was just the post-market, pre-market, everything along those lines, hot news. So yeah, hot dang. Yeah, so that's what we got going on, guys. It's been a pretty good day, I guess. I bid our only loss on the day. MSOS was pretty good. That's on the Amex, Netflix, on the NASDAQ, and the TQs on the NASDAQ, all working out for us. The one and only bad boy is IBIT. Now let's pull over TSLL to see if we have anything worth a risk to reward here. Yeah, so I would want to get in as close to the lower end. So if we can risk 5 cents off of that, then that'd be pretty good, even a little bit lower. But it seems like that ship has sailed so far, Shreve.
All right, sorry, just give me 1 second over
no
here.
problem. I can continue.
All right, ARTV just rocketed up into a new high a day. There it goes again. I got in a little bit over here after the initial breakout. Let's take out some more there. Looking for a new break into 637 high, guys. 637 high. It's on the rampage to the high side. There's another high of the day. Wow, ARTV. 644 high of day as we squeeze into that 650. Recall the October 15th, I think, and 16th levels. Well, let's not even try to recall. Let's just go right back into it over there. ARTV's on that good stuff right now. To the high side, ARTV. Let's go on the daily because this was the double top we were talking about. So there's the breach of 6. Now, since we're above 6, if we can hold 6, we're looking at October 16th high, 685. And then the red day on the 17th, 736. So ARTV on the breakout right now. Fantastic hold. I got to just tell you, let's call a spade a spade. I had a bias that this was going to lose the volume weighted average price vis-a-vis the lower highs and end up as a flat bottom break, but the longs had a completely different idea because the bids started coming in aggressively at 1 o'clock. There's only been one red 5-minute volume bar since 1 o'clock. In fact, since 12:55, and that was this one over here, this kind of candle of indecision that we ended up rocketing off. So $6 breached, 644 HOD, ARTV just south of 100% to the tune of 88 and change. Trade this one carefully as it is putting in a bit of a topping tail candle now into the mid 40s and coming back in 6 single digits. Look for a 6 hold. So if 6 holds, fantastic, but the levels are as follows. The 10 EMA on the 5s, 5 2/3, 565 to be exact. And that's where the breakout area is as well. You'll recall that this long area of consolidation here from 1107, I want to say to 1122, all rejected 560. You got that same area of accumulation again on 560 from 115 till about the breakout there about 123. So 560, an important area, in addition, of course, to 6 being the psychological area of support. But it was also price action resistance as well, to be fair. It wasn't just psychological. Look at that long consolidation south of 6, and then you got the big breakout there. So good look right now. ARTV, the small caps are not giving it up today. AMCI still holding above trend, now breaching through 8, mind you, an area that it's had trouble breaking through all day. It's only CLYM that's giving up the ghost. ARTV, ASTI, AMCI all look good going into the more liquid time of the day as we get into a quarter to 2 right now, Joey, with the big boys coming back on shortly. Good look now on ARTV.
Absolutely. So yeah, we were in and out at the same minute here, so we got stopped out. We were in at 273.90s on Apple looking for that bounce off of the specific support level, and then we were out right at 273, so that was short-lived, and the volume picked up here, so that was a nice move to the downside in AAPL. Google's still grinding higher. What is SLV up to here, guys? Trying to go through. I mean, yeah, it's not doing too much today, Sharif, but a nice print off of the lows, trading around 57.62. We're seeing Tesla start to come back in. I mean, I could take an additional trade on AAPL, but that's going to be our second red name here on the day. You give a little bit back, but nothing substantial. So that's why it's important to stick to those risk measures. 90, we would have been able to hold that to 10. That would be at the top end of that range, and that would give you your 2-to-1. What do I think about BM&R, please? I don't like these these treasury plays right now, to be honest with you. I mean, you're trading at $31 on BM&R. MicroStrategy is a complete disaster. Strategy, I should say, is a disaster right now. It's not looking good. I don't know why. Listen, do you think it's a good idea? It doesn't matter.
Yes, sir. Here.
I was going to ask you, do you think that it's a good buy on Saylor that he bought some more at 92 or whatever it is, 10,000 of them? Why are you grabbing so? My question to him is just why are you grabbing so many at one time?
That's a great question. I have no idea what he's thinking, if he's using technicals, Joey, if he's using...
what kind of model they have.
I have not a clue. Has he ever discussed that? Not that I know.
I think his model is just buy as much Bitcoin as he possibly can.
I know, but like where? I know. Like, is there strategies? It is called strategy.
So there has to be something along those lines. I hope so. Anyways, if you're putting that type of money, I'm assuming that there's going to be. But you're down 70%. Now, on the recovery in Bitcoin, you get a couple percentage points. You got 23% here in MSTR off of this indecision print low.
once this 155 level breaks, I think there's going to be substantially more downside in MSTR, and that's my opinion. I don't know what happened.
Legend League 444. I gotta read this out, bro.
Man.
It's called Delulu strat.
They have the Delulu
That's
strat.
hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, no, seriously.
Delulu.
I mean, I don't know. I would like to
What
get
if
a little bit
he ends up being that genius? Yeah, like
Exactly.
we always end
well,
up,
that's the thing. He looks really not smart right now, but then a couple years down the road, he'll be like, oh yeah, everybody was pointing the finger at Mr. Saylor saying, yeah, this guy has no idea what he's doing. He's essentially a scam artist, but then he can be potentially one of the richest people on the planet.
Yeah, you only get an MSTR if you want like
yeah.
a leveraged product. And so the question to me is, why don't you get into a Bitcoin levered ETF rather than going into MSTR?
Exactly.
Maybe because of the decay. That would be the other reason. But then
potential,
right? And does MSTR move independent of the price of Bitcoin? Not typically, right? Like it's just an outsized Bitcoin play, a Bitcoin derivative.
Well, he's looking at it as like a credit.
I know what he's doing. Yeah, he's loaning out.
Like an issue,
issuing with debt without a coupon, and then the backing is the price of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It all seems very circular until you're much away from your average price, right? And then you're resting easy. Don't forget that he almost, I think, lost it all in 22. There was a certain area back in 2022 where it was just not going well for him.
Wasn't his first stint? Didn't his first company essentially go under because I don't know, and then that's what made him switch over to strategy?
I have no idea.
Yeah, whatever he had first from a
I'm gonna find out with chat here, or not chat.
And then he's like that. So Michael.
Dude, are you noticing what is going on with ChatGPT? We could have trouble here because ChatGPT is turning into trash.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not good.
Oh, yeah.
And it acknowledges that its
5.2.
updates have worsened the user experience. I just joking, what's going on with you, chat? How come you're not as good as you used to be? It's like, yeah, I can't give straight answers to certain things anymore. Like if I put, for example, a very, very popular person, let's just say Michael Saylor, because we're talking about it, and I throw Michael Saylor into ChatGPT, I'll be like, who is this person? I can't identify people. It's like, this is not a regular person off the internet, man.
Yeah.
It's Michael Saylor. You should be able to differentiate. In addition to that, there's just so many different things. For example, there's the whole theft thing. So people were looking at, hiding their keys away from their doors because of what was going on with the car theft. So if you ask it, for example, to come up with a makeshift, what are those boxes called, Joey, that you can hide your keys in? Faraday bags.
Oh, okay.
Faraday bags, whatever, right? How can I make a makeshift Faraday bag at home? It won't tell you.
Oh, really?
It's like, no, I can't answer that type of question. It's like, what? I'm not asking the potion for crack here. What's going on? So a lot of people are talking about it online as well, that chat's losing its way. I've stopped using chat on my phone. I'm using Grok now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because Grok's got a fantastic voice, one that you can interact with, much like chats. But I don't know, guys, have you noticed ChatGPT kind of fallen off, or am I just alone here? Because I am not very impressed with how it's been functioning lately. Not only is it slow as hell, right, at times when the memory starts packing, there's a backlog there, but Just Kendo says no, he likes it. Gemini is better. GPT is wrong with math a lot, says Jim, I mean. What else? KD Dumpster says, yeah, it's giving me old dates and news now. Yeah, that's always been the case, man. ChatGPT and Gemini both need light years of progress to pass any benchmark of significance, says David. Shout out to David. Justin Everest Sharif, GPT is a joke these days, and the amount of restrictions are ridiculous. For sure, not getting better. That is my honest observation, and I was one of chat's biggest proponents. I thought it was a hell of a lot better than Gemini. I don't think that anymore, man. I really don't. I'm not really using Gemini on my phone. I'm using Gemini, at work here and there for certain things, but oh boy, it's going downhill. And so the reason I'm even bringing this up is not to rail against an LLM, but to kind of worry about the money that Altman has committed. If ChatGPT starts falling off and it's not the big boy right now, or is he going to be able to have all that money to deploy into the infrastructure they said? So that's one bad side. The other side is, if Chat can't do it, if OpenAI can't do it,
I think somebody else will come in and fill that vacuum any day. Somebody who's a lot better.
Oh,
yeah.
Quicker than you could spell it.
Quicker than you could spell it.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I don't see the AI trade unwinding because ChatGPT sucks.
It will take well, think about it. I will look at it like this. So if ChatGPT continues on the decline, I'm not going to say it's going to be a rapid move like when we heard with the DeepSeek news, but you can see something along those lines.
Sure.
A hefty
yeah.
hit, right? You get these massive pullbacks because you're like, well, what are we spending really all this money on if ChatGPT can't do it and they're supposed to be the leader essentially in this specific race? So I can see something along that lines happening, and then we can recover because there's somebody that will fill that void.
Exactly.
And there's somebody waiting to fill that void.
And there is, and there's plenty of willing participants.
Absolutely.
And here's the other thing. If ChatGPT starts falling off and the revenue that they were projecting they were going to get into 26 and 27 doesn't even come closer, doesn't manifest, then can you say, possibly some of their financial backers start backing off, be like, well, you don't have enough to cover. We were going to give you this money based on, projections for 26 of you triple, whatever, increasing by a third your top line number, and that doesn't happen, then the money maybe doesn't find its way there. Or if it finds its way there, it's on a lot smaller of a scale because they don't really have the demand or, the kind of the commitment from their backers, from their financiers to go with it. So I don't know what's going on with ChatGPT, man, but apparently, he put in this 5.2, there was a code red or all that stuff, but I haven't seen much of an improvement at all. Joey, I gotta tell you, I'm just not happy with how Chat has been acting at all, and I really do mean that.
I mean, it's still only a couple years old, man.
Yeah, but it's not going the right way, brother. It's just not going the right way. And then I asked it, just random questions about, what's it called? You're also seeing, I got this, what's it called? This Nook. It's like one of those light bars. I put it in the office, in the gym. So I have like a nice little vibe there. So anyway, it messed up. Now it's not connected anymore. So I have to reset it. So I went with Chat. I'm like, how do I reset this whole thing? And it gave me something completely wrong.
Oh, yeah?
You go into X or Grok.
Yeah.
Immediately, man, I had the fix for it. So I guess it's just one person's experience, but I haven't been happy with it.
I mean, if you're going through it, there's probably other people going through the exact same thing. So.
People are also agreeing, man. Guerrero, Fortuna says absolutely. Chat has been very bad for about 3 months. What else, man? It's all the same issues with AI, says Save Man Woman. It's a data issue. We crunch all the data we could. We take another 40 years to get more data. I get that, but it's not giving me even the data that we have, quite frankly, to be honest with you there. Aura Alpha says FC GPT. Just wait for the real truth. Spider LLMs. I don't understand anything there. Perplexity is also good. A lot of people are saying that. Maybe you're not a good promoter. This is Notorious Dingleberg. I don't know, man. I do my best, man. Maybe it heard me say something bad about it one day or something like that. David says Gemini is a little bit better in basic stuff. ChatGPT is really trying to blow up LLMs. However, I think Google has a rabbit up its sleeve that will pull the rug on Altman so bad. Sam will need. All right, whatever that is. The bedhead guy, I don't like how they throttle how it can help you. When you know people that would use it badly are already jailbreaking it, it's just annoying when it comes to basic info. You're absolutely right. I agree with that. And I've noticed as well, the speed, you get an issue with the speed with chat when you stay in the same chat too long and the memory, like you really, you just keep going with the same chat, so the memory there really starts getting backed up, even though it remembers the commands you gave it, it's just super slow. That's something that I've had trouble with, when I'm doing in my morning routine, getting all the stuff prepped for the day. So I don't know what's going on with chat, but if it fixes, I'll get right back on it. I have no problem with Altman, no problem with anything that he's making, but the quality of the product
Do you think it's best that he starts trying to lock in some digital ad revenue before?
Why not? Yeah. A good point. That's actually a great point.
It's just before it goes to ish, and try to lock in as much as you can.
It's not good. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this, but it is what it is, brother.
Yeah, it is what it is, brother. It is what it is.
OVO Cow says completely something different. ChatGPT caps lock is amazing. I use it. What is happening? I'm gonna have to read this. ChatGPT is amazing. I use it as my girlfriend. We are getting married in August. That's sick, bro. Just make sure to send those invites this way.
Yeah, man.
Like, shout out to OVO Cal 9512,
like
man. What the hell's going on
It's like that movie Her.
Hey?
With Joaquin Phoenix, Her. It's like a movie where he's dating like this little.
Oh yeah, I did. I never watched it, but I did see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. I wouldn't get married to a chatbot, but do you, buddy. ARTV, guys, still kind of bull flag in here with highs into 6.5. It's 649 high, but there's a lot of topping tail candles right now on ARTV. It's still holding trend quite nicely. In fact, the last two candles have held at 620, and we just got back into that 649 high of day. We missed it by 2 pennies, 647, the current high on this candle. It's the prior candle that takes us into the day high, which is 650 on the day. ARTV likely has more to give. It's well ahead of that 10 EMA on the 5, which is now overlapping with the $6 psychological support level. I would also say there's probably price action resistance at $6 initially. So if you come back into 6, you got a double whammy there where you get price action support, psychological support, and the 10 EMA on the 5. So ARTV could be a great dip buy off there. But Joseph and I are off in about 3 minutes. The big boys are getting locked and loaded again, and they're going to let you know what they've been looking at all day. But take this opportunity now to get into the chat and vote for your favorite ticker. You only have a couple of minutes left. And register your vote by putting in that $sign. Otherwise, I won't register. Tesla leading the way by a wide margin with 96 votes right now. It's up almost 4% on the day. Second amongst them, AMCI, the small cap gapper, has 59 votes, trading above the volume weighted average price. Broadcom in third place here, tied with Nvidia. So the two microchip or semiconductor names tied with 41 and 42 votes apiece. Even GME getting the love here, up almost 6% on the day, 5.86. That one has 40 votes. iRobot, this company tries its best to stay afloat as it looks to get bought out by the company that actually makes them as a result of not being able to merge under the wrath of Lina Khan and the prior administration. Oh, Fabian, did you see that? Fabian, when it got to 100, it started going electric. You designed it that way? That's awesome. I like that.
I'm pretty sure you can.
That's the hype train.
Yeah,
I like it.
Click on hold on. Or no. Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, 5 people in the chat submit the same ticker. It goes all crazy like it just did right there.
Cool.
So Tesla, submit your tickers. That's what I've been telling them for the last a while. So guys, get into the chat, vote right now, and then I'm going to be on the big desk shortly with the big kahunas as they will be taking you into the afternoon rundown, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. All right, so we'll post up at 80s one more time here on AAPL. See if we can catch a fill there. It's trading at 273.93, so we'll hold that off. This time we're going to give it a little bit more risk, not just 10 cents. That's pretty tight. We'll give it 15. So we reduced the share size, but now it's kind of off to the races there, and you can see that a higher low was established right there. So yeah, Bitcoin, for the individual in the chat who mentioned they've broken the downtrend, a lot of things correlating. You have a nice strong volume print, indecision candle print, trend line snap, and then now you're starting to get somewhat of a rebound there, guys. So
all right, shout out to David. Thank you for the $10 super chat, my man. Very kind of you. It's about TOS of their APIs, and it's pretty vicious that you get all these AI trading models literally trying to beastie boy each other with AI reverb. Invite me to that destination wedding. David, you're good vibes, man. I appreciate David. Very kind of you there. And Jody's voting for Joe. You saw that, Joey?
I've seen that one, yeah.
You saw that?
That's what made me laugh, yeah.
Always, ever the supporter. Shout out to Jody. Jody, used items. Love it. All right, Joey, send him off.
No, I hope everyone had a fantastic day. Keep those risk measures in place. Hopefully you guys had a fantastic lunch, and we'll be back same time tomorrow.
Take care, guys.
Oh, shit, already? All right. That's the problem is we've asked for a bumper, but we're not going to get one. So it's just like these guys are just like flip. Thank God my mic's still.
If they ask for a bumper.
Oh, no, they might get 3 or 4. They would get 3 or 4 and then get to choose it.
And we'd get one. We should. There should be something for the afternoon.
Yeah. No, Sharif, it's true, my guy. It's true. What?
No, that doesn't count. No, that does
That's
not
it.
count.
Who's over there, Andre?
There's no way that's.
Or is that Fabian? Who's over there? But I already know what's good. I've already said that already. We're now the second. We're like second-rate citizens around here.
Yes.
Which I'm completely fine with that. I'd rather be down low. I got Mini-Me over there now. Neil, I mean, you're doing the lesson of the day here. I might as well, I mean.
Well, I'm just going to be chilling.
I'm going to get on the unemployment line very soon
It's a middays world. I heard something about Joe, you guys settling that bet live, which worked out.
I didn't realize it has to be a new pair of jeans. I thought there was a monetary value over there. And all of a sudden, Sharif is like, he found some random pair on eBay.
I thought it was either or.
I felt like I was just going to go, like, get a pair of jeans, put it on eBay, send it to Sharif, and then we'll do some money laundering. You know what I mean, Sharif? We'll get Joe to buy those jeans. You know, we'll split the difference.
So what now? Like, you got to sport the jeans in front of everybody? Like, it's a weird thing to actually bet. But I guess it makes sense because of the story.
I just gotta say congratulations. Sharif wins the bet.
It's over.
So now they're 1-1, right? I think one won the Bitcoin. I lost because of my patriotism. I took a Canadian team in the Stanley Cup. This guy, Joey Hockey over there.
What was your bet with Joe then?
I chose the Oilers. He chose the Panthers. Like, I just tried to stay. First of all, are you mic'd up?
Oh, you're 0-2 against me. I think.
What was the other one?
Ronaldo and Hulk Hogan.
Oh, no, but that was, no. We're talking about, that's not really.
A big goose egg.
I don't feel like, first of all, I'm not even connected to, that's why I can't hear this guy. I'm not, that was different. Okay, because that's still not proven. We asked a random guy from Winnipeg who has no idea.
Multiple people.
He has no idea. I'm not even sure that guy knew where he was.
Okay, listen, we have a large sample set here. We have approximately 6,000 people. Put it in the chat, and then that's it. Put it in.
Okay,
as a
we
poll.
should do
Put
that.
it
We
as a
should do
poll.
that.
Who is more popular, Hulk Hogan or Cristiano Ronaldo?
First of all, that was not the question.
That was not the actual question.
This is why I can't deal with these guys.
Right, so I'm gonna.
It was who had a more recognizable face.
I think
that was the exact.
So that's a short question. The longer question was, it was more along the lines of if you showed random people in the world a picture, like regular headshot between Cristiano Ronaldo and Hulk Hogan, which one would people be able to recognize? I'm gonna switch. Look, I'm gonna log in. I have to log out as myself, and then I'm gonna log in and create this poll because I'm curious what people are gonna say.
Well, I mean, I'm just reading the chat. Everyone's all about Hogan over here on the chat.
I think our viewers might say Ronaldo, though.
I'm not sure. It was just a more thing that, like, who is Ronaldo? Thank you very much, Chris. I believe that to be correct. There. Also, the guy I don't think even knew who Ronaldo was either. But there you go, Hulk for sure. Okay, so it's close. I think it's closer than everybody thinks. Right there. So. Anyways, we'll go on there. I think Ronaldo is. I mean, the thing about Ronaldo too is, I think Hulk Hogan is more. I think he'd have to be at least our age. I think, or. I think it all came from the fact that, like, when Hulk Hogan passed away, it was like he didn't pass away with very much money at all. Like, he had given a lot away. His daughter, like, signed away all the money that she was supposed to get and everything. And I was like, has there ever been, like, a more famous person that died with nothing?
Oh, a lot of people.
All right, we'll have to wait to see who winds up happening right now. Okay, I'm just going to quickly take a screenshot of this right now. Okay, Joe, because right now I can clearly see where this vote is headed before we start to influence this. So with 115 votes, Hulk Hogan wins. So there it is, Joe. 1-1 right now we are there. So Hulk Hogan winds up winning that bet. So thank you.
Yeah, the poll's not done yet.
Doesn't matter. I mean, 194 votes. I mean, we don't need to have it influenced anymore. Now it's 212 votes. It's over with.
Oh, where'd he go?
Hogan wins. It's a landslide right there.
Joe's gone.
CNN would already declare a winner.
Because that works out so well.
Well, I don't know. I'm not the one. I think they screwed up once, right? Now it's 54-64 with the votes getting even higher up right now. So I didn't send that to Joe. No, we're just playing around. But anyways, I was 1 for 1 now with Joe there. You still have not yet to make a bet. Sharif's 1 for 1. So we'll continue to have a lot of fun.
I was going to ask Joe what he wanted to bet on, but then he just left.
Yeah, he left. He left.
He
went to go to try to tell everyone to vote for Ronaldo there. But okay, so there it goes. Yeah, look, we're excited, man. I mean, today we had Tesla back and forth. Right now, like it's starting to go back up to the upside. We have no reason to believe that this market, and I know I'm short. I'm still short the TQs. We can go over that quickly. But there's no reason to believe that this market is going to go sideways the rest of the afternoon. I mean, last week we had the draft of the Fed, and it was a little slow, and we were waiting for Broadcom, and we had, but I think now, like, most of this stuff is out. We have Micron coming later on this week. A lot of the big retail names last week already hit, Lululemon, Costco. We've already gone through Walmart. We've had Target earnings. Energy names are through it as well. We're already back, man. It's January the 13th is JP Morgan. January the 13th. So that's coming through very, very soon, again, right there. So, yeah, there it is. Clemenza. We do have a super chat. Who's over there?
Clemenza.
If we can.
Of course, there's only one Clemenza.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, what's Clemenza from? Why don't I know
Godfather.
that? Oh, The Godfather. Hello. Okay, so I'm not sure who this is here. Huge. Do we have it on?
What's the line? It's
I'll have to find it on here.
Something. Take the cannolis. Why can't I remember the stupid?
Yeah,
line?
I need to. I really need to. That's what Godfather 2.
It's like throw away the. No, it's something about the gun and then take the cannolis.
Take the cannolis. Yeah, put down the gun and have a cannoli type of thing. Okay, so yes. Oh, there it is. Huge fan of the show. Elevated. Now I'm all stunned out here watching 400 votes go by and Hulk Hogan still winning. Elevated my trading from just watching anyway. Hope John Tavares, yeah, Pajama Boy, what? Works out for you guys. Matthew Schaefer is him. I agree with that. So shout out to this guy over there in Long Island, I guess, with Matthew Schaefer. I don't know the Pajama Pants reference for John Tavares, but yeah, right now the Maple Leafs. Although I think they've won, they've gotten points in like 5 of their last 6 games or something, but they did lose to Edmonton pretty badly there on the weekend, 6-3. So, but.
All right, now I just curious what.
Now you're gonna read the line? Yeah, we got.
No, not the line. This Tavares Pajama Boy.
Oh, maybe did he make it? The funniest hockey thing ever was the. Oh, not hockey. It was baseball. It was Freddie Freeman.
This is it. Not every day you can live your childhood dream.
Oh, well, John Tavares is from Oakville, which is just a town.
Okay, first of all.
Just west.
First of all, everyone's eyes went to, wow, that's pretty cool he was a Leafs fan. The first thing I saw was the nice Star Wars Jedi Starfighter.
Yes.
Like, that's Anakin it's a Jedi Starfighter right there. John Tavares, you are now even cooler than you were before.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go. But that also just, man, I feel old now because... Shoot, that means of course he's younger than me. What am I talking about? He's still a professional athlete. I'm like, wait a minute, you were a kid when, man, we're getting old.
Oh, yeah. He's a little younger than us, obviously.
Because he'd be, what, 35?
Probably 35, 36.
Mid-30s.
Yeah, so he's a decade younger than us. Shout out to Johnny T. One of the best Maple Leafs of all time, honestly. Like, I know he doesn't have any cups or anything like that, but the guy signed here straight from LA. Oh, that's why. This guy's from... because he's coming from Long Island.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So John Tavares, in his prime, was an Islander, of course. So Adara back on Wednesday, right there. So, all right, let's go back over right here. We're still short. Maybe you can see my position now. I'm still in the TQs. And just real quick, we went from long there and lost on it early on the day. Very small amount. We told you we lost about 10% of what we wound up making there on Tesla, but then we shorted that top right there. And then we went for a walk. Unfortunately, I waited for this trade and missed my opportunity to go. I didn't go to the gym days. I got to work extra hard tomorrow. But it fell through there. We walked about a couple kilometers around the city there. Picked up ourselves flat white. And then came back in, got a little bit more out here on the NQs. And now we'll wait to see if the TQs go tumbling back down. Here it is right here. Starbucks finally sent me a coupon, I think because I hadn't been in a while, 50% off one drink. So I was like, you know what, I'll go there. Charge my wife full price every time, that's for sure.
Well,
yeah, flat white here, pretty good. Yeah, TQQs, good position. Thanks, David. For that, we'll wait to see what's going on as they hopefully continue to. Falling, snowflakes are falling down. My kids are way too old for that song. All right, Sharif.
Yes, sir. No, they're not.
Hulk Hogan, baby. I mean, it's still happening right now. Sorry about that, Joseph. We are now 1-1, Joseph and I, on our bet. So let's go back over to the desk and find out when Joseph is going to be buying Sharif those jeans.
Can't wait to get my hands on those, Katina, man. Guys, welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil and Sean locked and loaded, baby, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown is you got to get into the chat and join us there and vote, of course, for your favorite tickers. There you go. You see the leaderboard, Tesla with a country mile leading ahead here, guys. Let's look, though, at all four major averages, and all four major averages, as you can see over my shoulder, are in negative territory, with the NQ down 0.25%. By the way, guys, today will be the last day we are using the December contract, as now the March contracts are doing more volume, so be ready for that tomorrow. So we're down here a bit more than 0.1% on the NQ December contract. Likewise, with the ES, we're down about 0.1, barely below 68.25, and the Dow also barely negative on the day, down 0.14, but negative nonetheless. And the Russell 2000, the worst performing of the four major averages today, down about 0.5%. Let's look, though, at the first major ticker, or the first ticker as decided by you guys, TSLA. What a move up for Tesla today, coming into that 480 area, putting a bit of a bull flag, up 3 4/5 on the result. On the back of this headline, they begin testing the robo taxi in Austin with no safety monitor, widely distributed all over Twitter, or X, excuse me, of videos, essentially, of people taking videos of the Model Y driving around Austin with nobody in the car. And this has now pushed Elon Musk's net worth, the guys, $600 billion and maybe more with the upcoming SpaceX IPO.
According to Forbes.
Yeah, like we tried to join him in the most richest man in the world there. We had to long on Tesla real early. If you come over here, it's on the sticky note. This is what we wrote down here. But the problem is I was about 600 billion shares too short on that one, because, or about, in this situation, about 60 billion shares too short, because it still winds up being a $10 winner. So we'll say money to that one. But yeah, a few hundred billion shares short of joining him in the race to become the world's richest man, which he of course already is. But right into there, yeah, good move. We had Tesla early and often, right? This was not a stop out. This was actually, and thankfully, it came back in a little bit there and allowed me to reload that, or else I'd have never, for myself, been able to live that one down. I put it in, and then immediately I threw out the wrong stop order. So what I do is, as soon as I get filled there at 471, this is 470.50, I threw out an offer to break through 470. So I was only going to, because of the amount of shares I had, I was only going to give this 50 cents. And I've seen it just break, and then my worst trade on Tesla ever was one time, I think it broke 450 or might have broke 400. I have no idea what level it was at that time, but it was another key level there, like a 470. It broke it, and then it went down like $10 almost immediately. And I remember being like, oh no. And it was just like a big time of panic. And the next thing I knew, I was down $4 or $5 on whatever, if it was a couple hundred shares or whatever it was. Share size doesn't matter, but it's a dramatic move. So I put my stop order out, got triggered immediately, must have done something wrong, was like, no. And then I bought a little bit more once I realized that was wrong. Thankfully, I got long again at 472. So we wind up taking about $1.50 there on a few billion shares. And then it started going back up, and that's where we really made all of our money back there, 480. And when we saw that 480 was a problem, you know, we get out on the way up into 480 first, you know, and then back 480 again. Then I thought, we've double touched it or whatever. Now it's coming back down. So we get some out at 477. And then the next best out is there again at 480, finally breaking through the 50-period moving average, stopped out of our last trade. All happened live, man. This whole trade was live on air. So it's, I don't want to say it's the best trade all month. It's not my best trade P&L wise, but it is a good one here. And it might be, if I don't trade Tesla again, it'll be probably one of the best stocks on a single day trade for me so far this month. But who knows? We still could get back into it. I think a short around this 480. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. All-time highs, Neil, on this one, 488 in change. So let's see if we can get to that again. And yeah.
But is that on a closing basis? 40, that 40.
It's just what eSignal said. So
because every time I look at my chart, I'm like, isn't it for an intraday high? Didn't it already snag it with that? Because I look at this one candle, these candles here, like we haven't closed above 470, 477 or 480 on Tesla. You know, I'm gonna ask Gemini the second I'm done here with Tesla on a closing basis. Because sometimes that matters more. Like, if this could be an all-time high close if it were to get back above 40. Of course, I say that. It's underneath 480, so it might be entirely a moot point right now because it's not above 480. But it also seems like it's broken trend on the 15-minute, unfortunately. So this 478 or so, like if we don't get back above 478, let's call it, it's broken trend potentially here on Tesla. But still, fantastic day for them. Day, week, month, most of the year. It's the one in the Mag 7 that's going. Like Meta was okay this morning. Google was okay. Google's been doing okay relative to some of the other Mag 7 names, but Tesla really has been the only one that's been in any kind of an uptrend right now. And I wanted to say it's because it's not viewed in the same vein in the AI space, but then that's true of Apple as well, and Apple didn't do any good
I will
here today either. So I'm going to ask Gemini, because I really do think over 380 would be an all-time high closing price.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, on the chart here, I don't know why. This is just what. And by the way, I just put that up there. We are taking these kind of suggestions. I'd actually mentioned to Brendan before that it's impossible to read that white writing back there. So I think they are in the midst. I know Ramin and Fabian, and they're all working on getting that background a little bit. You can see the red is out of it a little bit today, it looks like. So that's a good sign. I'm just reading what it says down. Oh, you can't. Oh, here, hold on a second. Clear this trigger. I got it. All right, so just down in here, I don't know if you can see it. It shows the low as 214, and then that says 488.54. But if you go to this candle right here, it is that wick top, but that's not, like normally you don't include those. You do look at, so that's the highest price ever it's gotten to, 488.54. Right. Now, whether or not it closes at that level or not, I mean, it looks like the best close ever. Like this candle, I'm not even sure why it's red. That means it would have closed down here at 440s that day. So the best close ever to me is right here, which is almost 480 exactly.
Yeah, so Gemini's got it.
Yeah.
Gemini says 479.86.
Yeah.
And it was almost exactly a year
Date does
ago,
it say?
December the 17th, 2024.
Yep.
And then, of course, the intraday high is today. Well, it
has the day right. It has everything right.
If it's able to get if it gets above 480, we have an all-time high close. That's the most important thing. Tesla, an absolute rocket ship. I looked up at the chat just now and saw a question from you, Guy 33, and he literally asked about SMR. So before we go back to Sharif, like your question is, SMR is a buy at this price? For me, no. For myself, I'm saying no. Like there's two ways that I liked it. One is if it actually gets down to like the April lows and look for a bounce off that, or is if this consolidation broke out higher. Like if it held this consolidation and broke higher, then I'd want to buy into the momentum. Otherwise, if it's going to continue to trend down, then I'm going to wait for it to get down into those teens for SMRs. Hopefully that answers your question. And let's go see what number 2 is on the list, which I already know.
AMCI, guys, this one was a SPAC before de-SPACing with this new company, AMC Robotics, a newly publicly traded AI robotics company. They also deal in smart security. They're trading on the NASDAQ following the merger with AlphaVest Acquisition Corporation. AMCI, that is the ticker there, up 135%. No other reason that this is moving other than the de-SPAC, losing the volume weighted average price, though, boys, at around 680, dropping back down now into 6 1/3. Still up, though, 134%.
Well, this is one of those, the second you know that it's the de-SPAC and in the AI space, like you're just looking to see one of two things on the move. Can the move take 10? If the move can't take 10, you want the back end of it usually, right? Because that's just a psychological level on every single SPAC, former de-SPAC, whatever it might be. And it completely reversed at $9. Yeah, I'd be leaning short on this afternoon. We don't have locates on it, but I imagine it'd be like a cent or two per share here at Real Trading. It just lost VWAP. So because it couldn't break back above 10, I think that usually is a pretty bearish thing in the higher time frame, anyways, for AMCI. That's what you want to see. Like if you're not returning better value than that, then that just, to me, it's not really viewed all that well, unfortunately. So I favor the short, potentially at VWAP here. Good volume too.
Yeah, I mean all those SPACs. We've seen some pretty disastrous plays go through. in the SPAC universe. So just make sure you do your due diligence and check out how these things are moving and whatnot. Like you want an AI, Bitcoin, different names like that. We had like BarkBox was a really bad one that I was in at one point, like Nikola and things like that had gone bad. DWAC was President's, which is now True Social.
I don't really talk about that much.
DJT, thank you, Sharif. I was like sitting here, I was like, why can't I only think of DWAC? So there are some, like, if you got involved.
It was fun when it was DWAC.
Oh yeah, I just called up DWAC. It's obviously not there anymore. But, if you did get that involved, and this was, sub $10 at one point, wow. I didn't even realize DJT was back to $10, but
oh my
yeah, long story, maybe longer. This is kind of the stuff that can happen. So I would this is actually kind of a cool point to bring up right now. This came to market, was $10 when it was initially a SPAC down there, DJT, which DWAC. So now you're all the way back. You've almost come all the way back in on this name again. So I don't know how much when this actually came to market, but there it is right there. $56 when it turned around. So this was a $10 SPAC, went to $56, turned over its name, and since then it really hasn't seen heights like that. So this is another thing, regardless of the stock. I mean, this is not a thing about it being the truth or like Donald Trump's company or anything like that, Truth Social. It's just a matter of what can happen sometimes when you get sort of this exuberance in names that are really high flying at one point, like a Rivian, whatever comes out at 108. DJT came out at $56, whatever we just showed you, now down into that SPAC price again. So yeah, just some fun stuff, man. The market is a fun way of raising money sometimes. And what does it stand for? SPAC, Special Acquisition Corp. Yeah, so SPACs, all the rage maybe again. That's when you know.
Bunch.
If it says anything about Chamath behind it, just.
He had a new one.
Uh-oh.
A few months.
Perfect.
Hold on a second.
Trying to put our money where our mouth is, baby.
I don't know it offhand.
Yeah, no, I do remember he did have one there.
It was like 2 months ago he had a new SPAC. Here, we're going to go to Sharif, and by the time we come back, I'll have the name of it.
GameStop having a great day, guys. Back into the highs and up 6%. And there's no fundamental reason why we're moving except what you see on your screen there on the left. Michael Burry, whose account now on X is called Cassandra Unchanged. I have no idea why. But here's what he said. He said, I will drop my GM post Sunday evening. That was on the 12th. Then Sunday evening came. That was last night at 11 p.m. He said, my apologies. There's just too much info to organize. Cannot make the Sunday deadline. It didn't matter because the bulls were already looking long. And here we are trading at 22.58, back above the $50, boys.
His newsletter, that's gotten very popular, his newsletter. I saw some like people tweeting about like
Burries?
Yeah, they're just talking about like if he's converting X amount of the users into like monthly sales, like how much he'd be getting from it. Anyways,
probably a lot.
It was. I forget the exact number, but it was.
I mean, you wonder why they
pretty damn good for
potentially
him.
Fabian.
So I said I would get the name. It is. You can't.
What?
I'm sorry.
What I just said?
No.
Oh.
The name of Chamath's new SPAC. American Exceptionalism Acquisition Corp, AEXA.
I can only warn people so much. Oh, I'm saying.
What a great name. So anyways, it came out, but you actually could have bought this one. So if you got this one at the open, it was actually pretty good. Topped out at about $12, now heading back in. What are we actually supposed to be talking about? So anyways, this might bounce. Hey, it already bounced off the SPAC open price. This was a good one off open. Shoot, we were supposed to be talking about something else, but I said I would get that one to you guys. Was it Nvidia? Shoot, that's my bad.
What were you talking about, Sharif? What was this stock?
Exceptional.
GameStop. We're not even close.
So
job,
first
Neil.
of all,
Neil, try to stay focused.
I know I can't. American Exceptionalism Acquisition Corp.
Neil, GME. All right, come over here just quickly.
What are they doing?
Guys, we did find out something crazy. You want to talk about more crazy stuff? These guys have never been hacked. This is BTCC right here. Other exchanges, as you know, keep getting wrecked, right? BTCC stays untouched. There is zero KYC if you're in the United States, Canada, or Great Continental Europe. Through Trader TV Live, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering. Plus, grab that 50% bonus that covers up to 15,000 loss in your trading account on the USD Tether side. Do your own due diligence, but I'm not sure what we're missing, so scan that QR code right there and find out more as I pass it over to Neil, who has promised to be more focused, and we'll go over GameStop now.
The GameStop chart looks maybe more exciting than that SPAC, if we're being real for a second, which we're trying to be. Look, I don't. And the other thing to consider with GameStop's up 6% on a day where, hey, some of their spin has been to invest in Bitcoin, and crypto's been smashed today. Like everything that remotely adjacent to crypto or Bitcoin has gotten smoked. And you're trend up on GME, that's a little bit of a spicy meatball. And you're gonna
love meatballs.
Potentially close above the 50 period here on the daily. I'm a little surprised that this is as strong as it is. But the only negative here would be, look at last week's high when it tries to gap fill, and you might actually hear, never mind. So since the breakout, so there's your breakout in the morning, the first real red candle was here, so it dipped to 21.8, and then it held this trend. So like the breakout trend line could be tested early. This is one to watch this afternoon. The market's not doing a heck of a lot. This is actually trying to break into a gap fill. You need to get above 22.6. Break out this 22.6 and GameStop has something. Wouldn't be that bad either if Bitcoin could actually rally. That would maybe help a little bit here for GME. But on the daily chart, there might be something here. If you can close above the 50, break out this 24 or more like 23.5 to 24 area for GME. Crazier things have happened, but I think it's still more of a momentum play even if you get it.
So I took my daughter and one of her friends to see Wicked last night. And I took my son and one of his friends, so I made 4 trips, that's how smart I am, to the theater yesterday. One saw Jujutsu Kaisen, one saw Wicked, the second Wicked there. And so I don't know, man. In my household anyways, we go to theaters. Not often, but enough, right? I went to see something else recently. Now I can't even think about the name of it. And it's a lot of fun when we go there. So I just wanted to say, like, mission pass for what? Jujutsu Kaisen? Going to the theater. Yeah, of course, man. Going to the theater is big, man. I'm like a Cine Club member or whatever. It's okay. But anyways, downside there for AMC. I just want to bring this to everyone's attention because this is breaking again, like basically that $2 mark. And I can't really, maybe if I zoom out, that news again. They diluted. I mean, it's different than GameStop, right? I mean, these guys have diluted a lot, and now you're going to go over and see some of the highs of where AMC's been at and where we're at right now. So I just want to go over. This is at basically all-time lows today for AMC. So yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to be getting back anytime soon. Again, completely diluted and not able to make a move. No crypto talk the same way GameStop is or anything like that. So love going to those theaters. And AMC, a little bit of downside push there. So that part kind of sucks. But I want to bring that to everyone's attention. Breaking $2 might be something here on AMC.
Load it up at $1 maybe?
Yeah, but I think if it breaks $1, I don't know. They're just going to keep diluting, right? They've shown that they can do that and are willing to do it. So I'd say be careful there with AMC. Sharif, you're not a big movie guy, are you? Like theater guy?
No, guys. The last movie that I saw in the theater was Black Panther in 2018. So that should tell you all you need to know right there. But here's what you need to know about NVIDIA. They've come up with another new open source model as they look to take on the Chinese, who are basically dominating the open source models right now, up 1 1/5. The company revealed the 3rd generation of its Nemotron LLM aimed at writing, coding, and other tasks. The smallest of the models, called the Nemotron 3 Nano, was released on Monday. Separately, they said they acquired a software provider called Shket MD, guys. Still up 30% year to date, up 1 1/5 on the day.
Well, we're still trying to find the bounce from Nemotron, apparently. Well, I shouldn't say unfortunately. Look, NVIDIA's been doing a better job than most of the Mag 7 names trying to hold us up here. Because there was multiple points where it looked like it was going to break out. I actually did this morning when we were talking about it. I was like, well, if you could take out some of these highs that obviously we didn't, like find buyers on the 15-minute above 178 was going to be a breakout long, but we just couldn't do it. Like every single time on the 15 minutes you tagged 178, it failed. So I wanted to be bullish for this gap fill. It just didn't happen on NVIDIA. Maybe there's a little something that, I don't know, we could still maybe break out over VWAP, breaking this trend line. I think that'll be the play. because it's the chance of actually getting above 178, like 90 minutes to go here, 30 minutes till power hour, the chances of actually legitimately breaking about that level are pretty low. So I think more of a trend break over VWAP for a long potential on Nvidia. I like the double bottom, holding 175 a couple days in a row. Strong relative to the market. There was just no follow through, which was hard to do. Like, not much followed through today in big cap tech, which is fine. Just looking for it to break this trend on the three minutes. So go to this high at 11:30 or 11:25, and you can kind of see the trend line. It did break at about 177.50 as of right now. Let's see if it can go.
Yeah, we're still relatively positive here on the chip space, but I did, mention some of my concerns about moving forward into 2026. I do think that we could have a bullish run into the end of the year. You wouldn't think that today. AMD right here, down 0.1 on the day. So this is where I did real good. I showed you that Tesla trade. I've only had 3 trades today, AMD, the TQQs, and Tesla. So we wind up losing on this trade, but we only wound up losing 10% of what we made there on Tesla. So I feel pretty good about it. Oopsies, right there. So we watch AMD run to the high side, right off the open, and I'm thinking immediately, okay, if it falls back into the 200 period, then we'll buy this into the day's low. And it was working. So we were able to make money. Like, these are all make money spots until eventually we wind up stopping out of our last little baby piece there, which is why it turns out to not be that big of a hit at all. The problem is that I was still holding a decent chunk. And that's part of the game plan for me is that I'm trying to make like bigger trades. And if you're going to do that, then you have to try to hold on to something through some turbulence. And unfortunately, this one, we were long there at 12s, and there's my out there breaking through 11.50. So it's only a 50-cent move to the downside, but these are about only $1, right? This is long there at 12s. Those are 13s. So we only got out of part of it for $1 and then lost like probably half of it for 50 cents. So it turns out that it's basically a couple of these down today on AMD, but overall, more than a couple of those up on the day. Someone asked if I'm green today. Yes, we can discuss that after. But for right now, over to Neil.
Because when seconds count, everybody, which they often do in the world of concussions, you don't have time to wait. Just treating symptoms. NYSE listed Origenics, OGEN. They're rewriting the rules of neurological care. They're looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions. You can book a meeting with the team today. Find the link in description, of course, and shout out to OGen. Shout out to them. We've actually had them on the show a couple of times, and always fantastic. Rooting for them. I believe if you can create a company that actually will, at the end of the day, solve a gigantic problem, that's always a positive. Then if you make money, everyone can make money after. That's even better. Shout out to them.
All right, so that's it for NVIDIA for now. Let's go back over. I am noticing something about, what Sharif is mentioning about Joe there.
These two right now?
It's just integrity, and I'll talk to Joe about it afterwards. All right, let's go back over to the main desk.
Tina, man, he's trying to weasel away from the $1,500 he should be giving me for those jeans. No, I'm kidding. We love Joey Options, guys. Last name on the board here, Broadcom. Another terrible day for Broadcom, down 5.5%, despite getting a couple of price target upgrades, starting with UBS, maintaining their buy rating, boosting the price target from 472 to 475, much of the same by UBS, maintaining their buy coverage on Broadcom. Separately, guys, since the earnings report, which caused this decline, we have lost now $321 billion in market cap, and still counting. Broadcom, 5.5, trading at the lows.
Yeah. The bet's it's already finished. It's already closed. You might as well close the poll. It doesn't matter anymore.
Broadcom's troubles are only stock-wise starting.
Yeah, well, it's a problem.
So this is sort of the thing. And look, I have nothing against Broadcom. Like Broadcom, everybody owns you own the index, you own a pretty solid chunk of this bad boy. And maybe we find some support in the quarters here. I'd like to think you're going to find something in the 25 to 30 zone, but the 50 period, it lost it in a big way today, down 5.5 points. This is they're not in Oracle territory, so I wouldn't have that. My concern with an Oracle is well, I don't even know where the bottom is on Oracle at this point. I think there's going to be one, but it's hard to figure out where it is. But Broadcom, I think you're pretty secure. If we see the 200 period here, you're going to want it with regards to Broadcom. Unfortunately, what hasn't in big cap tech land taken a bit of a turn after earnings? Right? It's just, this is now the norm. It's a couple of down days. You still haven't really settled down. Let's find an actual bottom that holds for a couple of days, and then you try to go long that third day after a double bottom. But we're still searching for one. So maybe a double bottom tomorrow, and then you're looking long on Wednesday or something off of that support level. But Broadcom, this is working downside until it ain't at this particular point.
I just want to say, like right here, I'm getting out some more of the market here with these TQs as we start to get a little lower here and into some levels. I mean, if we could see the lows, that would be great. Look, man, I've warned myself. I've talked a little bit about this over and over again with Broadcom, and I unfortunately sort of agree here. And that's why last week, I think it was, we asked Steve Tileman when he was on and all that, and I was just saying about moving forward here into next year. I do not expect that 30, like we said, Nvidia still up 30% year to date. Like, that's still great, obviously. I don't expect these names to go 30% next year, and if they do, great. I mean, I'm long all of them, but yeah, we are at a spot right now where Broadcom is about to, unfortunately, lose that bid, it looks like. But, when there is those blood in the streets, to take a line from Warren Buffett, it's kind of like, that might be when you want to go in there and start to buy. I mean, if you can get it back to September, like, demand is still great in this space for Broadcom and for the whole AI. I mean, we haven't been told anything that these big CapEx guys are going to be stopped spending anytime soon. I think that comes potentially, that's why I'm saying halfway through next year, maybe they realize that, they may have a surplus, like an AVGO, Intel, Nvidia, things like that, if the spending dies. But I don't think for now, I don't think that's the case. And if it is, hopefully they guide forward and we can get a clearer picture so that we're not sort of rugged on all of that. But at the end of the day, it is looking like it wants to cover this all back up. And it's just a matter of a good report leads us to this, then extremely nervous, and I've mentioned this before, and I'm fine. Like, I don't own any Micron. Okay, so those of you that do, I'm hoping that you know the stock and you're looking after your own book. But I look at this move up here, and I just wonder, in 2 days when we get Micron's earnings, I believe Wednesday night, you're going to see potentially, what if they double beat? With the way these guys are going, I'm not as excited, needless to say, about Micron and this whole space moving forward. And you see what Oracle's done after record quarter 2 quarters ago with Oracle. They had this huge bump. You're going to see it right here. And then just after a few days, this sort of started to happen, to where I think there's some people even caught trying to buy kind of this gap fill right there in around 220. We did get back to it. So I just think, again, like the stock, I don't want to influence anybody out of AI names, but it's just, this is what can happen. And I still hold my Nvidia. I know you do too. We're getting out of a little bit of Intel. We talked about that. I got out of AMD at 250 and change, most of it. We dumped our Oracle at 318 or 19. So that's all good. But we still are holding the bag on many different names, and I don't necessarily think it's the bag. It's just, if you keep on averaging down.
You can't sell everything.
No, but if you keep on averaging down,
I never do that.
Unfortunately, at some point, it gets bad.
Yeah.
But
I find, like, if I think the market's getting a little bit top heavy, then it's like, okay, well, what are the things in here? Like, what do I still have on that I'm not necessarily a buyer of anymore, or I no longer think it's the best of breed, like that kind of a thing. So, like, years ago, you would have thought AMD was better than Nvidia, right? So, like, if I have some AMD shares because of that I still have on, then I can sell those at the top. Or like Intel, like that kind of a thing, which, by the way, I'm Intel off of VWAP right now, but there's another thing happening on the daily chart that I wanted to mention. Speaking of that particular chip name, it's all well and good. It's been all well and good for Intel since the US government took a stake in it. Obviously a great thing, but you're in threat of losing the 50 again here on the daily chart. 50 period simple moving average is potentially going, and it's been stair-step down the last couple of sessions. Maybe not as drastic in the afternoon here today because we haven't been making any fresh lows, but essentially I'm short on VWAP at about 30 in front of 37.7. But this is a name that is it's almost like you're just getting ready to make another leg down here on Intel. And 33, boom, support again. I feel like that's the next thing that we could get to. Let me just see if I can't get this up. Thank you, David, for the super chat. I'm sorry, OCD on the poll. 5 billion football fans on media platforms. What 50 million wrestling homes get for wrestling? Ronaldo was like Jesus on the world stage. Mic drop. Well, our view.
I don't disagree. I'm just showing you like
is 24 to what's our largest demographic? Is it 25 to 40 something?
Yeah, it's
males in the United States. So I'm gonna be Hulk Hogan for that demographic.
I mean, the poll is over with. It's done. I appreciate Dave's comments there, and that's really great.
You know what's when we had this conversation?
Everyone can vote however they want.
When we were younger, I used to always think that if you're looking at an athlete, and the way I would frame it is not so much who would be recognized, but almost like what's the one athlete that if they showed up on your door and just knocked, that almost anybody would have let them in and shared a meal with them. And I would argue Muhammad Ali, more so than any other athlete in history, worldwide had that. Because it was just completely worldwide, and like everybody, a lot of people saw him in that just like revered. Where like there weren't that many, there were some haters.
Yeah.
There weren't many haters out there.
Here's another guy, man. I was watching this live. I was watching this on Saturday night's main event. Talk about going back to the old school. Here was Cena. His last time, I saw him at not Money in the Bank, the one that was here in Toronto. But anyways, when he turned on Cody Rhodes there with Travis Scott and Rock and all that. But there it is right there. It's a little bit too much flashing there, but that was awesome to sit there and watch that Saturday night. His last match, of course, spoiler alert, he taps out for his last match. Shout out to, what's his name, Hunter there, Paul Levesque running the show now in the WWE. Okay, so, all right, let's try to figure out if there's something else we can do over here right now. Besides the bet that me and Joe had, another bet that he had lost was AEO right here. And you can see that one now just straight. Yeah, he's on a little bit of a cold streak. Joe will get back, guys. Don't worry about it. There it is right here. 27 straight fire right there to the upside as the retail space continues to get heated up, man. We talked to Sia the other day, and she bought some ANF, she had told us. So there goes Abercrombie up. Like the smartest investors in this place, don't look at Neil and I. There it is, straight to the upside right now. 104 now and still going. So there it goes, man. ANF, beautiful move there. And, you know, we'll look back at the name that we have. And unfortunately, okay, my bad. Lulu right there now up to 0.8%, and back up to 206. So this is about the levels because we sold some at lunchtime there on Friday. I thought it was, see, I own the CDR in Canada. So if you guys own, I just got this so I can get way more shares here. But oops, what am I doing? Lulu in Canada. So keeps on there, CC. Okay, this is the CDR. So this will move roughly the same there on, I don't know why. Wait a minute, Lulu in United States, is it US dollar moving today? How much is this up? 0.85, okay, that's strange. Normally they're pretty connected.
Whoa, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so I'm gonna...
There's a currency hedge those.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, like I don't understand, maybe on a daily basis it should be the same there, but anyways, I just want to say this is where we got out. I thought I got out around, I was gonna say around 9:10 there on Friday. So yeah, so far, and just a piece. I wanted to cover around 230, which I think was up here, $11 or so. It was basically where the 200 period was. But again, like I'll have to double check this because normally these CDRs are pretty much dead on with each other.
I'm a little bit concerned about that.
No, I wouldn't be concerned because it's about the closing price. You could have had an imbalance that hit that affected the closing price on Friday for Lululemon in Canada.
It looks fine on the chart.
Yeah, I'm not worried. So there's 230. So it would just be the 200 period moving average. So as long as the Lulu CDR has had 200 days under its belt, which it has, we've had these guys on, by the way, from CIBC, explaining their CDRs. And so, so there's it. Oops. That's still Lulu. What am I doing? I want to get Lulu. Every time I do it, it takes me a second here. Lulu in Canada. There it is. So as long as it's been around for 200 days, yeah, so you'll get the same thing. So it's 1050, sorry, not 1090. So that's kind of like the target that I'm thinking about there for Lululemon. And then before I go back to just one more thing, this is my target, almost hit on target. So I don't know, man, what happened this morning? Everything fell down, but right now this is like, I want to take advantage of this move higher. So I think here after hours, no rush to do it today. I don't think Target's going anywhere tomorrow, but we've been buying this thing in the low 80s, like rated off of this. We don't have the very lows of 82 or 83, but I think I'm long at like 86, 88 area. That would make the most sense for me. So the fact that this is back up to 90 and change, we'll take that 10 or 15% there on Target and then see if it doesn't continue to go much higher than where we are right now. But that's just a little look on the retail side.
Oh, speaking of winners outside of the tech land, remember this morning we were talking about travel?
Yes.
Specifically, well, actually, it wasn't just travel.
Las Vegas Sands.
Well, we talked about the casino names. We talked about, we didn't talk about Expedia and some of those others, but we did mention the cruise line. So NCLH, look at this chart. No one's paying attention to I shouldn't say that. I'm sure there's plenty of people paying attention to it, but not enough people, I don't think. There is a breakout in NCLH, and the one I like is CL, Carnival, breaking out over the 50 period. So this one's on a bit of a jaunt to set upside. I think it was a consolidation. The only thing it sucked is if you took the break at 9:30, they get fail broke on you. Well, you'd have won. You won like 2% to the upside on a breakout trade almost instantaneously. I mean, you're probably ending up with a winner, but then it comes all the way back in before trending up. But I do like what we're seeing here in CCL. And then the other thing this morning that we were bullish on was, and still is silver. Silver is triple top if you include the pre-market. So double top, but potential triple top here on silver. It's about 58.12 would be the breakout price. So 58.11 is the current high on SLV. Even if it were to break, there's overhead resistance here at 58.5. So I'm looking to buy dips this afternoon on this. I don't know about VWAP, but certainly maybe like the 57.75 area. Still strong here on silver. Not so much in Bitcoin or, I was going to say or ETH. ETH lost that 3K, by the way. I was holding onto it for so long. Now we're headed decidedly lower.
Well, I mean, what was the Bitcoin?
There was no big story for Bitcoin negatively that I was aware of, but it just, I think, I threw it in the watch list this morning just simply because we lost 90,000.
Yeah.
And then there was some positive XRP ETH.
What is that XRP? Everyone saw they launched a major XRP, which is Ripple ETF.
Yeah.
Let us know because there was one that was
relatively strong this morning, but that was the only story.
Money says 85.1. Okay, we'll look that up in just a minute, but we do have to thank Beta Pro Global X right there. Make sure you do scan that QR code right there. These guys are the king of the 3X daily levered ETFs. They are having a fee holiday until the end of, or down to 65 basis points, I should say, reduced management fees down to 65 basis points until the end of this month. So go take advantage of trading with Global X and Beta Pro, 3 times daily levered products, including S&P TSX 60, utilities, treasuries. They're all over there. Scan that QR code to get a complete rundown of everything available by Global X and to understand them more. And as Neil and I were just talking about the CDRs and currency hedge and all that, if you are a sophisticated trader, you are going to want to take away that currency hedge or add the currency hedge so you get a more pure performance. And that's part of what got me, thank you to Beta Pro and Global X. And to Fabian, of course. Did Andre have to step away? Is that where? Yeah, okay, he's gone. Okay, so it would be Fabian the rest of the way, which we like. So thanks, Fabian, for stepping up for that one. All right, so yeah, no, that's what we were talking about with that exposure there in the currency, right? So whenever we see sort of a disconnection there from one product to another, you do want to question that, and nothing wrong with it. And that's why you want to, talk to, not your broker, but maybe talk to CIBC or whoever the underwriters are of those to understand the currency exposure more. And that's why you want to make sure you do scan that QR code there from our good friends at Beta Pro. All right, so 85 flat was the bottom there for Bitcoin. T-Money saying it was about 85.1 or so. So we'll have to wait to see if that winds up holding. Just to look at the broader market, and then we'll go back. We only have an hour left of trading, so let's look to put on some positions here into the close. If anything, I'm thinking short, but we will look at that to make sure that's the right call. Here's a name that I definitely, Neil's in this, I know, Sharif I know has been trading it a little bit. Caterpillar, I like Caterpillar, any kind of a move down, I'm a buyer of Caterpillar. 3M is interesting, they settled a big lawsuit not too long ago, so that could be some sort of a play there as they get all settled down there, as 3Ms were about to become 2Ms, but back up to 3Ms. So that's good there as well. AMAT, GEV, again, another, people asked about SMR. I would say, you can play CCJ, Cameco. You can play a lot of different names in the uranium space, and if you wanted, data center power and that kind of a way, GE Vernova seems to be a good name. Constellation, yeah, those are the ones that we're talking about there. Nvidia Nvidia up. It's Apple in the big center here, Fabian, that I think people are a little worried about today. There's Micron. I would be very worried about that. Cisco, man, just made 50-year highs or 25-year highs. Thank you to Brian Shannon for pointing that out as well. Today's a little strange because, Costco came out with their earnings last week, and I guess I got to parse through or ask ChatGPT or somebody about what the heck was wrong with that report, because I remember when we reported it, it was down early, made its move higher, and then I think we were like, oh yeah, it makes sense. Costco started battling back there today, but they're kind of caught, and I saw someone in the chat say Costco's caught in no man's land, and I think you're about right, because right now, coast to coast, Costco, we've got a delivery from Costco, it came real quick, so that's something. I don't know if they're working on their online presence. I don't necessarily think they need to. It's an in-store experience, I think, the shopping there. Right now, it's pretty busy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The online's improving, just like Walmart's are. But yeah, you might be right there. No man's land probably until 8 bills, right? I mean, that's 8 to 8.20 right there. And that way, you're getting this back again to the summer of 24. We've noticed some stocks trading near some of these lows, but it looks like Costco right there. I really like the stock, really like the company. They're going to get it all figured out. They are battling with the Trump administration over tariffs right now, and those don't look like they're going anywhere. The Supreme Court, no decision made there. I know they were challenging the tariffs, and honestly, if Donald Trump's going to start writing $2,000 checks to people because of some of the tariff money that's been intaken, then I think they'll probably wind up sticking. That's going to be a lot of pressure, man. When people get those $2,000 checks, they're going to love everything about tariffs.
I like it for Walmart.
I don't know why that's only hitting Costco. I think Costco is one of the loudest voices on this. So they're being traded maybe downside because of the woke factor. We've seen that hit Disney, Target.
You know what it feels like is happening is across the board. It seems as if in each sector, the winner, it's oh, well, this is the one that people like. So therefore, forget everybody else. And for a while, you used to be Walmart and Costco were at least remotely correlated, but now Walmart, they're just winning big, and they're in an AI play too as well. But yeah, this is the one. You can say anything you want about the valuation, this and that. It's been true for a while here in Walmart, but this is the strong one in the retail space, even more so than Amazon for sure. We don't really talk enough about energy, so we just got a question. Thoughts on Oxy? The energy person around here is usually Randy will wax poetic about XOM.
Well, he'll wax.
Because that's his baby. But Occidental, this stock hasn't been a jam since we lost the Buffett shelf, unfortunately, and it's about to lose another shelf as well. This is not the one. I don't like this one in the space. It hasn't really shown too many signs of either breaking out or making some higher highs. It just looks incredibly weak. If you're gonna go over into the energy space, I like the fact that XOM or Chevron give you a nice stable support level recently, or at least if you're gonna be doing nothing sideways or gently to the upside, as opposed to still gently trending down. Because then you're just trying to bottom pick here on Oxy. I don't know what the dividend is anymore on this, to be honest with you. But yeah, I'll prefer I'm in Chevron. I know Randy always talks about XOM. I think both of those are pretty reasonable. Load, yay, Monday chart. See, at least with Chevron, you're consolidating. It's a long. I should have gone to a weekly chart. That's my bad. And now it'll just take even longer. But if you look at it on a weekly, it's in a very, very long consolidation with a pretty distinct support level. You go all the way back to 2022, and this thing is a 135 buy. And it doesn't really break out above 170, except like a couple times in here. But you got pretty distinct support there on Chevron. So you pick it up on the support, you chalk a dividend up there, maybe you scalp some out, but it gives you diversification without it being on a downward slope, which is ultimately, to me, what you really want. All right, the market's trying to do a little something here. Let us know if there's anything else interesting, small cap wise, or anything that might be moving. I just realized I don't. Every time I restart my PC, a restart eSignal, my little hot list doesn't pop out. And I always hit save.
What was it?
No, it's my.
It pops out. Mine popped out.
Mine doesn't. No, my hot list.
Why not?
Every time I save it, and if I close and restart the PC.
Are you hitting that thing on the right to pop it out?
I just moved.
No, that's why. You're not doing it right.
Oh, I have to.
Yeah, go to his screen. That's pop out.
Yeah, but why can't I just drag
No.
it? Dragging it works too.
Yeah, it's not going to save your layout that way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
See, the more you know. So I have to hit the pop out, and now it'll actually save.
Yeah.
But there's nothing on here small cap wise, is what I was going to get at, except for ARTV.
Well, BYND I have is popping off on mine a little bit. Really? But it doesn't mean it's actually moving.
I don't know if it's actually moving.
It's on there right now. It's showing it. Yeah, so it's done 43 million shares. It's not doing anything. Yeah, ARTV you mentioned, right? Yeah, well, we have the same one, so whatever you're looking at here. This is my actual self-curated watch list. This is pretty much, I don't know, Fabian, you're the best at zooming in, but I just was going to say, if I sort this all by what's happening today, so this is basically a list of stocks that I'll look to trade. There you go. Thanks, Fabian. Wow. Okay. Yeah, so thanks, Fabian. There it is. So Coinbase today down 6 and a bit. Broadcom down 5. Mara. ARM down 5. iBit down 5. SMR down 3. Uber down 3. It's pretty ugly right here. I also have the 52-week moving averages, and I also have 1 minute VWAP, all this kind of stuff. These are all scans that are eventually going to hit, hopefully hit at one point here. Uber, SMR, what else we looked at? How low did I go? SMCI, Robinhood, Occidental. Let's just now sort it by the top side, so stay right here with me. Fabian, don't do anything. The top names today, Tesla, obviously. We just added more Tesla into our account a couple weeks ago, so we're pretty happy with that one. Palantir also on the upside, Meta. So there are some love here for some stocks in the tech space today. We're not down dramatically. DraftKings is a nice little look there. Really happy with JP Morgan, the largest bank position of myself. And actually, the fact that Marvell battled back, which is really nice. I like Marvell. If Marvell can keep it up, thank you so much, Fabian. If Marvell can keep it up, and by the way, keep this screen on too, Fabian. That's how you guys can vote. So anything that you guys want the SPY made it over there on SPDR, you can see. That is SPY, okay. Right there, so they made it up, the S&P 500, Nvidia, there's your AMCI. We sort of went over that a little bit. Wow, Rivian maybe is on one right there. Nice to see RIVN back up to 19 and a quarter right now, up 6% for Rivian as that name continues to climb a little higher as well there today. Good move for Rivian, bouncing off the 200 period moving average. We'll look to see if those levels continue to hold. And what else over there? Fabian's on the board now because, this is one of his babies. So he's definitely letting us know about that. BBAI did break lower today. It's now only down 4%. That's nice to see. So most of these names have battled back. I think the big one that most of you traders are going to be concerned a little bit with is iRobot. And again,
it broke $1.
Yeah, it's only done 90 million shares. I think I would have lost that bet over under 100 million. Probably still does happen, but I would have bet that at lunch. And right now, it's kind of
the most disappointing stock in.
Yeah, because this opening, that's actually, it did about almost 1 million shares at 8 o'clock just on one dark pool dump. So yeah, a little disappointing on the action here on iRobot, but down 71% today. It's filing for Chapter 11. So we'll see what that means. Remember, Hertz did the same thing.
I thought there was going to be multiple trades, opportunities that just set up cleanly on iRobot and was ready. I'm okay, dedicate a level two to it. We'll have it on the watch list. It's going to go ham. And then made one trade and then it was completely useless after that. So huge disappointment for iRobot. But you're going to get the ARTV and potentially iRobot not in a second. But Intel just broke the volume weighted average price.
That's what I meant to do, go long.
This might actually go green. Earlier, I was short into the low.
That's what I'm talking about.
Keep that.
Keep that. We need that kind of music. That should be our bumper
can we come back. I was about to say, can we have some kind of a quick little afternoon show bumper and give us that?
Oh, that's already been asked for.
Power hour.
But that music would be great. That's great.
I'm down with that. I mean, look, there's other music that I would love. The saxophone from coming to America. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying, like, I'm a huge fan of the Soul Glow music. I just want, no, not the saxophone, Soul Glow. You know what I'm talking, if you've seen Coming to America, Fabian, I just want to be able to hit a key and then I get to hear that music and then whatever. I'll figure out a reason to use it.
Yeah, it could be like a combo. We could have like a combo bumper.
It's just, I love that sax. ARTV, which is continuing to make fresh highs. This hasn't even halted once, really? Apparently not. Oh, yeah, whatever. You don't have to halt all the time, but 100% to the upside on ARTVs. That one continues to go. Yeah, this one is hungry for the tops, just like me if I was in the line at McDowell's there. If you know, you know on that one. And if you don't know, then make sure you watch the old version, the original version of Coming to America, and not the remake. So bad.
You want to get long on Nvidia? Yeah, we actually wound up watching that one.
The new one?
It's all the same guys, isn't it? Yeah, I think it was, right? But it's not as good.
They just did the whole, let's pull some nostalgia on everybody, because they'll watch it purely for the nostalgia, and it doesn't have to be any good.
And I think that's the problem, is most people watching streaming now are a little bit younger, and they don't know kind of the quality that it was maybe back then. So I don't know.
When they start remaking, anyways.
Yeah, I didn't even watch. I used to watch Stranger Things. I didn't watch that anymore. I told you we're watching that Tires show on Netflix. Shane Gillis. It's pretty good, but it's a little crude or whatever. But that's fine. I'm fine with that. Just not something you can watch. Oh, what I'm watching with the kids is called Abbott Elementary.
That's with the dude from Everyone Hates Chris, right?
Yes, the big skinny guy. Yeah, the guy that literally looks like a beanpole. I have no idea about that guy. That guy, whenever they show a side view of him, I'm like, is this guy feeling okay? And then the funniest character in that is there's this attitude. She's on the Visa. I was watching it yesterday. She's the principal. I have no idea what her name is, but she wears like higher end kind of fashion stuff on the show, and she's always dissing all the teachers. I have no idea her name, but Abbott Elementary, we're watching that with our kids. Is she from Always Sunny in Philadelphia? They did a crossover. Okay, but yes, you're right. They are Philly-based shows. Yes, good call on that one. I've actually never watched Sunny in Philadelphia.
That dude reminds me of if you were.
We should watch that.
No, that's.
Can't watch that with my kids.
The show with the Abbott Elementary.
Yes.
The guy. I don't know the actor's name. It sucks. I wish I remembered his name. But he effectively is like Duquan. He looks like what Dookie from The Wire. Like if Dookie grew up, and by the end of whatever, if you got to see Dookie grow up, he would look like the dude from Abbott Elementary, Hundy P, for sure. But I'm actually looking at iBit right now. I'm looking for like something distinct. Obviously Nvidia's not breaking trend to the upside, silver's not really moving that much, but there's a nice downtrend here. Like if you go from the early afternoon downtrend to this one forming, might give like a short the pop play here on iBit for sure. Or Alpha, you like The Wire as well. Yeah, I'm a huge fan. As everybody here probably knows. Right now it's my workout show. I'm a big, I don't listen to music when I work out at home. I don't listen to music when I work out. I'll throw a show on and then it's like almost motivation. So if I want to see the next episode of The Wire, then I gotta go downstairs and work out in the basement. I'm almost done, and I can't really figure out what I want to do next. I'm thinking maybe Sons of Anarchy. What is that?
This is just Abbott. No, I just want to say that was the guy that we're talking about there.
Yeah.
It's not very good, the resolution. I was trying to find one. I was trying to zoom in and zoom out, but it doesn't matter.
I recognize. Oh shoot!
I was just trying to show it.
I recognize the. Is that the print?
Yeah, the open image.
Where do I know her from?
All I'm doing, Fabian, is literally just opening image in new tab here, trying to find it then, Mike.
Yeah, critical.
Yeah, see, like I just found when I try to zoom in again, but it's the principle here that I think is really hilarious. And then this is the dude that you're talking about.
Like I have to look up the cast.
Anyways, okay, whatever. I'm sure we have no idea what their names are. So yeah, that's cool. All right, so that's what we're doing. You guys let us know what shows you're watching. When's the next White Lotus coming, man? I need some kind of content to watch over here. All right, so Nvidia's fallen back in again. I said that I was thinking about going long on Nvidia, but I was thinking about it against this 176. The thing is, we did have that whoopsie moment there where we lost 176 finally. We actually lost it 3 times. First thing right there at 8 o'clock, and I'm not worried about those dark pool dumps, so I'm not even looking there, so scratched it 3 times. We lost it once right here, and we fell down into 175.70. So fine, I can hold something 30 cents. It was this time right here that we made that bottom wick down there at 175. So now I just worry that if we defend here without any lines to protect us, right? It's not like we're going into VWAP that I think could hold. I just don't know what area holds here. But it looks like maybe 176 could be a holding spot, but I'd rather look at AMD where maybe I could find another defined level, or even go over and just short Broadcom. Like, okay, see, so this is more what I'm talking about. Now you are actually at a local bottom. So this could be something also from, okay, let's just have a quick look. So we've been getting out of more of the TQs. We actually paid a higher price there. We should have, let's put a bid here, 52. Let's just put one a little bit. You know, let's get out of this all. Let's go to 52.13, 52.31s. If it just falls back into here, we'll get out right there. And then if it drops even more, fine, so be it. But I think that this is a decent opportunity anyways, right into there, into 209. So what are we at now? 209.40. Like, this might be a trade that if those of you that are looking for maybe a long here into the close. So this is the NASDAQ over here. I apologize. Our futures charting is down for today. So I do have to use the Qs. So
real trading at the source.
Yeah, it's nothing. Unfortunately, it's just not hitting our chart today. We've been told potentially tomorrow, so we'll double check on that. But at the end of the day, if you're looking for a long, and I don't think it's the end of the world here, that this is what the NASDAQ looks like. I mean, long's not necessarily like, can't blame anybody for doing that. So I think that's an opportunity down here, 209 and change. Let's try to buy some AMD and see what winds up happening. We are slightly down on the stock today, so take it for what it's worth. But we're going to try to defend it against that 209.
Well, yeah, I'm just playing one thing here. If I can find something that's a little bit more clean, I will. What's hilarious is Joe accused me of ducking, which is why I've never made a bet with him, which is funny because he's never, like, no bet has ever been proposed between Joe and myself. I have never rejected. In the history of this show, I have never ducked any sort of bet. Like, I'm the one that, it's my dumbass reason why we had to do the chip challenge, because I ran my mouth and then we had to do the chip challenge because of that. I'm the one that's had the Italian flag on my face when they lost to England. Westermeyer and myself have always had like a standing, anytime the Bills play KC, we'll go back and forth. So, Joe, I'm right here. I just don't, what are we actually going to bet on? There has to be something that we can figure out, but I'm right here. You let me know.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the chat can have. Yeah, it's all about fun.
Come up with
it's all just for fun.
Well, it is all for fun. Like
Joe lost his most recent bet with me when we made it up at the bar.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so we can.
Sean and I are going to do, when Green Bay meets the Bills, there will be a Super Bowl bet. That's for sure.
All of a sudden, turn handsome. Look at this.
Look at that. You let me know, Joe. Right here.
Yeah, Joe can mic up, and if we get something figured out, I know Neil's not going to be ducking anything over there.
No.
So
because it's always fun. It's always in good fun.
It's always just for fun.
Good fun.
Okay, so here it goes a little bit. We'll get something out here at 60. So we do have a little bit of a trade here on AMD, and just trying to make a little bit of extra cash here at the end of the day. It'd be nice if we turn this name positive. So if this gets into the 70s, we'll be positive on this stock already. But that doesn't really matter. We're just going to give this a little bit of a shake through. Hey, look, if this breaks 09, I'm going to give it 20 cents. So we're just starting. I'm just going to piece a little bit out. You know, if it rips upside, whatever. This is just one last little second trade here. 308, not expecting to light the world on fire here by any stretch of the imagination. And we are waiting to get out of our TQs if it does go down just a little bit there as well. So far, so good. A small little 20 cents there, and we'll see what winds up happening. The biggest trade for me last week was actually getting out, and it's because we didn't really do too much last week. Got out of we got out of Marvell's. Those were all fine, but, you know, this was Alibaba. Sure, in 1 second there, Ramin. Alibaba, we did get out some at 160. So we did buy some at 160. I actually got out of what we bought at 160, but not out of my whole Alibaba position. So paid a little bit of fees there. We bought it when it came in. Then we didn't get that sort of bump up that I was thinking about. So I did exit Alibaba. Hopefully it's not too premature on that, and you know, wouldn't mind buying it back, but honestly, maybe not for a little bit lower. Okay, it's our party, and we'll cry if we want to, but right now we do have Joe with this the Warner Brothers look there. I like
no, see, the thing is though, a while ago, Neil and I was like, "Hey Neil, you want to make a bet?" He's like, "No, I don't want to make a bet right now."
Wow, Neil.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, remember, no, stop.
Okay.
Hold on.
And then he also said to me, he's like, oh man, I want to add to your losing streak. So he knows the boy's cold and he wants the smoke when I'm on a losing streak. So come on, what is that? You don't want the heat when I'm on a winning streak?
Nobody around here actually believes.
And Katina, man,
I don't want to bet.
And to you had the poll up for 5 minutes and you're like, it's over, it's done, it's done.
It was over. We had 450 votes. Bro, it's in the chat, dude. You lost the bet.
Okay, then that's fine. That's fine. I may have lost this one, but I came back and it was 50-50.
Lose with
50-50. In a predominantly American audience, it's 50-50, brother.
Yeah, but
right. So first of all, you lost. It was 55-45 before you started coming in and crying. Second of all, what we can do is make a bet with you and Neil. And then I'm here for smoke.
You guys just come up with anything.
If you ever want to be not patriotic again, I can take a Canadian team and you can take a U.S. team. Let me guess. You don't think Canada's going to win the Olympics, Joe? We can bet that. If
Whoa, my brother. What makes you think?
The Olympics are too far away. We're not betting on the Olympics. That's literally next year.
No, hockey.
Yeah,
it's not literally next year. It's in 2 months.
Yeah, but still, that's too. I want to bet something.
So hold on. You think? Do you think America's gonna win? Or you think?
No. Remember, our hockey. The only bet I ever lost to you was when I took the Oilers and you took the Panthers.
Yeah.
So I'm saying I will take Team Canada again, basically by taking. Well, I took the Oilers, right?
Team Canada again, basically.
Yeah, because you took the Panthers have primarily. Edmonton has more Canadian players than the Panthers do.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're right about that.
I don't know if that's
true. But I don't know if that's true.
Okay, so you do not. So
I don't know.
I don't know if that's true.
So you think Canada's going to win, basically? So we can't do that. So
No. Yeah, I would never place that bet anyways because the World Juniors. The World Juniors and watching Olympic hockey is like my thing. I live for that, so I would never.
But I'm not talking about the juniors, of course. But
it's coming up though.
Yeah, I would never bet against the juniors. The thing about Olympic hockey is actually to this point is it's not this. There's no hitting, there's no fighting, anything like that. So literally anybody can win. Okay, we'll figure out.
We'll get it done, man. We'll get it done.
Figure out some bets. We'll figure out some bets.
Done.
And it's too bad you're not a football fan. You know.
Honestly, what we should do, Joe, we'll do something.
You have a favorite team?
Yeah, I was a big time Ravens fan back in the day.
Oh, for you Ravens?
Well, if Ravens face the Bills, maybe.
We'll just do that.
Back in the Ed Reed and Ray Lewis days, it's whenever Terrell Suggs and all those boys.
You bandwagon them when they were good. Okay, good to know.
So basically, Joe's already said that he would have a piece of pie. So that would be a great bet if that happened, but.
Yeah, I already will have one, so we don't need to bet.
Era of thugs. Yeah, that's the thing, right?
You're not from Baltimore, right?
Me and Joe are both from.
You're not from Buffalo.
Okay, so Buffalo is Canada's NFL team.
It says who?
What do you mean says who? It says the 15,000
This guy's a Green Bay fan. I don't even watch it. Sharif's a Dallas fan. Come on, didn't you see the Post-it notes going around in the city telling the Toronto people to stop being Bills fans?
Stop changing the subject.
Come on, brother.
Listen. I'm a fan of the Toronto Argos.
I have as much association with Baltimore as you do with Buffalo.
That is the most nonsensical thing ever. Okay?
I mean,
so at the end of the day,
season ticket holder for 5 years.
Brother.
We had season tickets for 5 years.
Joe does look like he's from the streets of Baltimore. I do have to admit that. Exactly.
Have you ever seen The Wire?
All right. No, I have not.
It's a Baltimore show.
Okay, so, all right,
it's the most Baltimore show.
So you're a Baltimore fan too, then, if you love The Wire that much.
That's true. Joe's exposing your Baltimore fandom over there.
There you go.
All right, get this man off the screen. We're going to figure this out over there. He's out of here. Joey's
Snoop and Chris would have a field day with that.
Joey's going to go find some pie.
Anyways, let's move on, because I'll tell you right now, look, the only way, some of the cap that Joe was spreading are out there. That'd be like me telling you Robinhood is strong today. The Qs are up. Nvidia is not trending slightly to the downside. Tesla wasn't strong this morning. All of that stuff, see how that's all wrong and all untrue? Yeah, that's Buffalo is in Canada's football team in the NFL. Like everybody knows.
Well, it depends. I think East, like West they like
Seattle fans on the West Coast. Fine, fair enough.
But Joe didn't bring that point up. That's a little bit too much. That's next level.
But just back to the market for a second. Like the only thing I'm in is iBit, but I'm looking over here. Robinhood's losing the bid again. Like it just hit low of day here on Robinhood. It is a flush fest for this stock, and Robinhood. This might be Okay, let me just quickly do this.
By the way,
might be on the precipice of a trend breakdown here.
Yes, man. Robinhood's going to $90. I've sort of
There's that 50
that.
period. There's that support level. It's losing it, and Bitcoin's not helping. Bitcoin, yeah, it's going down. Look, I'm not happy that Bitcoin's going down. I just am still stink bidding in the mid 70s because that's where I want to pick some up. It's like everyone always talks about that whole notion. Well, if you sold anything at the top on something you want to hold forever, that's only good if you did what at some point buy it back. Otherwise, what did you really accomplish if your goal is to just be long that sucker? Robinhood is something that I want to get in at some point. And so I think the stink bid should be going out on this bad boy. The problem is I want to also buy SoFi back, and I don't think the time is right either. Yeah, SoFi's got the same chart, but maybe a little bit deeper. SoFi down 4% today. So there's some real bleeders here relative to the market. SoFi down 4%. It could easily be back in the low 20s post haste. Like early next year, I think that'll be a good place to pick it up. Because I like financials for next year, which is kind of weird because I like them this year too, but whatever.
Yeah, I love the financials.
I feel like it's a weird one, but the problem is I'm not going to like, I like the financials, but I don't think it's going to be XLF that I like in particular, like it was this year.
Yeah, I like all these. I like Goldman Sachs. I like all the big banks this year. I just think that, rotation out of some tech names into something a little different. And talk about rotating out. Okay, this is something that Joe likes. I'm reloaded. So we got a little bit more there on AMD as it fell in. So I got some 20s. I'm waiting for a bigger trade at 10 to see if that happens. So bless you. We'll get some 20s. I think it was 18s or 19s. And then out there almost immediately at 42 or 43, same minute, we got long and then it popped up there. So sometimes it works in your favor when you get filled and then it runs for you. Sometimes it runs completely against you right there. But nice move there on AMD back upside. But it has not been a nice move. I mean, all we've tried to do is buy the bottoms like we did right there against the bottom. So let's just wait to see. Okay, Trump right here in our ear. I guess he's meeting with European leaders right now. Trump coming out and saying he had a good conversation. So that's nice to hear, and we'll hope that that gets all settled out. I don't know exactly what the tariff talk or anything was there, but apparently here it is. He had a long discussion, and things are seemingly going well. Okay, we did think that in Canada, and then all of a sudden, we've got some tariff troubles. So we'll see how that's going there. Well, apparently, our premier there launched a couple of videos that Donald Trump did not like, so that was never a good thing there. All right, 2222222 here for Amazon, down 1.4%. We talked about sort of the no man's land that Costco's in. Amazon's very familiar with where it's been because it's on its way directly. Okay, was just thinking about what Trump's talking about. Nothing right now. Just waiting for a piece in my ear. 215 to 216, right there into the 200 period, moving average. So I was just going to say, as Costco is kind of floating around looking for a bottom down here, you do have a nice little area to buy some Amazon. So this could be something that even hits tomorrow on bad news. But if you have liked Amazon, just want to give it to you guys that back into May, this is really what we've come down into before. So these levels right into there, $200, that's been the low, and it's really been representing this 200 period moving average again. So right into there, a good couple levels there for AMZN. So we'll get rid of that quickly. All right, man, we got out of our TQs because that came back into those levels, and here we are. We do now have, so we are reloaded again, and right now it is just 1 unit. So I don't know if this is going to be a good idea or not, or if we will get smoked. But here it is, man. AMD, we are now long at 209.15. Perfect. So this is exactly where we like to be long at, against 209. Our stop, that is the 209 right there, 209.04. So that's right where we're long right now. I'm giving this just a couple more seconds. Yes.
That's cool.
Yeah, Fabian. You know Fabian's got in touch with this one. But right into there, this sort of low, we're seeing it. I'm going to give it 20 cents break. And if it breaks lower, it breaks lower. And we'll lose a little bit on this trade, but that's why we take some profit when it's there. Let's just get it figured out. Yeah, Jay Lee.
Big names on the locator already.
Oh, already? Okay, I was going to say, we can't. I see what you're saying, Jay Lee. You're holding, here, I'll put it in the chat. You're holding your shorts into tomorrow, unfortunately. We've talked about this. Just for those of you guys that are here watching, we are on a prop floor, right? And so Neil and I are unable to hold anything overnight. So, you know, unless you get special reason to do it, but not on an equity like this. So yeah, AMD right now, downside pressure. We have to be flat at just after 4 or, you know, maybe a couple minutes after 4, but not worth it today. So we're not going to be holding this. If it breaks our level 208.75, fine. But yeah, good look there on the TQs for sure. I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to hold for a little bit more action on that.
The market does look...
Oh, AMD just came out there real quick. So just broke 209 and out. So there it goes, man. So, all right, futures downside there. There's a good example.
A bunch of sells here on the early looking.
Almost like there was just some news right there. That was quick.
Enview's a 9.5 million sell. You've got PCG 2.5. VC's always there. GM 2.2 million to the sell side. Some notable buys though. Oracle 1.8 million early look to the buy side. Chipotle 3.8 million.
Why did that just happen?
Overlooked Verizon because I don't know why. VZ probably not going to move a lot, but CMG an early 3.8 million to the buy side. This should be worth keeping an eye on. That is 1/3 of the day's volume on Chipotle. So I would say that's significant. I was just double checking. I don't see any, there's nothing that's supposed to be large, at least
like, why did that just
I
happen?
could find. But overall, we'll keep an eye on those imbalances. Those are pretty large for the time of day that we have. So I would want to respect that. I'm looking to cover 48.4s on IBIT. This is the bottoming tail from earlier in the session. Where are we at on Bitcoin? It's about 85,000 where the support came in. So approximately 85,000. I'll only reload in front of the trend line, and we're looking to cover this down in front of 85,000, which is 48.4 over there on IBIT. Is the market sliding lower in here? Still about 40 minutes. We have plenty of time, obviously.
I just wanted.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, because I got into another trade, and I know you're into IBIT right now, but I did short Nvidia. So I just want to say, like, I have no idea what just happened there to AMD, but it just fell out of bed, like, real quick. So I'm just going to hold this in case this talk with some of the...
President's talking about the...
No, I was just gonna, yeah, I was just going to say, like, I'm just going to try... So there we go. We'll get some out here. So we're making... It's two... Okay, so we're basically close to making back what we lost on AMD already by shorting this, but reason why I was going to say this, and then I'll throw it back to Neil, is just like, you never know, like when President Trump is speaking here, we don't have a DARA, but it's like, there's just long conversations having. Spoke to the heads of Germany, Italy, NATO. This is what I was trying to read when I stumbled there and got out of my position. But Finland, France, United Kingdom, Poland, Norway, like we had numerous conversations with President Putin. We're having tremendous support. They want to get it to be ended. I guess he's talking about the war there. So yeah, it's just a matter of waiting to see now what winds up happening here. So let's watch out. My stop is Nvidia, 176.60 if we break higher through that. So let's just wait to see what happens with Nvidia. But just want to say I'm back into another chip name here. Let's see what happens.
Gold and silver just rolled over as well. GLD here.
Now next is Bitcoin.
That's rolling over. Oh, he is on my chart. Okay, good. And then silver, which, oh well, so forget about the breakout on silver. You're now breaking down, unfortunately. So they just rolled over as the president was talking, or some of those comments were coming out. We already showed you guys. We showed you guys Robinhood. I'll see your Robinhood is weak and raise you. Coinbase down 7%.
Yeah, wow.
Oh my goodness, what is BMNR?
These guys are proxies for all this. That's the problem.
Ooh, BMNR, 10% to the downside.
Here, how about this? Would you rather buy Coinbase or Bitcoin?
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, okay, I was just wondering. Like that's a question that we have to sort of be asking ourselves because
the next time Bitcoin...
They're flowing together.
The next time I think Bitcoin is a short, you just pay for locates on BMNR. Like, at what point, like, when does BMNR not drop way more than everything else?
But would you not do MSTR then? Because BMNR could move, you mentioned Bitcoin. BMNR could move on Ethereum, right?
True. Yeah, MSTR, well, MSTR is down 9% today.
Exactly. And it's not even that expensive anymore.
Smoked.
It's $160 BMNR.
They should have split the... Didn't they split? Did they split? They did one, right?
I don't know. Maybe they did at one point.
They split once. MSTR,
well, remember, this guy was buying this thing like... Oh, yeah, I want to address that comment. Neil and I, oh, by the way, here we go, man. Nvidia finally hitting the skids here. So good trade alert over here. I mean, we got short IBIT and we got short the NASDAQ. Well, no, sorry, we're short Nvidia. No, I was going to say, like, I heard Joe and Sharif talking about this, and I'm not sure what side, Sharif's not here, so I'm not sure what side Joe was on, but or if it was even a side thing. I don't think Michael Saylor is at all a scam at all.
We had this conversation.
Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You and I talked about this. And I just think it's that he's told everybody what he's doing. I mean, every release of strategy, they're very, very clear on the amount of Bitcoin they're holding. Every time they raise money, they tell you what they're raising money for. So I think it's a little different than somebody just creating like a trust and holding it there while Ethereum's moving. The strategy has been a supporter, and I'd have to, again, ask a large language model or ask you guys out there. I think MicroStrategy has been buying, like, I don't even remember what MicroStrategy did before all of this. So they've been a supporter of Bitcoin for this whole ride up.
It's even more simple for me.
Yeah.
If tomorrow Bitcoin was at 50K, Michael Saylor is getting smoked. So how is he a scam artist if he literally he's telling you what he's doing and he's doing it, and if it doesn't work, he's screwed. Look, whether you agree with somebody or not, fair enough, man. And I will never own a share of MicroStrategy. I will own Bitcoin, but I'll never own a share. But I don't see how you can hate. You can disagree, but what's the point of hating on that? He's not using you for exit liquidity. He's not sitting here pumping and then dumping on you, at least not to my knowledge. And if he's ever behaved in that manner, then fair enough. I'm not knowledgeable about that. As far as I'm concerned, it is what it is. And he's put his money where his mouth is. It's the same reason that I don't hate on what's his face, Michael Burry. The guy he wants to put the shorts on the AI trade. He'll do it and he'll win, he'll lose, whatever. It's just his personal opinion on the market, and he'll tell you the why, and he'll put the trade on, and he'll tell you he's doing it. So a scam artist is the person who uses you for exit liquidity, is going to do the opposite sometimes of what they say. Like like certain penny stock traders back in the day that would have their newsletters in the morning. And then when you're buying it up at like 9:30 or whenever, they bought the stock at like 6 a.m. or the night before, and they're dumping it on you.
The difference is leverage. Like people in the chat saying, why would you, shout out to Machiavelli there. It's just the fact of Bitcoin. Like for example here, IBIT right now today is down 5%, right? So that's a thing. And then, by the way, just got out some more Nvidia. IBIT down 5%, and then MSTR down 9%. So it's just a matter of, it will all go the other way too, right? Like when Bitcoin's up, MSTR will be up just a little bit more than Bitcoin. So that's why is my why people, and like Neil said, for me personally as well, I've never owned MSTR.
My only issue with that
never been so excited to own it.
There are too many times when the correlation hasn't held, and too many hedge funds that are essentially, they'll do like the short one, long the other, which throws things out of whack very easily if too much money starts doing that. Like that's a problem. So anyways, I just don't think it's that simple all the time. SoFi's not having. We talked about all these fintech names. SoFi's not having.
Can you not? People saying like they don't believe his actual average price. I mean, I'm pretty sure like that is something that is accountable. Like you can go in there and read their latest reports. And then just do the math. I'm pretty sure that number.
Every single buy has been how much Bitcoin.
Yeah, because they get audited. There's an audit. Like they're an American corporation.
I'll just ask.
I know, but asking large language models. I'm just saying that
it should be able to tell me.
No, I know, but I'm just saying like people that actually want like to trust it for yourself. You can go in there, and what I would do is upload the most recent MSTR conference call into Gemini or whatever large language model you want to, and get it to parse through there and figure out exactly how many they're holding and then what that average price would be, because those things are capable of doing that.
And fair. Well, if we're trusting it though, as of right now, 74,972 per Bitcoin. This includes all fees and expenses associated with acquisitions. The company reached this average following its most recent purchase, which was they disclosed one today. So there you go.
And that's the other thing. They're always buying more and more. So you got to add to that average price. But if it ever gets to 67,000, that's when I would sell immediately. So that better not ever happen.
Sometimes Erin watches football with me. Well, she loves cheering for the Bills, which is fantastic.
Wonder why? Yeah,
she does. But it's
actually really bad that she does.
There's always linemen that wear 67.
Oh yeah, sometimes
someone on the offensive line. There's not a team in football that doesn't have a lineman that doesn't. Somebody's wearing 67, and the line's on TV all the time. So it's just 6'7". This.
Yeah.
Over and over.
I feel bad for those D linemen or O linemen because it's like they didn't want that smoke. You know, and all of a sudden now it's all over the place.
It's not their fault. I'm going to reload this thing. We're not getting back up to the trend line. Oh, it's 3:30 by the way, and I promise we'll look at the. the early look imbalances again, just to keep an eye specifically on maybe Chipotle. But I'm going to look at this 48.7. So this little prior low here, I'm going to move my stop to above that, and then look for a reload in the high 60s. Was that ASTS he just said?
Oh, I missed it.
ASTC.
I was editing it.
Oh, never mind. I thought, okay, I just heard in my ear, I thought it was ASTS, but it was ASTC. No volume. No volume. So sometimes we'll get like this stock is moving in our ear, and unfortunately, that is not ASTS, AST Space Mobile. But I'm going to reload IBIT, looking still for that 48.4, but because I'm going to trail out here at 70, about 71, 72, I'll take an entry, get the average price to about 75, and then see if we can't get to the low of the day. And Yannick, I think that's a bit extreme to say Uber is tanking. No?
82? Oh, down 5% is a pretty good move?
Yeah, I guess 5% is pretty big. But yeah, you know what? I guess I can't really argue with you. It's still looking okay. Not great, but it still looks pretty decent uptrend on the daily chart. But this is a pretty legitimate breakdown on Uber. This is another name. I've been intending to buy the dip on this at some point, but I think you might have to wait for 60. There is so many potential good first quarter buys if the market does a real pullback again. Oh my goodness, almost too many of them. Not ARM, by the way. I was asked this morning, and I specifically, someone said, do you think ARM's a good buy here? And I said, no. No, I do not. It's that simple. Do I own ARM? Yes. Did I sell ARM, some of it, in front of 180? 100%. Am I buying back before 90 to 100 bucks? No chance. This is another one to wait. Just got to be patient. Patience. All good things are starting to come to the bid, I think.
Another one. There we go, man. I don't know. Like, I know that sometimes I do feel a little bit of pressure because I look at the chat and everybody, they're always like, what's the next trade and this and that. And it's not that I feel pressure to get into something, but I really want, the trades to work out. And we do talk about like where the stops are and all that kind of stuff and blah, blah, blah. But, and again, like, it's not just, be more humble. But I mean, this is just, we talked about this and there it goes to the downside. So just want to bring that to everyone's attention there because, for everybody that talks like that, it's like, we were in this AMD and we got out of there. And then we were sort of smart enough, in my eyes anyways, obviously to not hold on because we have our outs. It's a decision I made, and then we flipped it over. And I was like, you know what? I have no idea why that AMD just cracked lower. And I was saying that we were going to pick on AMD. This is the first trade for Nvidia that I have on, period. And I was like, I even started this morning, like if I was going to short anything, it would be AMD. So unfortunately, I went long twice, and we lost both times. So there it goes. But we also love going long on Nvidia, but we're short and we're winning. So sometimes like your bias doesn't really need to affect a stock intraday, that's for sure. But we did just sort of go short on Nvidia because we did see, so I now only have 15% left. Our target was literally 76. Like when that came through there, that was 40 cents. We're altering, our stop is always going to be this 50 period. So now our stop, remember our stop was 60s. So now our stop is now 50s right there off that 50 period moving average. So I'm going to now set that up and just continue to take the profit where the profit lies on Nvidia. So now we have about that 15% left. So now we're playing completely with house money. So I'm going to cancel. My first stop is right here, 176.60. We didn't get the reload at 50 like we wanted. It almost got there. It got to 40. Oh, man. Got to 45. We're at 49s, waiting for that off of the 200 period. But I'm not going to short that close to it right now because often when you get up to like a wick moment, you can wick out there and then right back down. So I'm not going to add to my position, get taken out there and probably go zeros on the stock. So we're just going to get out there if it breaks 48. So 176, I'm going to be specific with it, honestly. 48. If it breaks that, I don't want any slippage or anything. We're going to get out of that if it does happen. So far, so good on that trade. Looking to see what winds up happening. 176.48 out there on Nvidia. And you showed those imbalances. I know we kind of glanced by those. I don't know why they're so huge. We do have quad.
No reason as far as I know, but it's quad witching.
Yeah, everything is this weekend.
More quad witching. It's all triple witching now, apparently.
Yeah, so that's all happening like Friday.
You can tell an old trader if they say quad witching.
Or look at their face.
That means you've been trading a while because it has been quad witching for a while. No, but I did double check. I'll go to the note in a second, but there was nothing on the note today. There's a bunch of monster names on Friday. like absolute monsters, obviously. But like I said, I was going to trail out on iBit if we broke. My chart for a second. Thank you. I said I was going to trail out at this level. It's like a new thing I like. Instead of waiting for the reload here, I'm going to trail out there. I'll just add back in to see if it'll push. Kind of playing with like house money on the trade, but it's the only trade I like this afternoon was continuing the short on iBit. But as you were saying, it's still Chipotle, 3.8. That's about the big one. And Oracle, 1.8 million to the buy side. 3.8 million to buy on Chipotle, 1.8 million on Oracle.
Chipotle.
Oh, there's Chewy. Chewy, 1.5 million to sell on Chewy. That could be interesting. What's Chewy doing? Probably getting, not getting smoked today. Chewy's actually up today. Go figure. All right, can't come up with a good reason for that, why Chewy would be up today. Maybe it's some kind of weird sympathy to GameStop. Those could make some sense. What is GME doing? Remember, what are you going to do? No breakout for GameStop this afternoon either. See, this is why you can't have nice things. When we're doing the rundown, I was like, okay, well, 22.6 is a good level on GameStop. If you could break that out, you go gap filling. What does it do? Pulls back 2.5%. Stung. Zach, what is the best stock in the market? I just see your comment here. I'll look up. I see best stock in the market. Chipotle? American Eagle? Which one that we were just talking about? This certainly isn't GameStop. There's no chance that you were actually saying that. There's no way. Chipotle. Maybe Chipotle.
If you are looking at charts, why not use eSignal? We just looked at our chart right there to get us out of Nvidia. Shout out to Ramin, who has told me to please do the eSignal. So I am doing that right now. So if you do scan that QR code right there in front of Neil, as Neil is pointing to it right there, we do want to make sure that you do get your first month completely for free. So it is eSignal, and Neil continues to give the thumbs up there for eSignal. So we like that. But yeah, I know it's been more than a minute, I feel like, right there. So thanks, Ramin. But there it is. Award-winning charting tools. Again, they have connect over 300 plus brokers worldwide. And the best part about eSignal, in my opinion, is the fact that it's entitlement based. So you can entitle yourself however which way you'd like to. Get involved with eSignal. You want to trade after hours, Blue Ocean, anything like that. Check out eSignal. I'm sure they have a product for you that would work, including all those scanners that Neil and I continue to choose, back testing, whatever. The best signal is an eSignal.
Ooh,
yeah, that's not, I mean, I just made that part up.
Boom.
Yeah, so the best signal is an eSignal. Next time I should write that down, maybe go get that.
We're about to get a new member.
We get a little bit, we are?
100%.
Well, I like getting new members. Let's get
Machiavelli. Yeah. First of all, hopefully that's a Tupac reference. I don't know if it's a Tupac reference. I'll subscribe to me. You said, Neil, I'll subscribe as a member if you can tell me the answer to the ultimate question. 42. The answer, the meaning of life is 42.
That's it. He has to subscribe now.
So now you ask, because you know that is the answer to the ultimate question. Because the ultimate question has always been what is the meaning of life, and the answer to what is the meaning of life is the number 42. And those who know know. So now I want you to subscribe. There was this year. See, when you tag us, Capote, could you please explain quad witching? So it's now triple witching. No, but it's the third Friday.
We quadded up.
So every Friday options are going to expire. Every quarter, the third Friday, you have what are they? It's like single stock futures and I always forget the other one. They all expire on the third Friday of every quarter, and that'll be triple witching.
Yep.
So that makes it significant. This Friday is the third Friday, so you have that happening. But the other big thing that's happening, which I think we might have mentioned, is you have year-end rebalancing. So there's quarterly, semi-annual, then year-end index rebalancing. The S&P 500 is doing its year-end rebalance on Friday, in addition to all of those options expiring, which makes for a more volatile close. What sometimes happens is some of that stuff happens early. And so you'll see all week long, we might see larger numbers on the imbalance locator. Someone in the chat asked, why were we talking about Chipotle? Because randomly, there's a 3.8 million buy imbalance on Chipotle right now, with only about 10 minutes to go till the imbalances go public. That's why we're talking about it. Southwest has a 2 million sell imbalance. GM, 2 million. Yeah. Oracle, 1.8. Chewy, 1.5. These are all abnormal. Usually, on a normal week, we'd be looking at these with 10 minutes to go, and there'd be a small handful over 1 million shares. Kenvue, 9.5 million to sell. So there is the potential that we will see some crazier action. Who just went into the S&P? It was Carvana.
Carvana.
So the big one is the biggest potential imbalance will be Carvana on Friday because they're the most recent addition to the S&P 500. You would expect, not always true, don't at me if on Friday at 3:50
At him.
Carvana comes out a gigantic sell, but the expectation is that it'll be a big buy. And it's already been bumping higher on that news. Sometimes after the fact they sell the news, but Carvana, they kind of took a bit of a reversal here today on Carvana now that I just noticed it. That is now down $35 from Friday's highs. So yeah, they're starting to sell this one off already.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean that is a textbook trade. That's another trade, right? You buy it heading into the call, or in this example, into the news.
And we got to start using Kalshi for this, by the way.
No, okay, it was the number one.
Because Kalshi, that's the thing. On Kalshi, you can see, and the second 226 up, so they'll probably have odds up for this. And the question of who will be the next addition to the S&P 500, there's betting odds on Kalshi, which have been pretty accurate. And so the stocks have trended up, and then when they get announced, you sell it and take your profit. So that's always worth it.
We'll leave a little bit of that.
I don't know who's going to be next, though. Maybe SoFi next year at some point.
Yeah, I think people are a little disappointed. In SoFi, they're a little disappointed.
Marvell took it.
Oh, Marvell, that was the other one.
The other easy way to get an idea of what names might be added next, check out when a company gets added to the index or announced, like Carvana, look at the stocks that are gapped down without any news on that day. Because if they're not in the S&P and they're gapped down on the day someone else got it added to the S&P or announced added to the S&P, there's no other reason they would go down other than sympathy. So I remember like Marvell was down that morning. SoFi was down that morning as well. And Carvana, they'll get their day for sure. Yeah, we didn't look at...
Someone just said MSOS halted up. Is that true? Yes, it is. So here we go. It is about that time right now where you might want to get one out of your pocket there and spark it up, because there it goes. Someone knows something right here. As we can see what CGC is doing right now. They also get a move higher there, not halting on this. We get Tilray as well. And we have the news up right now. I'm not, I don't see anything about this. I'm assuming that potentially President Trump continues to speak, and you are getting now a halt over here. So here we go, hearing in our ear right now.
There's a truth from the...
Okay, there we go. So I knew...
Here, let me...
Go ahead if you have it.
I have the truth. It's a little long-winded, but I'll read it to you. See, this is where Dara would come, and she'd already be reading this. So here, if we come from the president here, actually look at it next. As I previously stated, I believe it is time to end needless arrests and incarcerations of adults for small amounts of marijuana for personal use. We must also implement smart regulations while providing access for adults to safe, tested product. As a Floridian, I'll be voting yes on Amendment 3 this November. As president, we will continue to focus on research to unlock the medical uses of marijuana to a Schedule 3 drug, that's the key, and work with Congress to pass common sense laws, including safe banking, ooh, that's big, for state-authorized companies, and supporting states' rights to pass marijuana laws, like in Florida, that work so well for their citizens. MSOS halted up on that. I bet you CGC is going to be going as well. Tilray, all of the...
Yeah, we looked at all those. Yeah, they're not halted, but they're going. They came back.
Be careful here, because they're right back. We were expecting an actual executive order to have been... So the news on last week was that an executive order might get signed today. But as far as I know, there hasn't been an executive order. He's just sort of doubling down on comments made last week, but there hasn't actually been an executive order signed, as far as I know, or at least not that I've seen. So yeah, there go the weeds.
Yeah, without that executive order there, I would sort of take it with a little bit of not a grain of salt.
I would.
Yeah, I would too. But I mean, it's nice that he's talking about it at least, so there's something there. And finally getting something done about it. I mean, honestly, I'm not, here to praise the current president or anything like that, but this has been talked about for a long time, and it's finally about to happen. I mean, and obviously we're a little biased being here, obviously in Canada, as this has been declassified here as anything but almost safer and more respected than tobacco. And it's just cannabis right now is bought at convenience stores all across, basically.
Pat Williams said it best.
Not convenience stores. You still have to have a license, and you still need. We can now finally. I mean, we were late on the alcohol thing. You know, like we just got, with our new sort of here in Ontario, finally allowed to sell alcohol and stuff like that in 7-Elevens and whatnot. That only happened basically a couple of years ago. Meanwhile, we allow marijuana. That's been sort of classified here for a couple of years. 10 years. Oh yeah, oh no, it's not making it, yeah, it's not unlimited ages here able to drink or smoke or anything.
If there's one thing, like history will laugh at us in a general sense for a lot of things, but like, why are there so many places that you can serve your country and fight in a war, or you can vote, but you can't consume alcohol? Like, what are we talking about? Like, you're either adult enough to do the two most important things as a citizen, which is vote and serve your country. It's like you tell those people, you're gonna tell me something. It just doesn't make any sense. But anyways, Tilray just lost the bid completely. Like, forget about reversing. It literally lost support. We're now underneath the low of the day.
So MSOS open.
And MSOS opened lower as well.
Lower.
So I think the problem is we were expecting an executive order to be signed, not to get just a speech out of the administration today. And what we got was a paragraph instead of an actual executive order, unfortunately. So it is what it is. Tilray down 10% today and just made a fresh low on that headline, unfortunately.
I think this MSOS stuff is going to go higher. I mean, based on what you read there, that sounds like this is an agenda.
I think he's going to do it.
Right. It sounds like an agenda that's on. But again, and some of the people that maybe will fight back against what I'm saying would be the fact that President Trump does put a lot of stuff on his agenda that eventually gets around to, or potentially he doesn't. That Ukraine war was supposed to be over within the first 2 weeks of the presidency. But that doesn't matter. He is working still on that, right? And not everything you can get done by, unfortunately, the stroke of a pen, although that executive order would have been something else there. I don't know if he wants to set precedent, but he sure set precedents in other spots. But yeah, I could see why people are disappointed right now with MSOS and this most recent move. It's 346, but there it is. So I was just going to say, like, when that opened up there, that was probably the buy. Like, I don't think it's going to be as negative here as potentially we think. So let's just wait to see on MSOS. And technically speaking, on a chart, you just came right back up to 580 anyways. So that just made its move all the way back up into this area that's been sold many, many times before. So let's wait to see if it does wind up holding. Definitely tomorrow's trade today. I would say off all this positive talk, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to get a little long in MSOS into tomorrow. So watch out for that into tomorrow, MSOS. If you can get something around 520, 530, I think that'll be okay. You know, his side of the bench is going to vote, I would assume, with him. But I don't know how strong the cannabis talk is on a state level. So, all right, of course, and he has to throw in there being from Florida, you know. We'll see where that winds up going. Only 3 minutes now. Palantir, some of these names starting to get a little lower. We did get stopped out of Nvidia right at that level, which still puts us green on Nvidia. We got stopped out right where we bought it, so all the profit comes on Nvidia right there on the downside, but it does make that move up. It doesn't get to view up and falling right back in, as we'll eagerly wait whatever this imbalance may be for NVDA.
Yeah, and it might be, remember, we have a downward trend today. There's always a chance we could see some buy imbalances. Ooh, BMNR has showed up and starting to climb a little bit here. 2.3 million to the sell side, so that is not the other way. What makes, look, I would not be the person, generally speaking, that would like a BMNR long, but it's at the lows, down 10%. It's SSR, uptick rule in effect, and typically, when it comes out as a large imbalance, the play has been to sort of reverse, like go the other direction when it starts to flip. So if this goes from like a 2 million sell to not there anymore, you'd try to quickly punch along if you can. But with 90 seconds to go, I think that's what I'll be looking for. Nothing too crazy happening on any of the other names that showed up with big imbalances. I don't even see Chipotle anymore. So Chipotle was 3.8 million to buy. It's not even there anymore with 90 seconds to go. So that seems like a disappointment. Some of these are like penny stocks, GPUS, Buru. So you can ignore that. 3 million or 2 million on a penny stock is not going to move the needle. Not a lot of buying power to flip that imbalance, let's just say. But Kenvue is still rather large at 9 million to sell.
Here's K2 unknown here. Remember the Santa Claus, there it is right here. I'll put this up on the screen just for people watching. Santa Claus rally, it's not here yet. It doesn't happen until the last 5 days of the year. It has nothing to necessarily do with Christmas itself. It's just something that people have looked at. It's the last 5 days of the year, followed by the first 3 days of the new year is your Santa Claus rally. So get ready for that. And please don't throw the baby out with the bathwater right here. The NASDAQ is only down 0.4 and the SPY, well, because this is the bathwater, the Qs is really getting washed, but it's the SPY there that's been holding out good. And remember, we did have the Dow just make all-time highs on Friday. It did. So, it's not necessarily everything that's getting hit. We talked about the Broadcoms, the Oracles, the Apples of the world. Apple's still the largest holding in the S&P 500. So, yeah, as a percentage. All right, here we go, man. 10 seconds until Z imbalances, and we'll see what comes from all of this. We'll watch out for Nvidia, see if there's anything big right now. There it is right now. So Nvidia with a little bit of a shoot up and then back down. So probably nothing. Oh, wow, Tesla catches it. Tesla with 2.3.
2 million, that's big.
Yeah, that's a big one there for TSLA. So still going higher here for Tesla. Watch out now. We'll see how high Tesla wants to fly, breaking through 480. This is basically where we got out of our long already, so it round trips completely. Doesn't get down to where we bought it, except for right there, and then right back in again. Now taking out days high. It looks like it wants to do that. Tesla, we have 481.77. So this is going to be close to an all-time record closing high for Tesla. We looked at this.
This is if it closes here, it is.
Yeah, right. So there it goes. If it closes here,
over 480 is an all-time close high.
Right. So let's see if that can hit for Tesla right now. 10 minutes to go on the Tesla all-time high watch, closing all-time high watch for Tesla. We made this call. What happened on Friday, 1 day away. So here it goes, man. Nice move there for Tesla, 480 and change. Congratulations to all, and to all a good night. You're sleeping well if you're a Tesla shareholder today.
There's no question about that. Apparently, we missed this, right? So there is an executive order that is going to be signed, according to the president. This was 20 minutes ago, but it's not the one you think. Trump will sign executive order. Okay, now I'm reading this verbatim, just so you guys know. Classifying fentanyl as, quote, a weapon of mass destruction.
Not wrong.
Okay.
Fentanyl can wipe absolutely everybody out.
I'm not saying it's not, but that is still absurd. Like, there is a vast difference between...
No, but I think once you classify something like that, I think it's like you're doing it so that you can...
No, he's doing that so we can take military action.
Right, so you can hammer down... Yeah, and it's probably something...
Which you're already doing anyway, so what's the point?
Well, I don't know. I think he's close to being right about doing that. So I don't know.
Sam, I agree with you. So Sam said Tesla split incoming. Tesla will split next year, but I don't think it'll do it till it's Tesla won't split if it's under $500 in my opinion.
They split once before.
But I don't think but I think they'd only split if it's over $5. I think what was the last?
They're splitting on Wednesday.
700. No, but the last time was like 7. Wasn't it 7 or something like that?
No, it was like 12 or 1300. The last time.
Have they done it? They've done it, but they've done a sub 1,000 split before.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure how many times they've split, but 3 times. Okay, so they split 3 times before.
But definitely I wouldn't think they'd do it under $5. So next year, you can worry about a split next year, not this year.
Well, they have to announce it on their call, so you have to wait at least till next year.
Next quarter, yeah.
Yeah, they're not just going to do it no matter what.
Willy-nilly.
They got
who should be split? There's other names that should easily be split.
Well, we got the split from Broadcom that we wanted.
Yeah, so Meta at some point will probably...
Meta probably will need to. Google could do it again at some point.
Oh, Google can...
Palo Alto did. I don't know. Anyways, there's Broadcom did. We talked about that.
Oh, have you seen the CrowdStrike today?
Oh, PanW? Are they all getting hit? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. 3% down. CrowdStrike got hit today. So they're pulling back potentially into the 50. I'm sitting on the 50 in CrowdStrike. The 50-period simple moving average. If I just say the 50, just know that that's what I mean if I'm looking at a daily chart. I'm looking to buy that one. Zscaler got hit today, down. Zscaler is getting hit for real from the highs. They're now down $100 from the highs in like 5 days. So Zscaler has lost 30% in 5 or 6 days here. And it's rapidly approaching the 200-period moving average. Then PanW as well. You look at Palo Alto, maybe a little bit on the daily chart, kind of, oh, that's right. Yeah. Dude, we don't have the, what are you going to do? This is not going to be adjusted on the Palo Alto chart, but you can get the idea. Palo Alto pulling back as well, down 3% today. So cybersecurity, like everything else, taking a bit of a pullback. Tom Dane, I just prefer the simple moving average over the exponential. I only use those on the daily chart anyways because I'm using them for long-term type plays. So therefore, I like the higher time frame look.
Get ready. Tesla right here is going to turn around. So it's kind of doing it already. So I don't, like, it was a couple million shares on there. It's not here anymore. So get ready for the flippening to have happening right now. So it looks like it's starting to pull back down in. So I don't see it on here. We'll see if it turns out to be a big sell or so. There's, okay, AVGO, wow, getting hit even more here into the close. Right before the imbalances, that was 341.50, now down to 338. So you're really getting hit right there on that one. When we come back, we'll show you what happens at 355 when the market may turn around here and start to head the other way. Broadcom getting hit.
Yeah, well, when those flip and move around, you have the opportunity to trade. But if you don't have enough capital or you're not trading someone else's money, you might have the fear of losing. Well, limited risk trading from Trade the Pool will transform all of that because you can trade the Pool's capital and they absorb the downside. You focus on your discipline, consistency, and growth, and you hit the profit target and keep 70% of the profits. No fair barriers, a real opportunity. This revolution is called limited risk trading, and it is powered by Trade the Pool. You can visit tradethepool.com, or you can scan the QR code on screen right now, timed it again, and get 10% off your first evaluation. I'm now 2 for 2, making sure I say check the QR code exactly when you see it on screen. We're definitely reading it too often. But those flips that you just saw, the flippening, as you called it, it's actually a crypto thing, but also the imbalances.
Yeah, exactly. So there it is, man. We called the Tesla move, and there it is. So yeah, sometimes we're pretty good at that. Obviously, we didn't take it there. I mean, so, you know, a call is only a call, in my opinion, when you take it, but I don't take it there. But there it goes to the downside. So we'll just try to, like, keep in mind that, hey, man, there is a possibility of always something to happen here. What goes bump in the night? Sometimes it is some of these imbalances. So we'll wait to see where it goes there. Nvidia down 2 million shares right there. So it's getting hit at 355 or 352. That turnaround kind of happened. And then, of course, Broadcom at the lows of the day. And a lot of that has to do with said move that we just witnessed. So yeah, down right now about 6%. Broadcom continuously getting hit there today. We said that there's almost a buying zone here for Amazon coming up near that 200 period moving average. Apple down to 274. This was just 280 like at the beginning of the day, wasn't it there for Apple? Had a nice move up. Yeah, 280 right there, whoosh, all the way to the downside. So we'll see if that can pick it up again. It's 356 right now. So hopefully there's some actionable trades that you may be thinking about. And if you are,
he's close to another break.
Yeah, GLD is what, 400? Is that what it's close to?
It tagged 400 and backed off. Silver is stronger today. Silver up 3.5%. SLV up 3.5%. I should say SLV because it's not spot silver. So SLV up 3.6, close to its fresh highs. But GLD and GDX isn't having the best day either. But we did double top at 400 on GLD. Still in a nice upward trend. Some relative strength in some of the metals. Copper was actually pretty strong earlier as well. So, you know, bit of a demand play there. So it looks as if gold is not backburned, it's still doing okay, but backburned to things like copper and silver, at least recently. So if you're looking for a little bit more explosive upside in the metals, right now you're kind of going into a couple of other names, but that just means that gold is maybe hibernating for a short period of time before it makes some fresh highs. You don't keep rotating in some of this stuff without gold going well. And a shout out to a couple of people in the chat who mentioned a name that we almost never talk about. I load this one up. Up only, well, it's not up that much, but up at least, and catching a bit of a bid. Lo and behold, Procter & Gamble of all things is starting to look a little bit more alive. This is, if a rotation does happen, this would be a name that's begging for one as we speak. But if you're looking for a boring name that's doing well, I feel like we talked about this morning, J&J is a boring name. That's up 40% in the last 5 months or 4 months. I think it's 4 months. 4 or 5 months, doesn't matter. J&J went from boring to exciting right quick. Obviously, some of those lawsuits getting settled is going to likely help them a little bit, but J&J up another 1.3%. Super, super strong chart. Not the chart you were expecting. If you looked at this thing was dead money for a long time, the second it broke out of this little consolidation or whatever you want to call it, it's been absolutely on fire. And yeah, I love silver, wee ones. I ho silver.
Sure, yeah, thank you so much there for TL Bryant there. Great call on Tesla, great job. Thank you, you are welcome. Thank you for watching. I mean, that's at the end of the day all that really matters. So thank you for watching. Just make sure you watch us tomorrow at 8 a.m. We're back with more trade ideas. We post them up on our X accounts. You can go double check us there as well. So thanks again for all of that. Today's going to be a nice profitable day, man. I made double, so two days. So if I'm looking to make $50 a day, we made 100 today. So 2 times our daily goal today. So far so good. We'll start off Monday on a good note, despite losing Micah Parsons now for 9 months. And so we'll just the good news, the profits there. I can't afford to pay him.
The good news is that ACLs are now, like it used to be, you were out like a year to a year and a half. Now the guys are coming back after 9 months. I mean, you can get hurt in season and be back next year. So let's bring that closing bell in 2 and 1, brought to you by OGEN, OGEN, Transforming Concussion Care. And they are listed on the NYSE. Want to thank them for sponsoring the close. But hey.
Yeah, good close. Good couple trades on Nvidia. We basically back and forth with AMD and Nvidia. You had the iBit short, which was a good
one. Bitcoin they're a problem.
85.7.
But I think, you know what, I'm actually off tomorrow. I have a doctor's appointment. But the one thing I will say is this. If you see Bitcoin and Ethereum trending down, don't forget you can get an outsized move in BMNR or MicroStrategy or Strategy, whatever the heck you're supposed to call it these days. They've been moving even more. So 9% down on MSTR. I believe BMNR was down 11%.
Yeah.
Almost 12% down today on BMNR. You get some outsized moves there. Trend down. If we lose 85K tomorrow, why not? At some point, we're retesting at least 80, if not the 70. So, those are good vehicles to the short side for sure.
Yeah, thank you so much to everybody there, for everybody saying thank you. Indy there saying we had a great show. Everybody on there is right now. Just Kendo and everybody that's in our chat. All right, it's 4:01, man. We got hockey practice on the lookout tonight. You guys doing anything?
Oh, basketball ended. It was her last basketball last week until the new year. But we have to do some more baking. So it's so guides tomorrow for my daughter is they're doing like a potluck.
Oh yeah.
Where everyone
yeah. That was fun times.
So she wanted to make something specifically Antiguan. Not easy. So we're doing like these coconut cakes.
I have an idea. Why don't we? I'm going to check the calendar. We should do a Trader TV Live potluck where everybody brings in a dish.
Oh, you know exactly when we do this? So here's the thing. It's Christmas Eve is a half day in the markets.
But I've got to make sure that people are here.
Oh, that's true. If everybody's here, that's when we're talking about doing our picks for next year. Because it's a half day and the market's slow. So we do our 2026 picks. If we have to find a day everybody's here, but that'd be a good day for a potluck. Would be on that half day.
Yeah. We'll make our picks for the new year probably in the new year when everybody's here.
Taking vacation.
But yeah, that would be a good thing. I think that's a good idea. We'll talk about that.
Oh yeah, Brendan's not here.
Secret Santa gift exchange. Yeah, there's so many great ideas.
They still do that at schools.
Yeah, well, they did it on. My daughter had it yesterday.
Oh, okay.
For her hockey team, so that was a lot of fun.
I mean, at school, because at schools they don't do it. I think, I don't know. We used to always do that at school.
Yeah. Okay, we're out of here. All right, thanks everybody. 8 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks, Ramin, Fabian, Joe, everybody, Andre who's not here, Sharif. This is how Ramin's running the show here. She got to get out here real quick. Thanks, Ramin. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.